A great day in the state of Pennsylvania as President Trump will be speaking there at 5 o'clock Eastern, the pre-program. Of course, there are 19 electoral votes at stake in the Keystone State, so a huge swing state where President Trump, of course, is leading in the polls there by a pretty large margin, depending on which poll you look at. I mean, sometimes you see these more of the left-wing polls, and it has President Trump leading by just a few points, but then you look at other polls with Rasmussen and interactive polls and Polymarket, and then he's got even a larger margin in the Keystone State. That because we see that the entire state, except for the 3 blue dots, are red. The entire state, except for some parts of Pittsburgh, State College, and then a chunk of Philadelphia. But as you've seen, and as you'll see today with boots on the ground, the people of Pennsylvania are tired of the Joe Biden policies, so therefore they're supporting President Trump, but also because they most likely supported him, of course, through the 2016-2020 both elections there. So once again, my name's Matthew Alvarez. We'll be tossing it out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. They're in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's about 35 miles north of the city of Pittsburgh. And I'm originally from Pittsburgh, the Harrisburg area. I went to college out near Pittsburgh at Robert Morris University. So I can say there are a couple fun facts for you out there for those of you that know. Rubber bands are called gum bands. Sneakers are called tennis shoes. And I think soda is called pop. There are a number of other fun ones there in the Pittsburgh area. So just some fun facts there for you from Pennsylvania, born and bred there. So it's a great state, but happy to be down here in Alabama. I know a lot of you guys are looking forward to this event. We'll be going out there with all of the Patriots and going live from the people to the president here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, 19 electoral votes are at stake in Pennsylvania. Before we get to some more commentary and some more news of the day, and also before we toss it out to Vanessa and Nikki, I want to tell you about the Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information. You get this right here in your mailbox, but you'll also get in the inbox of your phone that information that you need, an info kit, a starter kit on gold and silver and precious metals and tax-sheltered IRAs and 401k backup for the U.S. dollar. As you know, the BRICS nations, right, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and others are trying to use their local currencies and take away the value of the United States dollar. But still, the dollar is king, but you have to have the backup plan. So there's information right there on your screen. Text Trump to 9998. You'll get more information. I spoke with Philip Patrick the other day, great spokesperson and staffer at Birch Gold Group, and we'll be hearing from him more as the days progress with the RNC coverage coming up. But once again, text Trump to 989898. So 115 days until the election and 48 hours from the RNC. Of course, we're going to be seeing finally the word presumptive being taken off of the title, and it's going to be officially the nominee of the Republican Party for President, Donald J. Trump, which is going to be awesome to see. Of course, you can watch that coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting. We'll have 4 days of coverage. Bobby McNeely will be joining me here in studio tomorrow and Tuesday, then Vanessa Broussard on Wednesday and Thursday for all commentary, analysis, news of the day. And we have a number of interviews lined up for you. If you'd like to tune in, that starts tomorrow, I believe at 11:30 a.m. Eastern for RNC coverage. And then we'll know, of course, who the vice presidential pick will be. We'll see whether that is an announcement today at the rally or whether that's going to be in the next 24, 72 hours. Who knows when, right? So we'll be obviously monitoring every move there as President Trump makes that great announcement of who his running mate will be as he faces Joe Biden, the left wing, and the Democrat Party, who, of course, has been trying to tear down this nation from day one. So it's been a long 4 years that we've been waiting for the president to return and to finish the job. So we'll see how that goes. 115 days from today is Election Day. Can you believe it? It's that close. It's around the corner. It's been around the corner in our minds for 4 years because of how bad the Biden policies have been, of course. Pennsylvanians have suffered actually greatly thanks to Biden's failed policies, with prices in the Keystone State up by 17.5% since Biden took office. Pennsylvania households are now spending $914 per month more under Joe Biden. A lot of bad stats there, but that's what making America great again looks like when it comes to Agenda 47 and what President Trump's policies will be enacted with a new cabinet and a vice presidential pick coming up whenever President Trump makes that announcement. Later today, I have an interview with the former ambassador to Denmark under the Trump administration. That's Carla Sands. She is also with the America First Policy Institute Pennsylvania chapter. So Carla will be thrown to that interview that we did recently with her a little bit later in the broadcast. But of course, we'll be having the people on the ground getting interviewed by Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, which is going to be awesome. It's always fun with the energy and the excitement of Rally Day here on this Saturday in July. I know it's hot out there in a number of places. I'm actually a little bit sweaty here in the studio. It's been a wild day already, and we just got kick-started just about 7 minutes ago. But let's go down and talk to you for the next couple minutes about what we're seeing. We shared with you, of course, the information about Pennsylvania, and we'll get to that a bit more. But I wanted to talk about the daily themes at the RNC upcoming. Make America Wealthy Once Again will be the Monday theme. On Tuesday, it's Make America Safe Once Again. Make America Strong Once Again is on Wednesday. And then Make America Great Once Again is on Thursday. So those four great themes as we take a live look there in Butler, Pennsylvania, some 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, as we gear up to toss it out to Vanessa and Nikki to talk to the great people of Pennsylvania and surrounding areas. I mean, Butler is not too far from Youngstown, Ohio, right there across the line. So it's going to be a great day, of course. Once again, President Trump expected to speak, as you see there, at 5 o'clock Eastern time. The pre-program will start at 3 p.m. Eastern. So we thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. RSBN, you text that, RSBN, to 801-801 if you'd like to donate at all or contribute to the network as well, as we bring these live pictures and live video and live sound bites, again, from the people to the president. We have you covered wall to wall from about 8 minutes ago all the way until the end of President Trump's speech. And then, of course, some great closing commentary by our correspondents, Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. And then we'll be thanking our sponsors throughout the day as well. I mean, some great sponsors that we have here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So again, RSBN to 801-801. Before we throw it out to Vanessa and Nikki, the 20 promises for the GOP platform that was just adopted with the RNC coming up with President Trump's Agenda 47. There are 20 promises that the party is putting forward. We did go over a lot of that with our Chesapeake, Virginia coverage, but I want to touch on just a couple of them again. Seal the border and stop the migrant invasion is number one. We'll be tackling all of those today, all 20. And then, of course, we'll get back to that interview with Carla Sands, the former ambassador under President Trump to Denmark. But for now, let's send it to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione live. And
here we are at the big Butler Trump rally, and it has been long awaited, and I'm so excited to be here with you, Vanessa. I'm Nikki Stanzione.
And I'm Vanessa Broussard. Yes, we are in Butler, Pennsylvania. Beautiful day out here. A little toasty already, but that's okay. That's not stopping us or the crowds from filling in to see President Donald J. Trump this evening. It's a huge rally, the last event before the RNC next week, and people are here. They're ready to see the president, and we are on Merchandise Row. That's where we're starting out, and the crowds, as you can see behind us, they're already here, and they're shopping for all of the merchandise to take home, not just for themselves, but they're shopping for their family and friends who couldn't be here as well either.
Yeah, it's like a gifting opportunity for all your friends who love President Trump. This is your chance to buy your birthday presents, your holiday gifts, your summer presents. I mean, this is perfect. And on top of it, it's also a great way to get inspired with patriotism, because everything surrounding us is pure, patriotic, and peaceful and proud. That's what this day is about. You know, Vanessa and I were talking earlier about how this week coming up is going to be so pivotal and so poignant for this party. And to be able to be here and be a part of history today, this is the last rally where we're going into it not knowing who the VP is.
Right, absolutely. There's been a lot of speculation. We'll talk more about that all throughout the day later on as well, about the speculation surrounding who President Trump will pick to be on the ticket with him in November.
Yes.
And so we are anticipating that announcement may come at the RNC next week. But again, we'll talk more about that coming up here on RSBN. But stick with us. We'll be here live all day long. We have a great pre-show with great speakers coming up. And then, of course, the man in the arena, he takes the stage later on this evening as well.
Yes,
but
5 p.m. Eastern time
Yes.
is the scheduled time, so make sure you have that marked on your phones, on your alarms. Be with us all day long, and you just know that when you hear that Proud to be American at about 5 p.m. Eastern, all eyes on President Trump. It's exciting.
It really is exciting. Never a dull moment when he takes the stage. The people love it, and that's why they are here today. Let's get started. Let's show you the crowds behind us. This may be, Nikki, the biggest crowd I've seen on
This
Merchandise Row.
Me too.
There's always a lot of people shopping, a lot of people getting their merchandise, but this may be a record breaker. We're seeing tons of people here already shopping, spending their hard-earned money in this Biden economy. So if they have a little bit left to spend, this is where they're spending it today.
Well, and you know what else?
Merchandise.
You know what's nice, Vanessa, is that the only money you will spend today is the choices you make to spend on merchandise or drinks or food. You do not have to pay to come to a Trump rally. A lot of people will ask me oftentimes, oh, you know, how much is it for the entry? There's absolutely zero admission cost, which I think is wonderful that he does that for us.
Right. So it's always free to come to a Trump rally, but people bring their extra cash to buy merchandise, of course, drinks and food as well to get them through the day because they are here 4 hours on end.
That's right.
And I like this one right here. If you look at this shirt right here, I'm still a Trump girl. I make no apologies. I talk about that often, that whenever I'm talking about President Trump or the Republican Party or being a conservative, that I'm not sorry for it. I'm not sorry for my beliefs. These are my beliefs. I stand firm on them, and I will not apologize for it. So that might be the perfect shirt for me to take home today.
Mine says, Trump girl, get over it. That's the Jersey
good
way.
one. Yes, absolutely.
I see a lot of people here that are all pumped up. They love being able to be somewhere where they don't have to defend their views or their values. They get to share in the camaraderie of the experience, and so much fun merchandise to see. Everything from hats to shirts,
you, ladies.
all kinds of great things.
Hi,
Thank you.
what's your name? Where are you from?
Pittsburgh.
You're from Pittsburgh. Is this your first Trump rally?
Absolutely not.
How many have you been to?
I've worked at most of them, but today I get to be VIP.
Oh,
Good for you.
great. So tell me about Pittsburgh. Are you seeing a lot of people voting for Trump, turning to the conservative side? What are you seeing in your neighborhoods?
I'm in the suburbs, so we're Trump. Yeah.
What do
I
you
think people are waking up. Yeah.
So, being in the suburbs, a lot of people are Trump. What are you hearing from the people on the ground? What are they tired of most with the Biden administration?
I don't know. There's so much.
Everything?
I mean, the border, the economy, everything, education, everything. It's ridiculous. And he just keeps giving stuff away for free. And we're footing the bill.
Right. Free
And
to the
border
illegal
control
alien.
policy stinks. Yeah.
So how do you feel about just this week at NATO? He introduced Vladimir Putin instead of Zelensky.
Ridiculous. And then saying Trump was his vice president. Yeah, it's sad, but they're talking about the dilemma is, do they replace him? But the dilemma is, he's our president until January of next year. Come on. That's the dilemma.
We have a few months to go, so hopefully people get out and vote, right?
They better get out and vote.
I see you on Merchandise Row. Anything specific today that you're voting for? We know who you're voting for. What you're buying today, or you're just browsing?
Talk me into this hat, and I don't
like
know
it.
what it looks like.
It's super cute. It's super
You look
cute.
great.
Whoever says women don't like like Trump is lying.
Let's talk about that.
That's
Let's
a
talk
fact.
about that. You know, in the beginning, the left said that women would not like Trump. I say the complete opposite. How do you feel about that?
That's absolute bullshit. I mean, there is no way. You look around here, it is all women for Trump. Nobody gives a crap about his interview in the locker room. We don't care about any of the other hoaxes you guys are pulling. Women are for Trump.
And you see all these ladies
my
around
goodness.
here who agree with you. What's your name?
Especially women in their 50s and 60s.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to save the country.
All right. I love your energy. That's great. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Becky Grindle, I'm from Ross Township, Allegheny County.
Okay. And so what are the people saying? Do the women there love Trump as well?
Absolutely. I don't know a woman that doesn't. Not one.
So the women did not care about the locker room talk. They said, you know what, this is normal for guys. A lot of guys do it. That doesn't bother us.
Yeah, you know what? They're just showing off in front of their friends. It's something guys do. I mean, really, if you're going to get offended over that, and you're not going to get offended over Biden, you know, can't complete a sentence and has let in 10 million people into our country and has driven the inflation up till people can't live anymore and is pushing for abortion in late term, like after birth. I mean, what is that stuff? There is no woman that I know that should be for that.
Let me ask you this as well, because you just brought it up. So it seems like they're trying to turn women against the conservatives with Roe versus Wade. What does that make you feel as a woman? How does that make you feel?
Well, all Roe versus Wade did is send it back to the states. So it's not going to be outlawed anywhere. And they got to work with their state people. If they want it in their state, they determine the rules. It's 6 weeks, 8, 12 weeks. I don't think there's any state that's saying no abortion. If there is, it's probably not going to last. So there's no reason to get all worked up about that because it's just something they're pushing, just like Project 2025. There's another one that they're pushing. That's like the Russia collusion of 2016 and the Hunter laptop is disinformation of 2020. Now we got Project 25. It's going to destroy our democracy. I don't think so.
Let me ask you one more question on the Women for Trump topic. Let's talk about Stormy Daniels. That was another attempt by the left to make these allegations and say that he had this extramarital affair trying to turn women against President Trump. What do you believe in that case?
I think that case is garbage. I'm not even sure he was even with her. She put out a letter saying it never happened. And then you got Hillary Clinton just yesterday is found guilty of her contribution into the Russian dossier. That was a lot more money than any, and that was a campaign contribution versus a legal expense. So I don't think there's any story there. It's just something else they're lying about. And it's only the people that listen to the regular media that don't understand it.
One more time. Let's hear a big yell for Women for Trump.
Woo!
Yes, we've got, and Vanessa, I've got another woman for
There
Trump
you
over
go.
here.
Nikki has another one.
And we were just saying, everything that we just heard is so true, isn't it? Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Tamara Grimes from Coriopolis, PA.
Well, it's so good to be able to talk to you because I know we are also Women for Trump. Tell me a little bit about your experience so far being here, seeing all of the people. What's the enthusiasm been like for you?
It's wonderful. I'm here with a group of women. All 7 of us we've been planning this to come here. We're excited. And it's just so uplifting to see so many like-minded people.
I always say that it's that collective mindset that's so wonderful. There's no defensiveness. There's no having to battle the truth. We all feel what we feel because we're informed. So what are some of the things that you saw this week? Because on the world stage, we saw a lot of chaos in the Democratic Party. Tell me some of the things that stood out to you and what you'd like to see addressed by President Trump today.
So that's a good question. I've seen him talk many times, and he's on point with the border. Is like really incredible. And that's one thing that they don't talk about, that with all the people coming across the border, Pittsburgh is a sanctuary city, and you don't see that in the national news. But we are invaded by the illegals, and I have a small business, and I get them coming in all the time looking for work, and we found out that they were actually flown in from Africa with the propaganda that they're spinning down there, and it's crazy. And these people, I feel sad for them because they were disenfranchised too, because they expected one thing and then they're struggling.
Broken promises, right? They're being promised something in this new country, and then they're putting us in a position where we have to turn them away or feel like we're the bad guy because we don't accept something that's illegal. And I always say, if you're going to come here, absolutely come here. Just follow our laws. Do it lawfully. And I'm sorry to hear that your business and other businesses are being affected in Pittsburgh. That's just it's disappointing, because this is an area, they say, oftentimes you'll hear President Trump say, every state's a border state now. So you just proved that point.
It's absolutely true. And the other problem that is not being talked about is all the children that are missing, that have come across the border, and we have no idea where are the people, the women that are for Biden and for abortion. Where are they for these missing children? Do they even know? I mean, the media is so edited, and for what they're watching, it's mind-boggling.
We keep hearing, if you want to lose your women's rights, but women's rights, my goodness, women's rights are being able to not get abducted, not get raped, not get killed because they went for a jog by somebody who is unlawfully here.
Well, how about Title IX? I mean, that is the biggest thing that is affecting women's rights right now is that. So, I mean, I have a daughter who goes to Liberty University, and I have a son that goes to Liberty University as well, and our oldest son works with us in our family-owned business, and we all of us all bargled. My son and I were just at the Faith and Freedom Coalition conference in Washington, D.C., and his words, life-changing. It is so wonderful to see so many conservatives, and conservatives really have to get out and vote. That is a huge, huge thing, because for some reason a lot of conservatives don't vote, and we need their vote. America depends on it. I mean, our girls' rights, futures depend on what happens with this election. It's very critical.
So well said. Thank you so much for talking to us today. It's so good to meet you. And everybody that's watching right now, if you want to watch us, of course, it's easy, rsbnnetwork.com. You can put the app on your phone. Thanks, everybody. And also, you can go to YouTube. If you go to the YouTube page, RSBN, you'll be able to go back and watch the show. That if you missed any moments of it and you want to go back and see, you can go to the RSBN page on both Rumble and YouTube. Of course, we're also on Apple, on Google, on Roku. So many ways to watch RSBN, and we have the live coverage, and I believe we're the only ones that have the full live coverage from start to finish, all the way up until after President Trump speaks. So please stick by us all day long. You'll get all of the incredible truths from so many people. Vanessa, she's standing over here. I was just talking to this woman, and she was talking about women's rights and how the hypocrisy on the other side, speaking of women's rights, saying, oh, we lose women's rights if Trump gets elected. It's the exact opposite, actually.
Absolutely it is. President Trump is speaking for the women. That's and right. Protecting the women. I overheard you mention, the rape. The statistics on rape and women being killed from these illegals coming into our country, and President Trump can name the victims, whereas President Biden cannot. When it comes to Laken Riley in Georgia, a nursing student who was murdered at the hands of an illegal alien. President Trump talked about Laken, and when Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene went to the House floor and basically got in Joe Biden's face and told him to say her name. She even yelled at him from the floor to say her name, and he said Lincoln.
He got it wrong.
He named her name wrong. And so it goes to show that he is unaware of how terrible this crisis is at the border, how they're affecting women, they're taunting women, they're hunting women down, and they're killing American women.
And the worst
children.
part about that, Vanessa, was the next day on the apology tour. It wasn't, I'm so sorry I mispronounced her name. It wasn't, I'm so sorry that this happened in our country. As the leader, I'm so sorry to the family. It was, I am sorry that I called the perpetrator illegal.
Right. Yes.
It stops me in my tracks when I think about that. How could your apology be for the criminal?
He defended the criminal and not the victim.
That's right.
And we'll talk more about illegal immigration and some of the numbers coming up a little later on in the show, because it's some staggering statistics just in, and we want to go over those with you here in just a little bit. So stick around for that. I want to show you this line.
So many people.
A big line of people moving through right now. If we can pan the camera around to show this crowd,
Hi there.
Starting to come in. Hello, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm from Clarion, PA.
All right, President Trump.
Oh, nice. Hi, guys.
77% for Trump in our county.
I like your county.
I love Clarion County.
So Pennsylvania went with President Trump in 2016. You think they'll go again with President Trump in 2024?
The whole way. We're not going to put up with the cheaters anymore.
And how are you making sure? We have some cheerleaders here. How is Pennsylvania making sure that this election is secure?
Well, we're putting together, we went to a meeting last night with some people on election integrity. We're pushing for making sure we have people in the precincts, that we want people to be there making sure the votes are counted correctly, they get the numbers all matched, and we have people being trained for this.
Absolutely. That's what we need. More eyes on the ground, the better.
You're right. So.
Well, a lot of people believe that, that the election was stolen in 2020. Do you still believe that?
Yes. 80,000 votes just doesn't come in at 2 o'clock.
Overnight, when everyone's sleeping.
Yes. So we're going to win it. Yes. Trump the whole way.
It's really good to hear that Pennsylvania is doing what it can to make sure that the votes are secure, because I think that's people's main concern going into November.
I agree, totally. All of Western PA, except for maybe Allegheny County, will go red. Every county.
All right, I'm going to be counting on what you just said. I'm going to be watching closely election night.
Have a great day.
You too. Have a great time. All right.
Thank you for that.
I love hearing that, because, again, that is what people are concerned about.
That's right.
Will this election be rigged? Will it be stolen?
Too big to rig.
Is there a way for anyone to steal the vote? And, again, like you just mentioned, too big to rig. That's the Trump campaign's message. Have so many people come out to make this election too big for anyone to rig.
That's it. That's the key. We have to all get involved in making sure everyone we know gets out to vote. We obviously, once President Trump is back in office, we'll start to see election rules back in place, as they should be. But for now, we're going to do what everybody else is doing. If we have to mail in those ballots, we have to mail in those ballots. We have to do whatever we have to do to make it too big to rig. There is no other option at this point, because we cannot take a chance of a repeat of 2020. And I will say, for all of those naysayers out there who don't understand what's going on, you can't ever get too confident. You can never be too confident and say, oh, well, he's up in the polls, we'll be fine. Never take it for granted. It's so important, to Vanessa's point.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So even though we're sitting pretty in the polls, make sure you still get out and vote. Don't get complacent. Don't sit at home on election day. Let's continue.
Yes,
let's
keep walking. Walk and talk.
Walk and talk.
Walk and talk. Hey, gentlemen.
Row.
You guys ready for a good day?
Yes, ma'am.
So, are you both from Pennsylvania?
Yeah. We are. Aliquippa, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
What radio station is this?
We are a TV station. We're a live stream, RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we're on the right side. Yeah. So, we show everything. We show the truth.
Up by the Pittsburgh airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
We got about an hour to get up here.
Is this your first Trump rally?
No. I was at one in 2016 at the airport.
Oh, it's your first.
My first, yeah. You got the Marines and the Army here.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you for your service.
Defend against the worst thing that America has right now, and that's the Democrat Party. We're getting rid of all of them, and some of the Republicans.
We don't want anybody that's going against what we all believe in, which is putting America first.
Yes, and there's Republicans that don't do that, so they have to go too.
I hear you. And what do you want to see from President Trump today insofar as addressing any specific issues?
I hope he talks about the border, first and foremost, and I hope he talks about Biden going to sleep.
He got it right a long time ago when he said Sleepy Joe, didn't he?
And we're hoping that Melania is here. But maybe not. I don't know.
Listen, I saw cardboard cutouts. We could start with that.
That ain't enough, so we want to see her. Yeah.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, so much, and thank you again for your service. We appreciate you, and enjoy your first rally. I know you will. I know you will. It's really enlightening when you talk to a lot of people who say this is their first time out, or when you talk to people who say it's their 50th time. Each person that comes out here is really in a mindset of making this country great. And when you hear any comments about, the rhinos or the Democrats, it's not intended to be insulting or negative. It's intended to say, look, we got to get it together as a country. We've got to unite, and we've got to come together to bring this country back to what it was initially and really originally intended to be. Ooh, somebody's providing some cold air.
Right here.
We love you.
A huge fan, and he's helping out these patriots who are walking by
Oh, I
in this
love
extreme
that.
heat. I think you may be our new best friend.
He's the
today.
MVP. I'll take some of that. Woo!
So
That's
you're
nice.
a vendor.
Yes.
So let's talk about that. So I love this setup here. Not only do you have the fan, but you're in the shade, but you have just about every saying on T-shirts that you can think of.
We try to get the funny T-shirts that take a couple seconds for people to get, and then you get the good smiles and the cracks. You know, when I die, don't want to vote Democrat, or good morning liberals. What are we offended by today? And then we do a ring spun cotton, so they're a nicer shirt than everybody, and you can find them at campaignarmor.com.
Love it. Tell me that website one more time because that was fast.
Campaignarmor.com, and I think right now through the 15th we're running a flash sale online for $17.76 for each shirt or hat.
There you go. So do you come to a lot of rallies? How does that work?
As many of them I can. I've been to every state except Hawaii doing this stuff.
Hawaii. You need to go to Hawaii. That's a nice state.
Drive there.
That's true. That's true. And you can't bring this on a plane.
Bring the trailer, yeah.
Not on a plane. Maybe a boat or a barge.
If they would have a rally in Hawaii, I would go, but they don't do that.
I don't think this would fit in.
Blue Island.
This wouldn't fit in the carry-on department.
It wouldn't.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping everybody cool. Oh, that feels so nice.
How do we get one of those? And we're in.
So
We're
as
buying
you can
it.
see, so many
Thank
different
you.
shirts, so many
We're
different
getting one.
vendors.
Thank
like
you.
I mentioned at the top of the hour, this may be the biggest media or merchandise row that I have seen. So many different vendors, and I come to a lot of events, and I've never seen so many vendors in one spot. But it's the excitement as we start getting closer to November. The enthusiasm is here, and Election Day is looming, and you can see by the looks of all of the flags and people shopping, there's a lot of excitement.
This is wild. Yeah, it's almost like being at a mall, like the Trump Mall. It's the Trump Mall today. It's not just a little stand here and there. It's an actual full row of fabulous tops. Look at this, hot moms for Trump. There's so many good ones. We the people. I mean, there's a lot of great merch today, and you're seeing something for everyone. So this is a great way to gift the people you love as well as buy something for yourself. I already am spotting things I want to buy at the end of the day today if they're still there. I will tell you guys that as I'm looking around, I'm also seeing a really interesting crowd because you're getting a lot of different age groups. I'm seeing a lot of kids, and I'm also seeing a lot of seniors. I'm seeing everything in between. And Vanessa, I love when we see the representation from so many different backgrounds of people and so many different age groups, because it goes to show you how many people are yearning for a change in this country.
Right, and it's everyone. So no matter your ethnicity, your religion, your age, people are ready for that change, and they're here to show support. They're hopeful for change, and they're excited about the presumptive Republican nominee who will be nominated officially next week at the RNC, the Republican National Convention, that is, and RSBN will be there covering that, so we hope that you join us for each day of the RNC next week. Make sure you sign up for our notifications so you'll know when we're live so you won't miss a speaker. And, of course, all of the action coming in from Milwaukee for the RNC next week.
I can't believe it's here already. It seemed like it was so far away, and now it's only a matter of hours, really, before we get to the RNC and start to see a real push for the excitement for this party. I'm thrilled to see so many people here today to celebrate President Trump. This is going to be a monumental occasion. We love him, right? Let me ask you a question. Come over here for a quick second. Where are you from?
Butler.
You're from Butler, so this is your own backyard. So is this your first rally?
Yep.
It is. Mm-hmm. Are you okay? Is there anything in particular that you've heard about the rallies or that you've seen on TV that you're most excited? Tell our viewers right here what you're most excited to see today.
President Trump.
Just to see his appearance in person. It's going to be a good one. And so is there any issue in particular that you feel really strongly about right now? I mean, we're hearing so much from the border to obviously to inflation. What are some of the most important things to you here in Butler?
The inflation. It's really bad. We're both on fixed income. You know, we can't afford anything because of the inflation. Just eating up our money. So.
That's the cry of a lot of Americans. So hopefully we see that change in November. Thank you so much for coming out today. Enjoy your first rally. And I know Vanessa's got some gentlemen over here that want to talk a little bit about their love for President Trump as well. Let's take a look.
Yes, we will get to Craig and Carl in just a moment. But first, I want to talk to you about the wellness company. You know, when COVID hit, it was hard to get medicine. The world was in chaos. We just didn't really know what was going on. But Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors, they warned us about this. They've been warning us about certain drugs that you need to have in your household for when something like COVID strikes or just any type of sickness enters your family. And that's where the wellness company comes in from Dr. Peter McCullough, who has worked closely with President Trump. And he cares about America. He cares about Americans and our health. He says we don't have a health care system anymore. We have a sick care system. Big Pharma is making billions of dollars off of sick Americans, and it's time to make a change, and you can do that. And that's where this comes in with the wellness company. So if you can, go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. This is your time to push back against Big Pharma. We will make sure that your family is safe. Again, Dr. Peter McCullough has been preaching the importance of early intervention and treatment since 2020, and that message won't change. Every treatment, early treatment, is paramount in a timely recovery for any illness. Again, no matter if it's COVID or any illness that affects your family. So the next big thing, be ready for that. We don't know if another COVID will strike. We don't know if another disaster will strike. So you can be ready with the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. It contains 8 life-threatening medications, life-saving, that is, life-saving for those life-threatening situations. So life-saving medications, including ivermectin, amoxicillin. It has a Z-Pack, which you all know you can get at the doctor, but in times of crisis, it may be hard to get that Z-Pack. So have one on hand. Life-saving measures here. With this kit, it is prescription only. You can't find anything like it in a store or a pharmacy, but you can find it on makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN at checkout. It will save you $45. We all need that extra $45 in our pocket. So go to makecaregreatagain.com, pick up your kit, type in the RSBN code at checkout, save yourself $45. Safeguard your health today by going to makecaregreatagain.com. Craig and Carl, so good to see you both. How are you?
Well, I'm doing very well, thank you.
From this great, I'm wonderful. A little warm, but that's okay. We're excited today. Pennsylvania excited today?
Absolutely, very much.
So we were talking earlier, President Trump, this is a big state to win in 2024 come November. He won in 2016. Do you think he can do it again in 2024?
I do think so, yes, very much so. Allegheny County is going to be a tough one, though. Here we are in Butler, where I think they said he won 65%, 70% here. Allegheny County is where I live. It doesn't look too good there.
Well, that's where people like you come in, and you got to ask your neighbors, what is wrong with you?
That's right, that's right. I think 80% of my neighborhood is blue, so.
How do you live there?
I know, it's very difficult.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. So people like you defied the odds. You're going to get your county won. We're going to go red in November. We're going to be hopeful. We're going to hope that they wake up and see the day, because a lot of Americans are, a lot of independents are. They have to after seeing that debate. Did you watch the debate?
Oh, I sure did. I only saw half of it. Unfortunately, I was at a meeting, but
that's all you needed to see. Trust me, it didn't take long for the world to figure out that we're in trouble.
The blank stare, the drifting eyes, yes, terrible.
So what do you have to say for the people out there who are on the fence and people in your neighborhood about why President Trump is the choice for president come January 2025?
It's night and day. There's no way that you can even consider voting for Biden or really any Democrat at this point. The country is just going away, and we're losing everything that we have in this beautiful country. We need it back. So let's take back America.
Let's do it, and make sure you get out with your neighborhood and your county and keep up the good fight, and we're going to hope for the best.
We sure will.
All right, Craig, Carl, you're sneaking away over there, but we see you too. How's your county? Same county?
Yeah, Allegheny County.
Well, that's 2 votes. We can just double it and triple it and keep it going.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're working hard as well, making sure people vote the right way?
I'm trying. Everybody I see, I tell.
Perfect. That's what we love to hear. That's the spirit. So if your neighbors are on the fence, this is where Craig and Carl come in. Make sure you're the same way. Say, look, we've got a country to save. There's no bigger election than now. Quit thinking how the left wants you to think, how mainstream media wants you to think. Do your homework and ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And the clear answer is no. If you can say yes to that, I need to know how you're living, because Americans are not better off right now.
No, they are not. Look at the grocery bills. Look at the gas.
Unfortunately, I have to look at that every week, and it's it's tough. It's hard. So just like every other American out there, I struggle too. We all do. But we'll get through this together. November's looming. It's coming. Carl and Craig, so good to see you. Good luck to you and your county, and we're going to win Pennsylvania.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to keep moving down the line. How are you doing? Good to see you. We have a big cutout of President Trump right there. People are smiling. They're happy. We're going to toss it over to Nikki.
Say hello. Would you mind coming over here for one quick moment? I'd love to say hello because I love your bling. Come on over here for a second. We're Right Side Broadcasting Network. We love our President Trump. And yeah, face this way right here so everybody can see how gorgeous you are. You're stunning. First of all, I love the whole outfit, but I especially love the hat. What's your name?
Like that. My name's Edna.
Hi, Edna. Edna, this is a really special day because this is the last rally before the RNC and potentially the very last time we'll see President Trump without talking about who his VP pick is, unless he announces it today. Do you have a personal favorite?
No, I think all 3 of them are great. So it wouldn't matter to me.
Yeah. Is this your first rally?
It is. It is.
Are you most excited about any particular issue, any particular moment that you've seen on TV?
Immigration and inflation and, all the above that everybody else is concerned about. Sure. Yeah.
It's affecting everybody right now. And do you think, I'm just curious, I'm trying to kind of take an inside poll, do you think he will still be running against Joe Biden?
Oh, boy. I don't know. I'm not sure. It could go either way.
It could go either way. Well, Edna, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you for stopping and saying hello today. We appreciate you. And listen, we're seeing so many fun people from all walks of life, from all age groups, from all parts of Pennsylvania. And a lot of people in Pennsylvania, Vanessa, were saying to me that it's a border state. And we don't see it as a border state typically. But Pittsburgh in particular is a sanctuary city. And so that's a main concern for a lot of people that are here today.
Yes, absolutely. Sanctuary cities, the crime rates are going up in those sanctuary cities, Democrat-run cities. And you said border state. Every state is now a border state. So no matter where you live, they're coming in and they're coming to your neighborhood. So no matter where you go, no matter what rally we attend in what state, that's what people's main concern is illegal immigration. And so, again, we talk about it all the time. We'll continue to talk about it because that's what's concerning Americans is the fact that illegal aliens are pouring into the country, not just border states, but every single state. All right.
I'm curious what this guy thinks about all of this. Do you think you can solve the situation? Oh, thumbs are up. I think that means yes. I think he can too, actually. I had to know what it was like just to stand next to him. He's very tall indeed. And it's a tall order for him to do what we're asking of him. But you know what? He is one of the most selfless individuals. And that's one of the things that I'd love to impress upon people who may be watching us for the first time and hear the rhetoric on the other side. And I find it to be interesting that one of the most selfless things to do is to give yourself to service, to give up your salary, to allow yourself to be hit at every angle, including with indictments and all of the incredible, difficult things that President Trump has been hit with over the years, and yet still standing tall and saying, I don't care, I'm fighting for you. That's what I'm here for. This is his mission, and he's proud to do it. And we're proud to be able to be here to support him. That's what it's all about. So many fun pieces of merchandise today. Here's the trophies. Oh, here's our friend who likes the Trump. Oh, yes, I like the Trump girl one too with the high heel. That's a good one. We've got the hats. We've got all kinds of great merchandise. And Vanessa has some fun friends as well with very cool tops as well. I love these T-shirts.
I love the stilettos on the shirt he just I love my stilettos. Okay, Katie and Scott, they're here from Pennsylvania. So good to see you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. First Trump rally?
My first, my mom's third. She's already in.
Okay, so you're tagging along with Mom today. Your first Trump rally?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you have to be very excited.
Oh, I'm stoked. Totally stoked.
How long have you been a Trump fan?
Since day one.
Since he came down the golden escalators?
Yep. He's the only one that's going to save our country.
And what do you think about all of the allegations against him?
People just hate him because of how he talks, but he's the only one that did anything good for us.
And when you say anyone that did anything good for us, how did he help you personally?
I didn't pay as much in taxes, and I'm a medium income. I could afford groceries. I could afford gas. I had a good life. Now I can't even, I don't even like going to the grocery store now.
Are you one of the ones, like so many other Americans, millions of Americans, basically having to live paycheck to paycheck?
I absolutely am. The economy is horrible. Like she said, gas prices, taxes, unaffordable housing. It's so incredible. You don't feel safe on your seats. We came back from California. The amount of immigrants, that are flooding the streets of California is appalling.
And not even speaking English. We were like the only people speaking English in Hollywood. Sad.
It really is sad. What do you see Governor Newsom doing to California, such a beautiful state that he is ruining? And then there's talk that if Joe Biden steps down, he may be the nominee.
I had quite a few conversations with Californians while I were there, and there was not one Californian that felt like they needed Newsom. They want him to go. They want him to go. Now, we're in Southern California, which is a lot more Republican, but Californians are not even happy with Newsom.
Nope. We bought our hats in Oceanside, California at a street fair.
You know, we say this a lot because we do hear from people in California. There's a lot of Republicans there. There's a lot of people who are unhappy because, again, it is such a beautiful state. I love visiting there. But what Governor Newsom has done to that state is just atrocious. It's very sad. He, too, puts illegals first. They're getting free health care, free housing. And just think about the cost of living in California and these people working multiple jobs just to afford an efficiency apartment.
It's terrible, and he wants to give every immigrant $1,000 a month, and they don't even have an address. So how do you give them money? I don't even understand it. I'll take $1,000 extra a month.
Me too. Where's the line? Where do we show up? All right. Well, so good to see you. Do you think Pennsylvania's in play for November?
If we could get rid of Philadelphia, we'd be good to go. It's Philly and Pittsburgh that ruin everything. It's just people who want handouts. They have no clue of economics.
No more.
We'll win. Go Donald. We'll win fair and square this time.
That's right.
There you go. You heard it from them. No more handouts. Work for what you have and live the American dream. Let's bring back the American dream.
Nurse and pharmacy. In healthcare, we see all the bad stuff, and we still live pay to pay. That's the bad part about Biden's America.
Yep. Well, we appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. Have a great time today for your first rally. All right. Nikki has some shoppers. We'll go over to her now.
Girls, I had to say I loved, excuse us, I love your outfits. You look amazing, pretty in pink. Are you both from Pennsylvania? Where are you from?
Yeah. We're from Grove City.
Nice. Yeah. And what are your names?
Aaliyah. Allie.
Allie and Aaliyah are here with me today. Okay, so is this your first Trump rally?
Nope. This is mine. Yep.
So where else have you seen him?
Butler in 2020. Yeah.
Well, it's a really different time. You know, when we were here in 2020, obviously it was during COVID. It was a very different time in our world. It was before we knew what it was like to live under the ruling of a different administration and having Joe Biden as the current president. What have you seen that you want to change, and what have you seen that has impacted your continued loyalty for President Trump?
I think just seeing him take action while he's in office, that was like crazy. So seeing Joe Biden not really doing much has really showed me that Trump's who we want in office.
Love it. And how about you?
I agree with her.
And it's really cool because everybody that I'm meeting, we're seeing everybody of different ages, from different backgrounds, and it's fun. And I always wonder when I talk to the younger generation, what are some of the things that you want to see change under President Trump being back in office?
I think that having Trump in office, we want to see, obviously we've seen a spike in the economy and it's just ridiculous right now. So I hope that he's able to just bring that back down and kind of make living more affordable for everybody. So I feel like we would both agree on that. Yeah.
You're not alone. I know a lot of people I talk to say we don't even have the opportunity to buy homes at our age. We can't even look forward to our future because we can't afford our future at this rate if it continues in this cycle. So to see the change is really important. Also, safety, I would imagine, is a concern. I know it doesn't matter how old you are. My mom still worries about me as a female right now, being out. There's a lot of crime. Is that something that concerns you?
100%. I feel like when you go out, as a woman, that's one of the biggest concerns, especially like at night or in an unfamiliar area. So
President Trump wants law enforcement enforced. We want actual enforcement. So real quickly, last question. Is there a vice president you would like to see that he would pick that would make you feel even more confident?
I don't know that I have one in mind right now. I would have to do some more research, but definitely keeping my options open to see.
How about you?
I don't know. I guess I agree with what she said about just keeping my options open.
Whatever President Trump decides, we know it's always going to be in our best interest anyway, right? Yeah. We know we're in good hands. We're always in good hands. Well, it is so wonderful to meet you. Allie and Aaliyah, thank you so much for being here. You look fabulous. I'm glad we got you on camera so we could show off your cool outfit. Daddy's home. That's it. Bring him back. Do you love that, Vanessa?
I do.
Isn't
so cute.
Great?
Pink's my favorite color.
Me too.
So you're rocking it today.
Too. It's a good look. It's a really good look. Everybody that we're talking to today is dressed up. It's funny because I always say to people, the wardrobe selection, sometimes when you see people, they're like, you only can wear red, white, or blue, or you can only wear this type of shirt. It's such an amazing selection of options. It's like literally going shopping at the Trump Mall. Of course. Right? I love it. Well, thank you. Thank you, girls, so much. Great to meet you both. And thank you guys for watching. Thank you. Oh, Vanessa, what do you have over here?
So I am going to, if we can come through this way, my friend Sunny, who, if you ever watch us at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference, she is there with her booth. I want you to take a look at that back there. This is part of their booth. Look at that gold Trump. Love it. We're going to get to Sunny here in just a second.
Hey,
She's
Vanessa,
working hard.
can I get these pink sandals for us?
Absolutely. That would be nice and
I love
comfortable.
them. Trump
All right,
sandals.
Sunny, we're here.
Listen,
Good to
he's going to
see
walk
you
all over
again.
whatever's been going on.
Good. We're right here. So, wow, your booth is huge, but always you have the greatest things.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm so glad you guys are here. You guys, I was watching you all day long in Florida.
Oh,
thank
you.
Could not, you know what's amazing about you? Well, I already know her. She's amazing. Amazing about you is that you would not stop talking. And you kept going on and on and on. I was like, Jason, she just knows how to say it.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank
you
you so much. You're a sweetheart.
You're the best. So show us real quick, some new things because we've seen you at CPAC. So what do you have here today?
So we have an umbrella hat here, Jason.
The umbrella hat. How cool is this? Yeah. Save me one of those for later.
I absolutely will. And for your
In case
mom,
they sell.
say one for your mom. I know your mom loves this stuff.
She knows from CPAC. I'm like, my mom would love this. My mom would love that. My mom wants a gold bag.
Yeah, see, I know your mom wants to do that. Is a Super Trump hat right there. That's brand new, right there. And these are brand new things that we have been doing right here. We have a hair clip, a Trump hair clip for the hair. Okay. We have all these pins right here. We make all the jewelry in Dallas. 99% of the stuff in there is made in Dallas. We have hair clips, earrings, necklaces, and purses. They're all hand set. Jason and I do the purses over there.
Is there a website where we can get more information?
Well, it's usatrumpstore.com. 80% of the stuff is not there, so drop us a message because we do sell out and we come up with new stuff all the time.
I'm really loving. Let's get a close up of this hat. That is so cool. That would be great for today to keep the sun away.
Absolutely. We've probably sold 500 of these already. We have the Make America Great Again. We have the one with this face, and we have one left with the American flag colors, and that's it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Again, save me one. Look at this purse.
Yes.
All these. So we saw Michelle Obama's purse, and we're like, we want to do something for Melania because she's beautiful. And then we did the tote over there too for Melania. And actually, President Trump has that purse. We were in Bedminster, and he grabbed that purse and he said Melania would love it. We have a video of it too.
Oh, I bet she does, and I'm sure she wears it beautifully like she does everything.
We were going to be at the Trump Doral. We couldn't make it. We were in Dallas. So we got like 12-hour notice, and it takes us 24 hours to get there.
But you're here, and you're doing well. It's so good to see you.
And we're going to be at the RNC too.
Love it. Okay.
She spoke so highly of you.
Yes, I love Vanessa.
I'm so
and
happy
her
that we're
mom,
here.
And hook her mom up too.
You're so sweet, my mom.
Okay. Yeah, I love everything. Are you kidding
Mom's
me?
always watching, so she sees you right now. Hey, good to see you, and I'll come check in.
Paul, we want to say hi to Paul. Paul's our buddy. Okay.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. How you doing, Paul? Listen, we have exciting news, by the way. Did you know this? We launched our new store on Sticker Mule. It's packed with awesome RSBN merch, including stickers, T-shirts, keychains, and more. You can go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Check it out now. And a big portion of sales, this is great, is going to go to RSBN because we want to ensure that we can continue to bring you all this unfiltered entertainment, information, and coverage every time we have an event. And so all you have to do is just show your support, grab some cool gear. We've got you covered. Again, that's stickermule.com and /RSBN.
Yeah,
Easy.
they have stickers on there, of course, Sticker Mule. And they have T-shirts, RSBN T-shirts. So make sure you go to that website, stickermule.com/RSBN. Get yourself some gear, and also get yourself some gear for your family members and your friends and your coworkers. That way they know where to watch, which network to trust, and they'll never miss a beat here on the campaign trail. Okay, let's move away because she's got lots of shoppers
so
here,
much.
which is great for
We
her.
appreciate
We're gonna
you.
continue making our way to the line as we start nearing the end of Merchandise Row. So we are heading that way. People are excited. Kids for Trump.
I love this.
Truth really upsets most people. How old are you?
11.
11 years old. And I love this sign, Kids for Trump. Tell us about why you love him so much.
Because we didn't have any wars whenever he was in president, and now we have a whole bunch of wars going on, and inflation and gas prices, and like when my mom was at the booth buying stuff, the guy drove by and said "F you," and another 10-year-old said potatoes were. It was better back then, and potatoes are $10 a bag. So.
That's terrible for someone to say those ugly words, but we're not like that. We love our freedom, and we love our people, and we're going to continue to spread love and not hate, correct?
Yeah.
What grade are you in?
5th.
5th grade. So Kids for Trump, are the classmates, your classmates, are they for Trump too?
Yeah.
You go to a cool school.
Yeah, little Elwood City.
Well, that's awesome. So the kids in your school love President Trump. How long did it take you to make this sign?
I don't know. Like 20 minutes.
20 minutes? That's awesome. That would probably take me several hours, Nikki. Wow, You're creative. I love that.
That was impressive.
Is this your first Trump rally?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a lot of excitement ahead of you. I hope he gets to see you in the crowd and see that awesome sign.
VIP.
Okay.
He's got it going on today. I'm a little jealous of you. Tell us your name one more time.
Matthew Popovich.
Matthew, so good to see you. Have such a great time. You get to see President Trump today. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Thanks, Matthew.
Kids
Matthew
for
is
Trump,
awesome.
11 years old, Nikki.
I love it. Thank you, Matthew. This is amazing. We've got so many more people to talk to today. You don't want to miss it, Vanessa. That was adorable. We will be right back. We're going to a quick break, and then when you join us again, we'll be on the line showing off all the fabulous people here at this big Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Hey everybody, I'm Nikki Stanzione live in Butler, Pennsylvania at this incredible Trump rally, the last one before the RNC kicks off this week. It's going to be super exciting today. We already have so many Patriots here ready for an incredible day ahead. Before we go any further, let me just tell you guys about the best-selling kids guide to President Trump. It is available free to all viewers. All you have to pay is for shipping and handling, very simply. And the guide has been updated for 2024, so it will explain Trump's vision for the future. It's going to help you understand the policies on immigration, on crime. You know, it's not surprising, obviously, to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse, and America is under siege by illegal immigrants. We all know this. So more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration, and as future voters, our kids need to be informed. We just saw a fabulous interview with 11-year-old Matthew. We're seeing a lot of kids here today. They want that information. They yearn for truth and understanding, for information that is real, not narratives, not edits, but the truth. And so the Kids Guide to President Trump will help them to understand this and his vision for America following his reelection. So all you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Very, very simple. And in the meantime, look at all these fun people we have here. I know you all are waiting for a picture with Scott, but we want to say hi to you too. Can I say hello to you really fast? I love Trump, Make America Great Again, USA. Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Olivia, and I'm from McDonald, PA.
Hi, Olivia. So, is this your first Trump rally?
No, I went to see him in 2016 at the Civic Center in Wheeling.
Oh, okay, so that was the last one? Yeah. So maybe she's our good luck charm, because the last time you went to see him was right before he won. Yeah. So now, let's say that can happen again. That would be wonderful. What are some of your favorite things as far as policies go when it comes to President Trump?
Oh,
you'd like to see more of?
Everything. I absolutely love him. He's the most amazing president ever. I love everything about him.
Oh, that's a great answer. Well, and we appreciate you coming out today. Thank you so much. I know you're waiting to get some photos as well. Vanessa's going to actually talk to Scott in just a moment. He's going to be out here giving us some great information because he's so involved and invested in elections.
He is. You know, the man, the myth, the legend. He's here. He's right behind me. Scott Pressler is here, and you know him and what he does on a daily basis, always getting people registered to vote. He's all over the country, and he's really focusing on this state right here, Pennsylvania, and you can see the people lined up to meet him. They love him because they know that's what he does, that he is trying to save this country, change this country, and make sure people are registered. He goes everywhere, whether it's a Starbucks or a gas station or a football game, you name it, he's there, and he's here today. And I saw him just minutes ago registering voters. So people are actually here, which is surprising to me, not registered to vote yet. What are you doing? Make sure you're registered to vote. And if you are registered, check your cards and make sure they're not expired. Make sure you do all of that ahead of time because it's so important. This election is so very important. We're going to come over here and get ready for Scott as he takes pictures with all of his fans and the people who love him. Making sure, as you see, people are registered to vote. Well, go ahead. Yes, you're good. So I'll just let you look at the people as they meet Scott. And as they walk off, he asks them, are you registered to vote? Again, that's what he does. And look over here who's also waiting, a little baby. Babies for Trump right here. I love to see it. How old? 5 months old. How cute. Maybe her first words will be Trump. Could be. Make America cute again. We need it. Scott, so good to see you. How are you?
Listen, I'm in Butler, Pennsylvania, surrounded by thousands of God-fearing, freedom-loving Trump supporters. I think this is what heaven looks like, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's got to be close, right?
Yes, and we're registering everyone to vote. And I know some people are like, but Scott, you know, everybody that comes to a Trump rally, they've got to be registered. Actually, I've heard a statistic that 13% of Trump rally goers are not registered to vote.
I believe you, but I can't believe that because you think that the people who are here would know for sure that they're registered, but they're not.
Well, and the coolest thing is today we registered a gentleman wearing a Marine Corps hat, and I peeked at his date of birth, and it said, you know, he's a gentleman that was born in the 60s. He's never voted in his entire life, and I tell you, I've been doing this for a little while, and I'm seeing people that have never voted ever, but they realize the urgency of this election. They realize what is at stake in this election, and they are coming out proudly to elect Donald J. Trump as our next president.
I love to hear it. I also love following you. You're on the go. Let's talk about, someone actually brought you up the other night, and they were talking about your numbers that you look for every day that come in. Walk me through how that works, because you really follow flipping these counties and getting people registered to vote and make sure these counties are red. So walk me through that process and how you look forward to those numbers every day.
Well, and in fact, you know, I'm wearing a very particular shirt with you today. This is my Turn Bucks County red shirt. So this is why this is important. In Pennsylvania, you know, we have closed primaries, which is voter registration by party, right? And so 4 years ago, Bucks County, which is outside of Philadelphia, this is one of those collar counties that voted for Hillary Clinton, voted for Joe Biden, right? And so it is a blue, quote-unquote, county. Now, 4 years ago, there were 15,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans. As of Monday of this week, that number is down from 15,000 to 281. That shows me that the wind is at our sails. That shows me that I think the independent voter, I think people just see what's going on and they're tired of Joe Biden and they want change. And so I look at the voter registration data, and so that's how I get those numbers. I report it, and on Monday, because I'm going straight to Milwaukee after this to go to the RNC convention, I'm going to be able to tell Laura Trump and Donald Trump and everybody else what those next numbers are on Monday of next week.
I love it. I love it. Can't wait till Monday. Make sure you're following Scott because he puts those numbers out all the time, and I always look forward to seeing those on your X account, formerly Twitter. Let's talk about the RNC. Doing a lot of work with them. Are you seeing a big initiative and more spirit since Laura's been involved and you're involved now? So talk about the push for change with the RNC.
Well, I'll tell you, and I'm not just, I'm not here to give hopium. I'm not here to give baloney. I have never seen so much synergy within the Republican Party going into a presidential election, especially in a swing state like Pennsylvania. So on the ground, we not only have my organization, which is Early Vote Action, and we just got a $1 million commitment to my organization. We're going to be hiring 19 staffers full-time across Pennsylvania. And then you've got the PA GOP. How you doing? Let's go. And then you've got Turning Point Action, and then you've got PA Chase. I mean, I have never seen this level of grassroots organizing, and I will say it has been night and day. I reached out to Chairwoman McDaniel for 304 days without a response. Within 7 days of Laura Trump becoming the RNC co-chair, I heard from her. And for the first time ever, I met with Laura at the RNC headquarters for the first time. So the change between the last administration and this new one, co-chaired by Laura Trump and Michael Whatley, is night and day.
Love it. And so you hear it from Scott. The energy is there. The people are there. You said you're going to do some hires for your organization.
Yes.
What will they actually be doing in Pennsylvania?
Boots on the ground. This is going to be voter registration, face-to-face, direct content. I mean, if you look right behind you, this is our Early Vote Action tent right here. We are registering people to vote, and we're also making sure that people have a plan whether if they can vote on Tuesday, November 5th. If not, vote early, vote by mail. But we are meeting people where they are, going to Home Depot and farmers markets and truck stops and gun shows and Cabela's and Boot Barn. Meet people where they are. That is our strategy.
And people at home, what is your advice to them? You know, how can they be a Scott Pressler in their home state and just make sure that their friends and family are registered to vote?
Yes. Well, number one, I want to give a shout out. Thank you, Right Side Broadcasting. I mean, you in part really have changed my life. The work that I did with you guys in the 2020 elections, you know, I have people come to me all the time. Scott Pressler, I know you from Right Side Broadcasting. So thank you to the RSBN family and to Brian Glenn and all of our people. Now, I want you guys at home, if you want to make a real difference, please download the Early Vote Action app. It's available both on iPhone and Android. It's free, and you from home, I don't care if you're in Hawaii or Texas or California, let's say you're in a really blue state or a really red state, you can send text messages, write postcards, and make phone calls from the comfort of your home to swing voters in swing states. We make it so easy for you. We even give you the names of people, the addresses of people. We give you the script of what to say to people. We just ask that you very humbly contribute yourself some either postcard stamps or postcards, and then write them, and then ship them in the mail and take a photo. That's it.
Easy peasy. Tell us the app one more time.
Yes, it is Early Vote Action. Early vote, like you're voting, taking action, and then my website is earlyvoteaction.com. And again, if you want to see us continue to hire more people, more boots on the ground, I do ask very humbly for your financial contribution at earlyvoteaction.com.
Scott Pressler, so good to see you. Love following you. And when I see your posts, I just smile because it's people like you who are really making a difference in this country, and the people love you for it.
Well, I love the people, and listen, I ask you, do everything within your power, guys. We can do this, and I don't want to just win, you know, Arizona and Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but let's bring the peaceful fight to Maine, into Minnesota, into Virginia, and let's bring our message of peace and prosperity everywhere across the country.
Scott, so good to see you, and have fun next week at the RNC.
Let's go.
Yes, absolutely. You have a line of people waiting to see you, so I'll let you get back to business. I'm sure there's more people that you need to register today as well. Scott Pressler, everyone. Thank you. And we'll go to Nikki now.
Everybody loves listening to what you have to say. You've made such a difference, so thank you. You really have. And other people are making a difference too. My new friend Rachel here, I stopped her because I loved her shirt because it says "Wanted for President Donald J. Trump 2024." Wanted, like my favorite song by Bon Jovi. I will tell you, it is such a pleasure to talk to you. Let's talk first and foremost about what you were saying to me about why we need President Trump back in office. You have a baby right now.
Yes, we do.
And so tell me, this is like Trump rally baby.
I mean, I don't even know where to start.
Joe and the hoe gotta go.
I mean, I don't even know where to start. Everything that he stands for. I was a Democrat in 2000 and whatever. I mean, I've always been a Christian, but after maybe my liberal arts degree, I was swayed a certain way, and my whole family went a direction, and that's fine. But it has become so obvious to me. And I didn't even vote for him the first time in 2016. I had this revelation coming up around 2017. I actually started following Scott Presler, all these different people, and it resonated with me. And I mean, obviously the border, obviously super pro-life here, the abortion thing. There's almost 1 million children that have already been, since Roe v. Wade has been disbanded, more children are dying. So the fight is very, very important. He holds on to values, family values. I don't know. It's overwhelming. I'm constantly on here. I'm an artist. I'm a freelance artist. I started working for myself, actually. 2020 was the thing to me that changed. It was all exposed and what's happened. And I love that his mantra of never giving up, to always keep going. And even though, people have a lot to say about him, there's such a sincerity, a genuine, and he's fun, he's happy. I watch the Benny Show a lot. It's you can't lose with happy warriors. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that. I love that thought. And when you say a lot of people have a lot to say, the thing that I take from this, and this is what I do for a living, so I really try to pay attention to both sides to hear. Absolutely. And the things that I hear that are negative are usually from people who really haven't had the exposure. They've only seen clips, or they've seen edits, or they've heard things, but they haven't really seen the facts, and they haven't been informed on the level that you have.
Information warfare. I mean, we're in an information warfare, so there's a lot of lies that are just being espoused, very irresponsibly. So to me, that's so important. We're literally at the juncture where it's not sustainable, the ideologies that are being pushed into the world, and we have to get back to God. We have to get back to one nation under God, not to force anyone to believe anything, but that we are led by our Savior, because that is in the Word of God. A nation of the Lord is what? Yes, but it will be, God will bless it. So
beautifully said. And as a new mom, I mean, this is an important time for you because you're raising somebody. We'll talk to you in just a moment. Just a moment. I really want everybody that's watching right now to understand how important it is as somebody who's raising a child, right? The importance of what we need to see change. And you did say that you are a painter, that that you're an artist. I saw one of your pieces. Tell us a little bit about that.
So actually, right before January 6th, it was Christmas time, I was totally led to paint a portrait of Donald Trump. And Rudy Giuliani was, during that whole time where he and Sidney Powell and everyone went together, he was on a helicopter with Mine Eyes Have Seen the Glory, and that song, and it was resonating so much during that time that I also do topography, so I did a portrait, and I don't know if you could see it, but I wrote on the portrait, it said, he has sounded forth the trump that shall never call retreat, and I sent it to Trump right before all this in wrapping paper, so the post office is like, what is this? You're sending this to the White House. Sent it, and right after January 6th, I got a presidential sealed letter from him and Melania saying thank you so much. Wow. So Trump, if you need a portrait after you win the 2024 election and after your term is over, I'm your lady.
That is incredible, Rachel. I love that they wrote to you. Everybody says he acknowledges people.
All right.
Well, you know what?
Follow me
yeah.
At, Ray Dawn Art on Instagram or www.racheldawnart.com.
And I'll post it on my Truth as well if you want to go to @NickStanz, NIKSTANZ. I'll post it for you and I'll share it later on because it's so beautiful. I love what you've done. I love talking to you. Thank you.
Nice to meet
so
you.
great.
Oh my God, you're doing wonderful
Thank
stuff.
you so
Have a
much.
safe
God
trip
bless
back
you
to
and your family. Thank you. Oh, hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very happy.
Okay, I'm very happy to see you here. Thank you for waiting.
Maybe you don't know me very well, but I know you very well.
Well, we appreciate your support and we thank you for watching us. Tell us who you are so everybody can tell, so we know. We're going to start walking in a moment, but we want to make sure we get you on camera.
Yes. The reason is I used to work for Auburn University 20 years ago.
Oh my God.
So that's why I know your office in Opa-locka Road. Opa-locka. The Opa-locka Road.
Our studios, yes.
157. So you are my friend.
Oh my gosh, that's where our studios are. How funny.
So I live now I live in Pittsburgh for 20 years. 20 years ago, I live in Auburn, Oblaka. My son, was born in Oblaka Hospital.
Sweet is that? So now you're in Pittsburgh, and you're still a loyal fan and follower of RSBN and, of course, President Trump. What do you love so? You're so passionate, and I love your energy. What is it about President Trump that gets you so excited and so enthusiastic?
Correct. I think President Trump is unique in U.S. history, and he is a great president. I think the history will prove that. Yeah, we'll prove that.
Yes, well, it is. What is your first name again?
Junhai.
Junhai?
Yeah.
It's so wonderful to meet you.
I went to university 20 years ago.
Well, it's wonderful. You're such a joy. You're really, it's contagious happiness and energy, and I love meeting you.
So that's why today I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you because I missed you several times. So this time I said I must find you. Yeah.
And the whole world is watching, and we're so happy to meet you. And please come find us. We'll be here all day today, and we're ready to talk more. And we appreciate you very much. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. And I know we're going to walk and go to the line, but really quickly, Mayor J.D. Longo of Slippery Rock wants to say hello. Oh, you're so sweet. Aw, thank you. You're so kind. Thank you, sweetheart. You're so lovely. Hi there.
Ma'am?
Yeah, we're going to come talk to you again in a little while. He's such a wonderful person. And speaking of wonderful people, the mayor of Slippery Rock, right here. This is J.D. Longo. And tell us a little bit about what your mission is today here at the rally.
Thank you. Well, I've been given the honor of actually participating in the rally today. When the president last came to visit us and honor us with his presence in 2020, it was Halloween night. I was allowed to lead the rally and the pledge, so I'll get the chance to do that again today. Very grateful to the campaign for that. Shout out to Justin. Thank you.
I'm excited. I feel like I'm with an extra special celebrity now. I'll be watching you on the stage. So tell us a little bit about the enthusiasm that you're seeing in your community for President Trump this time around.
Well, I got to tell you, 60,000 people came here to see President Trump in Butler in 2020, and at the time I thought nothing could ever match this electricity that's in the air, right? But seeing the build-up to this event here today and talking with people here on the ground, it's clear that enthusiasm is tenfold in 2024. We're all in to win Pennsylvania and deliver Pennsylvania to Donald Trump and Republican candidates up and down the ballot.
Beautifully said. And what's interesting is that in 2020, we were living in a very different time. It was, people were masked, people are afraid to go out, people are afraid to hug. I'm finding strangers are hugging and giving each other, everybody's shaking hands. It's a really, I would say, a warm feeling within the community. And have you seen a massive difference since that time as well?
Well, to be honest with you, I think that what makes us special as Republicans and as conservatives is our fierce independence. And so that warmth that we were feeling, or that we are feeling now, we got to feel back in 2020. That was especially, yes, ma'am, that's right. That was especially true in blood red counties like Butler County that are very much Trump country. And if you were here in 2020, you'll remember we were all here and we were enjoying camaraderie together, and everybody was just fine, and we knew it was going to be fine. We came out to support our president, and it was just a great time. So, that energy is continuing on. It's great to see everybody smiling and hopeful for the future.
And that's what we are. And real quickly, I saw people were stopping you and saying, well, what are you doing for the community? What are you doing? Because these are your constituents. These are people that really rely on you in their community to see change and to see better times. So what are some of the things? I heard you telling some people some of the things you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. So I think the thing that I'm most proud of is the fact that we have not raised property taxes at all since I took office in 2018. Thank you. We would love to have you. We always need Republican men and women to come and continue our mission with us. We've made it easier for businesses to move into Slippery Rock. We reduced the fees in the fee resolution for new and existing businesses to save 25% on their permits and fees. And for small business owners, that's a large chunk of change. And if you want to talk about social issues, we just raised last year the largest and highest flying American flag in a 135 square mile radius. It flies proud over Slippery Rock. So my hope is that the president is going to get a chance to see it when he's flying in and out of the region sometime. Thank you.
Love that. Maybe today. It is so wonderful to talk to you. Thank you, Mayor. It's great. We'll be seeing you on the stage later today. Just so everybody knows, the program does begin 5 p.m. Eastern time. No, actually, President Trump is expected to speak 5 p.m. You will be out there somewhere between 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The program starts around 3.
So around 3 p.m. Eastern, we'll see the program. Thank you so much. And at around 5 p.m., we will see, hopefully, That's when it's scheduled. We'll see President Trump get on stage. We're going to start walking a little towards the line because we have a ton of people to talk to. Everybody's having a good time. How nice is it? Petrie's got on camera right now. How nice was that he offered to buy us food? I mean, people are like, can we get you something to drink? Can we get you something to eat? It's a hot day out here. We're not playing. When we go to these Trump rallies, we bring the heat. There's no question about that. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think President Trump put in an order to Mother Nature to make every rally the hottest day on record, every city that he's in. In fact, can we get a water for my... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to give one to... Thank you so much.
All right, so we are continuing to walk. We just left Merchandise Row, and now we're walking to the line of people. So you're here with us as we walk along.
Yes, I know at some point we'll be throwing it back to the studio as well as we make our way. But in the meantime, we're just walking and talking and we're just picking up some waters as we walk as well. And we will be going back and forth at some point to the studio as well from, I believe, Matthew. Is Matthew in studio today?
He is, and let me tell you, wish you had smell-o-vision, because as we get to these food vendors, it's starting to smell really nice, the aroma from the food. So we passed up the Merchandise Row. Now we're here where, hi, good to see you.
You sure?
Now we're here where the food vendors are.
I'll say if Joe Biden on camera.
Then we have Trump Force 47 booth here.
Oh, my.
They're wanting poll workers and watchers needed. ProtectTheVote.com, that booth. And here we are, everyone, entering the line.
Hold on. We've got full hands, so we will get on camera in just a moment. We've got our hands full, and we are walking and talking. Oh, look at all of these people today. It is packed.
So the line starts here, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. Hi. And it is hot. It's scorching out here. The sun's beating down. The people have their hats on. They are trying to get to some shade and hoping for a little bit of cloud coverage today.
Okay, we will be on camera in just a moment. We're just trying to get our stuff together. We're carrying a lot of things and walking as we go. Hold on.
All right, so as we wait to get to the crowd and get situated here, we want to remind you that if you have back taxes or if you have filed an extension for your taxes, that's okay. That's where some experts come in. Do not lose any sleep thinking about those back taxes or filing your taxes. Go to taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. These people have been in business for 14 plus years. No matter where you live, they have people who are experts in your state. They are licensed in your state, and they are ready to help you. They have saved their customers over $1 billion in back taxes, and you can be the next person. So don't stress, don't fret, don't get upset and lose any more sleep about those taxes. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. They actually talk with the IRS and do all the negotiations for you, so you don't have to. That's why they're the experts. So let them handle that for you. That's taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. You can also call that 1-800 number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. Tax Network USA. They will get you on the right path to financial freedom. Okay, let's show the line again.
It is
as we
busy.
Get ready to see President Trump here this evening. So we've just gone here to the back of the line. People are moving in. You can see the bike racks.
Busy.
And
the food looks good, Vanessa.
It really does. Smells good, too.
I try to stick to my diet, except at the rallies, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, this is when we have our cheat days.
My
You
indulgent day is always
Yes.
rally day.
Our cheat days with our diet at the Trump rallies.
Lots of
Because everyone's
fries.
having food and fun and
Wow,
you
look at
know.
these lines today. You know, it always behooves me, if you will, when I watch other media and they say, yeah, it wasn't that busy at the Trump rally. And I say, really? Because I was there. And busy is an understatement. And when we talk about crowds, look around you. You can see the real crowd. This is the truth. This is the facts. Thousands of people here ready to rally for their favorite president.
And they have come out in full force. It is 1 p.m. Eastern, top of the hour right now. President Trump doesn't speak for another 4 hours. The pre-program starts before then. Look at these people ready to rock and roll.
This is
here. Trump. Hey, Kamala Harris definitely keeps it hairy.
this is what it's all about.
We're taking interviews.
We'll interview you, of course. We're here with the truth. It's all about what's really happening, not the fake news showing a portion of a crowd. The whole crowd. You hear it. It's music. So we're here with lots of people who want to talk to us about their love for President Trump. What's your name?
Christian.
Hi, Christian. That's my best friend's name. Where are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Okay, so not far. We're not far from the Ohio border. In fact, a lot of people saying J.D. Vance is from Ohio. He could potentially be the next VP of the United States. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of rumors going around that there might be a reveal tonight, so I'm excited. I'm all for it.
Well, it is the last rally before the RNC, so it's very possible that we're going to get some, who knows, we could see surprising news, we could see announcements, we could hear things we've never heard before. The beauty of President Trump is as predictable as he is with making sure we know we can trust him, he's that unpredictable with bringing us fun surprises too, right?
Yeah, it's going to get pretty rowdy tonight, and God bless America.
God bless America. Is this your first rally?
Yeah.
You're in for it.
18.
So this is your first time voting?
Yep.
Who are you voting for, just out of curiosity?
Probably Hillary Clinton. I'm joking. Nah, Trump.
We're so happy you're here. Thank you. And congratulations on being ready to vote. It's awesome. Thank you. Women for Trump over here. We've got beautiful women on the line. Anybody that says the women are not out for Trump,
Women. Hi, women for Trump, absolutely.
Okay, and real quickly, if you don't mind telling our viewers, what is it as a woman that makes you so inspired and enthused by President Trump's policies?
Oh, we just love him. We love what he stands for. Everything. Closed borders. Absolutely. Everything.
Love it. What's your first name?
Lorraine.
Lorraine, thank you for being here today. Nice to meet you. And Vanessa's over here talking to some other fun patriots. We've got so many people on the line today. We are going to be bringing you the live coverage all day, straight through until President Trump speaks at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
So I just had an interesting encounter. I just got cussed out for being fake news. And I said, no,
we are not fake news.
That was my first ever encounter. I got called every name in the book.
No.
Finger in my face.
Oh, no.
But it's all right. Hey,
We
how
are
you doing,
not the
police
fake news.
officers for
We
Trump?
are right
I'm from
side
the law
broadcasting.
enforcement
We
family,
are
very
right.
happy and
Thank you.
supportive of our
Yeah,
law
sure,
enforcement
sure.
officers. Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm West Elmer, Moon Township.
Do you feel, I already feel like I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you feel like the police officers are getting the backing they need from the Biden administration?
Oh, hell no. Not at all. Not at all. It's a shame what he's doing.
Are you a police officer now or are you retired?
Neither.
I am. He's a veteran.
I'm a veteran.
I'm a police officer, and he's a police officer retired.
So are you a police officer now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your service. How do you feel about the, I guess, lack of support from the current administration?
When Trump comes back, we'll be fine. That's how I feel.
What, can you name your department on air? Or? That's okay. So what do you feel like the difference is? What's the biggest difference in the last 3 years as a law enforcement officer serving?
The disrespect. There's no respect for officers now. You're getting killed every time you turn around. So we got to watch our backs.
Well, I'll tell you that the silent majority loves our police officers. We're no longer silent. So what you see on the streets is different than what the majority feels, and we're very supportive of you. So thank you for your service. Thank you. And thank you for your service as well. A veteran, what branch did you serve?
I was in the Army.
In the Army. Okay, let's talk about same topic. Do you feel like veterans are getting the help they need from this current administration?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, when I see illegals coming across the border and they're getting put up in hotels and free food and all the amenities, and I see our veterans sleeping on the streets, that's total shame. Total shame.
Do you feel like the illegal aliens coming in are getting better taken care of than our veterans?
Oh, 110%, I believe that. I believe that 110%.
This makes your stomach churn to know this.
It does. I mean, every time I see it on the news, it's just, I got to turn the channel. I mean, it's horrible.
We got Chance going. These people are hot, but they're excited today.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And I'm glad I'm here with them.
I'm proud of you. Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the crowd is energetic. They're excited. Everyone is sweating. Nikki,
Oh yeah, including us.
We're drenched, but that's okay.
My apologies to the viewing public, but you know we got to do what we got to do. We just finished saying we would only sweat for President Trump, right? So this is the first time you've been to a President Trump rally. So tell me a little bit about what inspired you to come out here in this excessive heat today to be here for your favorite president.
It's Trump. Why wouldn't you be here for him?
Great answer. It's like simple, basic, to the point, and it's the truth. And you're the quiet one. I know you said you're the quiet one, but even though you're the quiet one, is there any issue in particular that you would really like to hear addressed tonight from President Trump?
I would like to see more African Americans vote for President Trump. Is because he doesn't get the respect that he deserves. He has uplifted my community, and I just hope more African Americans will join the march to bring him back.
I love hearing that. Thank you. It'll be interesting to see because on the short list of vice presidential picks, we have Ben Carson, we have Byron Donalds, we have Tim Scott. So he's really trying to continue to build momentum with the African American community. And a lot of people are waking up to the difference between the life under Joe Biden and a life under Donald Trump.
Yes, and what really upsets me, he is not a racist. Donald Trump is not a racist. He is for all people. Not just Caucasians, but everybody. And I just hope that people start to listen and bring him back and uplift this country. And another thing, we need God back in this country. And beginning with him, it'll be done.
Well said. See, a man of few words and very important words. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you said because that's a sentiment we're hearing a lot. And, you know, people hearing about wanting to bring faith back into their lives, bringing God back into their lives, and of course uniting people from all backgrounds, all communities, all races, all ethnicities. He's not for one side or another. He's for America, period, the end. And that's why he always says, I'm not about being conservative, I'm about being common sense. Is that something that you find to be something that is appealing about President Trump to you?
That is absolutely right. Like, he doesn't care Democrat or Republican. He cares about common sense and, like, making this country better because of, like, what's logical. Like, unlike all the other politicians, they go based off what the people want to hear. But it doesn't matter if that's what the people want to hear. It's what's the right thing to do.
Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Nima.
Nima, so nice to meet you. Thank you for that. And I have these gentlemen over here. They've been asking if they could be interviewed. They wanted to talk about their love for President Trump. Thank you guys so much for being here today. What are your names?
My name is Barath, but also I go as Bert.
Bert. Hi, Bert.
Rio.
My name is Floyd.
Thank you all so much for being here today. So tell me, why are you standing here, waiting on these long lines, standing in the heat? What is it that's inspired you?
We're here to support our president, Donald Trump. I feel like he's the only one that's actually here to put America first and look after this country. I feel like everybody else just is not doing that. It's that simple.
You feel like they're out for themselves and the elites, right?
At the end of the day, elections come and go. Why not be a part of something great?
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. And?
I'm here for Trump. He's here to save us all. I love him.
Oh, Well, I know he watches RSBN all the time, so I hope he saw all you gentlemen. Thank you for representing.
Hey, Sleepy Joe, you're in for a rude awakening come election day, all right?
He'll actually wake up, you mean? Sleepy?
Yeah?
He's not waking up.
He's
not waking up.
We don't know what's going to happen. It's been very chaotic. Thank you guys so much. That was great. You know, it's a hot one out here, Vanessa, but we are talking to so many amazing people of all age groups, all backgrounds, a lot of military folks. It's incredible to see this.
It really is. It really is. And to see this line already and on such a hot day, people just don't mind it. They're here. And look, the line's starting to move, so they're trying to take their place in line to get the better seat in the House whenever those gates open, and I think they just did because I saw people starting to move in. But look at this line of people, how amazing. Tell me that Biden can pull this crowd
I don't think so.
He cannot even fill a high school basketball gymnasium, but the people here are here to see President Trump. They're excited and they're ready to rock and roll today. They have their waters, as you can see, their umbrellas. Any type of shade helps. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Sawyer Reed, and I'm from Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you love most about President Trump?
He's way better than Biden. That's how much I love him so much. I love him. He's the best.
How old are you?
19.
19. Any teenagers you know? How are they feeling about the election? Who are they voting for?
All my friends are voting for Trump.
Yeah, you hang out with a good crowd. I like your friends. Younger generation, are you seeing a switch in people who are getting more involved in the political scene?
Definitely after the shit show of the past 4 years, I've seen a lot. I lived in kind of like a liberal community, and I'm seeing a lot of change there too as well. So, you know, that's always good. It's always good to see.
Well, make sure are you registered?
Yes, I am.
Good, good. You're registered to vote. I don't want you to miss your family and friends. So, okay. First Trump rally?
Yes.
All right. Are your friends here?
Yes. Yes.
Good. So everybody's excited to see President Trump. I like what you said about you're seeing some change. What are people saying in your neighborhoods? Let's think outside the box and get away from your friends for a second. Whether it's at work or just people in the community, what are they saying?
I feel like most of them are just saying, like, we've dealt with so much bullshit the past 4 years, like all the stuff with the border's a mess, and then, you know, giving all the money to Ukraine whenever us taxpayers are paying that. There's no reason that we should be doing it, and I'm about ready for a Republican to be in office again.
All right, any ideas who you think will be the VP pick?
Who I want to be is Vivek Ramaswamy.
All right, you're a Vivek fan.
Yes, I am. I'm a Vivek fan, but if not him, maybe Rubio, maybe him. Other than that, as long as they're good, you know.
And you know President Trump will pick someone who's good, so we'll be in good hands no matter what.
Surely not Mike Pence again. Surely not.
I don't think that's going to happen. Between me and you, I don't think that's going to happen. All right, well, you can go ahead and go meet your friends. I know that the line is getting a little chaotic right now. Good to see you. Keep up the good work. And tell your teenage friends to make sure they go out and vote. We need the younger generation.
I will. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, so good to see the younger crowd out here and those getting enthusiastic to vote as well at such a young age. You know, I say it all the time that if your child or your niece or nephew or cousin or friend is turning 18 years old, what perfect birthday present than to get them a voter registration card, get them registered to vote.
I spoke with a gentleman just a few minutes ago who just turned 18, his first time voting, and he said what an honor it is to be able to have his first vote be cast for Donald J. Trump. That's exciting. That's an exciting thing to be able to look back and say, you know, I was a part of a really historical election. You know, every election, of course, is important. Every election is monumental within its own right. But this one is a different beast. And we're noticing right now, because we don't even know for sure who the Democratic nominee might be, that we're in a different place than we've ever been at this stage of the game for the election.
Right. Absolutely. So We are just going to wait that one out and see what happens on the Democrat side, but it's a mess over there. And again, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. We have lots of news to cover here on RSBN, so stick around for that. All the news of the day and the week and what we're looking forward to ahead. But this is the crowd right now. It's pretty large on this Saturday here in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Nikki Stanzione. So good to see you. Make sure that you're following us on social media as well as RSBN. Sign up for our newsletter so you don't miss a beat from now until November as we start getting really busy. This is it. You know, we have the RNC next week, and this is a rally before the RNC. And then we just have so much to do and so much going on. And we know President Trump's going to be a busy man, and we're going to be right there along the way with him. So make sure you sign up for our newsletter as well. All right, continuing to watch.
We've got a new friend here, Vanessa. This is JD. And JD, is this your first time coming to a Trump rally?
Yep. It's my first time.
Are you from this area?
Near Boyers.
Okay. So tell me, why are you so excited to be here today? We're so happy to see young supporters of President Trump.
Because I prefer him over Joe.
Yeah. Well, he's ready to make America great again, right? That's the big difference. So what grade are you in?
Fourth, going into fifth.
Oh, congratulations, right? You just finished fourth grade. So fifth is a good year. So as you go into fifth grade, do you have a lot of other friends who are interested in politics, or are you one of the few of your friends that loves following the presidential election?
I know one of my friends are here, but I don't know about the others.
Well, I really give you a lot of credit for standing up for what you believe in. Is there anything specifically about President Trump's personality? Do you think he's funny? What is it about him that you love so much?
Everything. Pretty much.
Well, we are so happy to talk to you today. Thank you for coming out and saying hello to our RSBN audience. And I wish you good luck in fifth grade. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
You're going to love the rally. It's a lot of fun. You got to do a lot of cheering, though. When he comes out, you got to say, USA. Thanks, JD. Bye-bye. Such a nice kid. Such great people here today. So many great kids. We're seeing different age groups. We're seeing a lot of women, a lot of men. We're seeing a lot of veterans. We're seeing a lot of seniors. We're seeing people of all ages. And my goodness gracious, this line is serious. Now, I was in Wildwood, and we were on the beach. I believe there were about 100,000 people, I think, as was the final count, something close to 100,000. And it looked actually less busy than what it looks like right here right now, and that's almost 100,000 people. So I can't even imagine what we're looking at in a count today. All I can say is I know that this means the world to President Trump. If he is watching, which he often is, I know when he sees these crowds, it invigorates him, it excites him, it gives him that extra push to say, you know what, I'm doing this for all of you. Because, listen, we always say he could have a very simple life right now. He could be golfing every day and just relaxing. But instead, he's putting up with so much from the left. He's dealing with a lot of issues that are so important and pivotal to the changes that we need in our country. And he does it for all of us. And this is a crowd that recognizes that and is here to support that today. Love seeing it. Lots of cowboy boots out there today, too. I'm seeing this is like it's rural, it's country, but it's Pennsylvania. It's like we're just about on the border of the Midwest. We're getting really close to Ohio in the area that we're in, but we're still technically in the Mid-Atlantic. It's fun to see people from every part of the country, isn't it, Vanessa? Just everybody with the same level of enthusiasm.
It really is. The people here love, obviously, President Trump, and they're coming from all over Pennsylvania. The cities of no surprise that we're hearing the most of their concern is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. They say all the suburbs they expect to go red in November, but it's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that they're really worried about. So like any other big city, that's the main concern. If you look at Texas, you have Dallas, you have Houston, you have Austin. If you look at California, you have Los Angeles, New York City. So it's usually those big cities, but the people in the suburbs, they are voting for President Trump. But again, don't let this crowd size deter you from voting. Don't let polls deter you from voting. The bigger the turnout, the better. Let's have that red tsunami, not just presidential. We're here for President Trump today, but we need to have it across the board, state, local elections. Make sure that you get out and vote red all the way down. Let's hear the chant, USA, as the crowd
We need the House, we need the Senate, we need it all. We need it all, and this is a great start. Vanessa, I've been to several rallies, but you've been to 10,000 times more than even I have, and I'm curious, would you say this is one of the largest crowds that you've seen in a while? This is a huge crowd coming in, isn't it?
This is a huge crowd, yes. For this early on in the day, it really is a large crowd. I've been to many rallies, and they're all large.
Yes.
And it
this
just kinda
early,
depends.
though. I mean, it's so early to see so many
It
people.
depends on where you are in the country, but
sure.
Look, here, it's also a Saturday. So
Yes.
people are spending their Saturday with President Trump.
Yeah.
It's hard to gauge with the rallies that are held on weekdays because a lot of people have work.
True.
And then when you have school in session, kids are in
True.
school. And so you really start seeing the crowds come after 5 o'clock when people get off work
You're
or kids
right.
get out of school. But on a Saturday in the summer, the people come out.
They sure do.
and they're here early, as you can tell.
It's kind of like going to a festival, though, or a concert, because you have the vendors with the merchandise, you have the vendors with the fun food and snacks. Then you go into the area where the actual speeches will be, and you get the music. So it's like a full-blown concert experience. And then all of a sudden, we wait for that headliner after the opening act, and when he comes out, the whole place goes wild, and it's exciting to see. You know, this has been quite a week, and I think that's also what's bringing out so much support, is that we are kind of riding this wave of excitement as we see the Republican Party really coming together in a union. They're uniting in a way that we haven't seen them unite before, and the Democrats not uniting in a way that we haven't seen that before. So it's an interesting dynamic that we're seeing. And listen, we don't want anybody to be divided on any side. We want everybody to come together, and this is a great way to do it. To see people come into this experience, it's really a magical moment. I say it often, but it's true. I hope that even if you have never been to a Trump rally, or maybe you didn't even vote for Trump in the past, I implore you to come to President Trump's rallies, because it's a chance for you to really hear what people are saying, not assume things, not label, not title. We just had a gentleman before, he said, you know, he's a black gentleman who said, I'm really sick of people saying that President Trump is racist. He's not. And certainly all of us who are not racist are offended when we hear that, because we know that that's not who President Trump is at all. In fact, if you actually really follow his career all the way from well before he was ever on the world stage as a president, he's always taken care of everybody from every economic group, every background, every race, every ethnicity. He's always been a supporter of everybody, just America in general. So I implore you to come, give yourself a chance to see what it's like. Recognize that the experience is calm, it's peaceful. People are excited, they're energized, but they're peaceful. They're here to get along, they're here to be happy, and they're here to support something that's going to make our country great again. That's really what it's all about. If you are watching RSBN, thank you. Tell your friends how to find us. Go to the RSBN app. Put it on your phone. Absolutely. You can go and watch all of our broadcasts live. You can also find us rsbnetwork.com. You can also be sure to find us on Google, on Android, on Roku. Go to YouTube, to the RSBN page. Go to Truth Social. All the socials we're at RSBN. And, of course, you can find me personally at Nick Stanz, Nikstanz, on Instagram as well as on Truth Social. I love to hear from you. I love to interact with you. And then I'll tell Vanessa to give you hers as well. It's really important to us to be able to hear the things you want to see more of. Vanessa, will you tell everybody how they can find you on the socials if they want to interact?
Yes, I am on Truth Social at Vanessa, just my first name, at Vanessa on Truth Social. You can go to X, which was Twitter, and then also Instagram. I believe both of those are Vanessa B News. I think Instagram's my last name too. You know what, Nikki? A lot of times, if you're not from Texas or from Louisiana, people ask, how do you spell that? It's BROUSSARD. Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram, always there. And guess what, everyone? When President Trump joined TikTok, I said, I have to join as well. So join me there. I've been posting some fun videos from all of the rallies. Vanessa B News on TikTok. So I'll have one from today as well. As we look at the crowd continuing to grow here behind me, The gates have opened. I see that people are starting to make their way inside the campaign, passing out waters to people standing in line because it is scorching. People are sweating, people are hot, and they are standing here in line just with the sun bearing down on them. And so they're passing out water for these fine ladies and gentlemen who are here waiting on President Trump. But the line is getting longer, Nikki, so as the day goes on, the line gets longer.
Oh, yeah. There are some people that'll say, you know what? I don't think it'll get that busy. It's a hot day. I'll wait till a little closer to 5 p.m. And then guess what? They say, uh-oh, I should have come sooner. So if you're watching right now and you live in the area, you're within the reach, I say get out here as quickly as you can. Get yourself on this line and make sure that you get into the arena area so that you have a chance to see President Trump speak at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You know, a lot of the kids are here today, a lot of support from the young ones, and I love seeing that. In fact, we have the best-selling kids guide to President Trump available free to viewers. All you have to pay is the shipping and handling, and the guide has actually been updated for 2024, which is lovely, so you'll be able to actually stay on top of everything that's happening right in this very moment. The best-selling kids guide to President Trump is going to include his vision for America, his future vision, his policies on immigration, and knowing that crime and drugs have been getting worse in America and that we have been under siege with illegal immigrants pouring into our country. We've seen so many crimes, and we've seen under Biden's immigration policies that we're just overwhelmed in our cities. So as a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. And as future voters, the kids need to be informed, and they want to learn the truth, not the narratives, right? There's a big difference between truth and narrative. President Trump is going to help them understand in the Kids Guide to President Trump his vision for America, and it's free. All you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. That simple. And I'm here in the USA, Chance, starting again. Everybody here is patriotic, proud of our country.
USA!
It's the battle of the lines.
USA!
You hear that, Nikki? They are chanting USA,
Yes.
not Ukraine, not Mexico,
Right.
not Venezuela.
Not death to America.
Not death to America. They love this country, and they want an administration who puts this country first.
Yep.
Should be easy, should be simple, but it's not. Oh, my goodness, I got to get this little kid. Come see.
Oh, my gosh, look at this.
How precious is
President
he?
Trump, I thought you weren't coming out until 5 o'clock. You got here early.
Hello. Hello, little President Trump. What's your real name?
Titus.
Titus, you are so cute. You must really love the president. Is that right?
Right.
So tell me about your outfit you have on. I need to look at this.
I really wanted to look like Trump so I could be vice president because he I kind of came here for some people I hope are going to vote for me.
Oh, so you want to be vice president? Yep. President Trump, if you're looking right now, we have your guy. This is him. How old are you?
7.
7 years old. You would be the youngest vice president in history. So what would be the first thing that you would do as vice president?
Fix our roads because my family rode up on our roads. They have very holy, so I want to fix it and make it wow.
There you go. He wants to fix our roads. As you know, across America, that when you're driving, those potholes are bad, aren't they? Yeah, so we need to fix our roads, and I don't think that the Biden administration is doing a great job with that. But you would as vice president. I love your hair. Is that, oh my goodness, you had me fooled. I thought it was your real hair. That's your real hair. I like your real hair too, but I like your Trump hair as well. Is this your first rally?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And so how excited are you to see President Trump?
Good. I'm very excited.
Right. Well, I wish that you were old enough to vote, but you will get there very soon. And if you could vote in November, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Yes, you would. You are the cutest. Look at this, everyone. Little Trump.
Thank
Oh, you have a card?
you.
Let me see. Let's give out a shout out. Sweet Tea Enterprises, Titus Eddie. You're a vending entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Just like Trump.
Machines.
What kind?
Gumballs machine.
The best.
I'm going to have to get one. I love gumball machines. So tell me a little bit about it.
I got over 20 machines. I started this business for me and my brother because my brother's autistic. So I wondered how my brother was gonna earn money. So I started this business, and in 2020, I asked Santa for a gumball machine, and my wish came true. I kept it at our house. We got over $100 in the first year.
Awesome. So Santa helped you out with your first gumball machine. You started a business, and that business is Sweet Tea Enterprises. Proceeds help support autism awareness. Mom, is there a website that we can go to?
Yes, there is. Sweet Tea Enterprises. Go to Facebook, and there's this picture of me.
And when it's T, it's just the letter T. Sweet Tea, just the letter, Enterprises. And you're on Facebook.
Yes.
All right, help this kid out. This is the future right here. 7 years old, an entrepreneur,
What a
loves
treat.
President Trump, looks just like President Trump. Could be a young Trump.
He's
if
got those light
he had me
eyes like the
fooled.
Trump
I
family.
thought this was his real hair.
I love
Never
it.
knew. And he's already on the right path. Trump is a businessman. You're a businessman. And you want to be vice president.
Yes.
All right. We'll see what happens. The RNC's next week. We might hear your name.
He may be
Titus,
watching
right?
this right now.
All right. Yep. So good to see you. Thanks for being here. Make sure you check them out on Facebook. Give him some help with his gumball machine to help raise awareness for autism. We are going to go to break. We have so much to talk about here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The news of the day. Hey, we hear Elon Musk made a big donation. That's coming out today to a political candidate. We'll tell you all about that when we come right back live from Butler, Pennsylvania.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network live coverage of Rally Day in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. Today, July 13th. We'll get right back out to Vanessa and Nikki as they are getting access to inside the venue area. Even though it's outside, you still have to go through all that security, and we're putting our cameras inside there. And it's going to be pretty awesome to see all of the people there. I mean, if you've been watching our coverage since 11:30 Eastern time, about 2 hours ago, the people are already there hours ahead of the president's speech and the pre-program. We're talking thousands of people literally in this field. It's got to be more than 10,000 at this point. And then on top of that, as the day goes on, more people, of course, pack that whole area. In Butler, Pennsylvania, once again, that's 35 miles north of the Steel City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A great speech today at 5 o'clock. We'll have that live for you, and we'll be going again back out to Vanessa and Nikki shortly. Also, the pre-program starts at 3 o'clock. Now, 115 days until the election. We've got 19 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania, a lot being done by a number of great organizations to work for a free and fair election there, but also all of the volunteering and door knocking and phone calls and everything that we can do as people, as free citizens of this country, to get out the vote and to vote, whether it's vote early or vote on day of voting day. President Trump says vote, vote, vote. Basically, just too big to rig is the motto there. So we know that President Trump's leading in the polls throughout the country, including the swing states, including in Pennsylvania. Whether you look at interactive polls or if you look at a number of other ones, Polymarket. Interactive polls, it's something that's just widespread. I mean, even on realclearpolitics.com, every poll there, even on the mainstream media side, shows President Trump in the lead. There are a few that have Biden, but at the end of the day, we know what the facts are, right? We see what's happened for the past 4 years under Biden, and we've seen what it's like under Trump. It's pretty simple stuff. Which one's better? We know which one, who is better because of the dollars and cents of it, first of all. I mean, that plus our freedoms and the Constitution, all of that within common sense framework you've seen under President Trump between 2016 and 2020. So once again, 115 days away until the election. Now, of course, in 48 hours from now, and before I get to that next point, we will be going back live there, of course, on the ground as our cameras are getting access to the inside of the venue there. And as you've seen, thousands and thousands of people are there in Butler, Pennsylvania, awaiting President Trump. In 48 hours from now, what a big day it is. It's July 15th, and it will be the start of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee. We'll have live coverage right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The themes are Make America Wealthy once again on Monday. On Tuesday, Make America Safe once again. On Wednesday, Make America Strong once again. And of course, on Thursday, Make America Great once again. So some pretty awesome themes as you take a look at the Pfizer Forum. That forum houses the Milwaukee Bucks. And, there's about 16,000 seats in that place. But on top of that, then there's the floor seating. So you're looking at upwards of 20,000 people. They're going to be really excited, really loud, really passionate for President Trump, for his new administration, and also the biggest news outside of President Trump going from a presumptive nominee to the official nominee of the Republican Party will be the announcement, of course, of the vice presidential pick. And then on top of that as well, it's the speakers that are going to be great. You're going to have well-known speakers, some celebrities, some, pop culture icon type people, but also hardworking Americans will be able to share the stage there at the RNC. So this is going to be a wonderful event, and this is really a celebration, I believe, of America and of the people, we the people of this country. So looking forward to that coverage. We'll have it here again live, the live stream of the speakers. We'll have analysis. Bobby McNeely will be joining me here on set, and then Vanessa Broussard as well. So before we toss it back out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, I wanted to tell you also about the Birch Gold Group, a great sponsor, a great partner of this network. If you'd like to also contribute to our network, I'll tell you about that in a little bit. But right here is the Birch Gold Group info kit. This is something that you can get right there in your mailbox at your house if you'd like. Text Trump to 989898. You know, you can also get a digital copy. Basically, once you text Trump to 989898, I actually did that one time and wanted to see the whole interaction. And you get a text reply back, and then you line up a phone call, and they call you and they want to explain how everything works when it comes to backing the US dollar through gold or silver or precious metals or a tax sheltered IRA or assistance in 401k. Like, everything that you need to know is in this info kit, and they can also explain it to you. So pretty cool stuff right there, as we desire, of course, for the US dollar to be the king, right? The dollar is king. However, we know that those BRICS nations are trying to come against the US dollar every day of the week, and there's more nations being added to that, unfortunately. So with the dollar, plus having backup with gold, silver, and precious metals, text Trump to 989898. Some more about the RNC is interesting because there's 20 promises that the Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign has meshed together, right? It is now in one voice together moving forward. And there are 20 promises that the Trump campaign put out and the RNC adopted. Not only Agenda 47, but the 20 promises to the American people when winning the White House and the Republican majorities in the House and Senate. So number one is seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Number two is carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. There are many there, from inflation to freedom of speech, to defending our Constitution, of course, stop outsourcing, making America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. So there's a number of items there, policies that are promises to the American people. We'll tackle some of those here in the studio and also out there in the field as we get ready to go back to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce you to someone that you may have seen on this network before, but also was a former ambassador under the president's administration between 2016 and 2020. She was an ambassador to Denmark, among a couple other nations. Her name is Carla Sands. She also works at the America First Policy Institute out of the state of Pennsylvania. We actually caught up with her pretty recently, so as soon as I find out that we're ready to toss to that, we will. But the interview is definitely about the state of Pennsylvania, but also energy and our world scene when it comes to respect for our nation, when it comes to safety and security and strength. As we know, the situation with Biden is weakness through chaos, And then, of course, with President Trump, it's peace through strength. Producers, if you can repeat that, that'd be great. So we're going to see that interview here shortly. And we'll also go back live to Butler. And we now know that the Carla Sands interview is set up to go, and here it is. Thank you so much for joining us once again here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey, it's great to be with you, Matthew, and with all your viewers on RSBN.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rally Day in Pennsylvania. Of course, you're with the AFPI chapter there. Let's talk a little bit about the state of Pennsylvania. Obviously, a huge swing state, right?
Yes, it is. It's a huge swing state, and no president has won the national election without winning Pennsylvania for the last, I think, 40 plus years. So it's really important. And to that point, I hope that every viewer will go to swampthevoteusa.com, and sign up and commit to President Trump and his team that they will vote early, either in person or by mail, or that they will vote on election day. And they can go in there and find out the rules for their state And the campaign can reach out and confirm, and they can spend less money if people will commit to how they're going to vote and then do it. Because remember, we're just a month and a half, 2 months out from the election actually happening, beginning for early voters. And that's where I look at it. The early vote is the important vote for all of us.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many, basically at the end of the day, vote, 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 whether it's the mail-in or the day of, but I hear you loud and clear there. And of course, one of the promises on the GOP platform is make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. And in Pennsylvania and other areas, we can do that.
That's absolutely right. We will become the dominant energy producer in the world. And what that does is it helps our friends and allies, but it also will bring down the price of everything, because everything has energy inputs, from the food on our table to just getting to work, commuting, everything, heating and cooling our homes, everything will be less expensive when we become energy independent again, and then energy dominant. And President Trump has promised 20 wonderful sweeping promises. Energy dominance is one of those. I encourage your viewers to go and check those 20 out. There's something there for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. And we've been talking about that, obviously, with the RNC coverage and, coming up. And also here with today's rally in Pennsylvania and Butler, out there on the west side of Pennsylvania, right near Pittsburgh and that kind of thing. I mean, a lot of supporters throughout the state of Pennsylvania are red Trump country supporters.
100%. My family historically is from Western Pennsylvania, and they fought in the American Revolution and in the Civil War. So I love our Western Pennsylvania neighbors. And I just saw my hairdresser today, and she told me that this year has been the slowest in 17 years. She's a younger woman, but she said that people are giving up those little extras, like going to the hairdresser, getting those extra treats at the supermarket, because people are so stretched under the inflation that they're experiencing under the radical Democrat agenda and the Biden administration. So this has been a trend under Obama and under Biden. When we had the relief, when our energy was rocking and rolling, when people were feeling a little more flush, that was under President Trump's administration.
Exactly. And I was thinking about the state of Pennsylvania as you were talking there as well.
Yeah.
We have to get back to what it was like under President Trump, right? I mean, the average price of gas was around $1.87 under the Trump administration. Can you believe that?
I can. It's unbelievable. Remember, inflation back then, most Americans could afford to buy a home under President Trump, because inflation when he left office was about 1.4%. Joe Biden kicked the inflation into high gear. It went up to over 9% under the Biden administration because of his reckless spending. The spending and creating money out of thin air by his administration has been what's been so devastating. And then his war on American energy, which hurts the folks in Texas, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, throughout the Bakken, up in the north central of the United States. We need to get back to good policies. And we know that President Trump, his policies had common sense, and he reduced regulations. He's promised to reduce taxes for all Americans, and he's promised no tax on tips. So I hope that all of our folks in the hospitality industry remember that and vote early.
Exactly. And I was also thinking about the so-called Biden administration and what's going on the left right now with the press conference from the other day, with the debate. Obviously, they're in shambles over there. But the point is, I heard something from Vivek as well on another network. He was saying how it seems like the left is trying to steal headlines all the time now, even with this whole who's going to be the next puppet on the left, whether it is Biden or whatever. We got to keep the headlines right here with common sense, don't we? I mean, that's the narrative and messaging to the American people. At the end of the day, it's the truth versus the lie, isn't it?
It's the truth versus the lie, but it's also the lawfare and literally war. They're doing everything they can, from using the federal government as a weapon in the voting. They're using, President Biden has tasked every federal agency and department to actually get people registered to vote. And they're not registering you and me to vote. They're trying to register, even we see them registering people that aren't citizens, right? They're handing out flyers as people come through the border on how to register to vote. So we want to make sure that we have election integrity. And that's why it's so important that every person that wants to bring back our good economy, have election integrity, and the benefits of having a commander-in-chief that leads through peace, through strength, they have to vote, and I hope they'll commit to voting early. If we don't vote early, it's very hard for Republicans to win because Democrats are voting early. They're using every single day in the election season now to win. And in Pennsylvania, we have 50 days of early voting. If Republicans will use those 50 days, we will win. If they don't, if they continue down the path that they've been continuing down the past few years, we won't win because the Democrats use every day, 50 days, Republicans use 12 hours, and there's no contest. It's just a matter of numbers.
And you were talking about Swamp the Vote earlier. Can you tell us a little bit more about that website?
Yes, so swampthevoteusa.com actually allows you to go in and put your information, and then you can find out the rules in your state and county, and you can commit to the Trump campaign, how you're going to vote, and then they know they don't have to spend money from their campaign dollars to send you information because they know you are committed. But there's also Trump Force 47, where you can go on that platform and you can volunteer to get some yard signs and put them out and have help your neighbor get one. You can hold an event for President Trump right at your home or workplace, and you can do other kinds of volunteering, like be a poll watcher. So I hope everybody will do more than just vote this year. We have to fight for this. This is not going to be easy. The left has every trick, and they're going to pull more surprises. We don't even know what they're going to pull out of the hat. And on election day, they may do a lot of mischief, like they did in Maricopa County back last year at that election, or like they did in Philadelphia in 2020. So because of those election day tricks, I hope every Republican will vote early so that we secure this election. Remember, you can go online and make sure that your vote has been counted, that it's been received. It doesn't go through the counter if you mail in or go in person to vote early. It doesn't go through the machines. It goes through a counter. It's a much more basic kind of process. So I hope that every viewer will commit to voting early and being an activist this time. It's not enough to just vote anymore.
Ambassador Sands, thank you so much.
Thanks, Matthew.
So we will hear from Carla Sands as well with the RNC coverage coming up on Wednesday. So a lot of interviews there. And I saw some of the chats there as well saying, you know, vote in person. Of course, vote in person as well. It's President Trump has said this at his speeches. It's whether it's early voting or in person, just vote, vote, vote. You know, one of the promises to the platform with the GOP is number 19. So this is something under a Trump administration that is a promise to the American people. Number 19 reads, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Well, that's definitely something that the House Republicans are pushing for too with the SAVE Act. But of course, you know, some of the Democrats, I believe it was 198 of them, decided, you know, it's okay if illegal immigrants vote in the election. Well, that's obviously not true. It's not good for that to happen. You got to know who is in our country. We all have identification. You have a birth certificate. You have a social security card, or you have, if you're a legal immigrant, right? You have your paperwork. I mean, this is all what's needed to be done in order to vote. Not having somebody that just got mailed in, to be honest, you know, shipped here. Whether it's for fentanyl situations, the crime that's happening, and now possibly illegal immigrants or non-citizens voting in our country. That'd be like us going over to the UK or France and saying, well, I'm here, and since I'm here, just let me vote. That doesn't work. But unfortunately, it looks like the Democrats want that to happen. So again, that number 19 is huge. The platform with the GOP, with the RNC and President Trump under a new administration reads, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Once again, that was the former ambassador Carla Sands under the President Trump, the administration there between 2016 and 2020. So we will be getting back out there live to Butler, Pennsylvania. I'll tell you, it's a gorgeous area there. It's 85 to 88 degrees there today. Nice and sunny, a huge crowd showing up. We'll be bringing those live pictures as soon as our cameras get access to inside the venue. Of course, If you wanted to see what it looked like outside the venue, all you got to do is scrub back on this podcast a little bit later. But boy, it's a lot of people there hours before President Trump speaks. We're looking at 3 hours and 7 minutes until he's slated to speak, and still the people of Western Pennsylvania are there. Also, Eastern Ohio, Youngstown is not too far from Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, just 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. A great area. I've went to college out in that area, Robert Morris University, which is about 20 miles west of Pittsburgh in Moon Township. Actually got my kind of TV start there at the college, doing some local news there, but that's besides the point. But we will be going back to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. Some great interviews already today. So again, at the end of the broadcast, after President Trump is done speaking, we'll have a little bit more commentary with Nikki and Vanessa. But then if you'd like to watch some of these awesome interviews that happened, it's always good to hear from we the people, right? Because we the people are the boss. That's the way our founders wanted it, and that's the way it still should be. Amen? So once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, interestingly enough, this logo there with the MakeCareGreatAgain.com, I was thinking about this on the way to the studio today. Why this product is such a good product to have. First of all, I remember, I forget which Christmas it was, but my wife and I had COVID over Christmas, and it was awful. We couldn't go and share it with family and friends, and it was about 4 to 8 days of a crappy sickness, let's just be honest. I wish that I had that right there with me. Ivermectin, a Z-Pack, that kind of thing. So MakeCareGreatAgain.com is with the wellness company. All you have to do is go to that website. You can also get a 15% off using our RSBN promo code. That is highly recommended right there. You're going to get a medical kind of form to fill out. They're not just going to send you a bunch of prescriptions or anything in that kit without everything matching up correctly. But obviously great to have that at your workplace or at your home or in a car, or if you're on a vacation. Always good to have that to kick whatever bacteria or virus is out of your system. Again, I wish my wife and I had that, Make Care Great Again. That wellness kit would have been awesome back a couple years when we had COVID. But thank God that that has passed, and hopefully not onto anything new, if you know what I mean. So other than that, we are looking at a lot of coverage coming up for the RNC. That starts Monday at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to go to all the interviews and all of the speakers live. We'll have it wall-to-wall coverage every day, Monday through Thursday. Bobby McNeely will join me here on Monday and Tuesday. Vanessa Broussard on Wednesday and Thursday. And then, of course, we'll be throwing it back out to Vanessa and Nikki Stanzione in Butler, Pennsylvania for this coverage today on an awesome day. It's Rally Day in Pennsylvania here on Saturday, July 13th. We're only 48 hours away from the RNC. We are 115 days away from the general election. 30 days plus 30 plus 30 and 15. You're talking 3.5 months. That's all it is until we elect the next president of the United States of America. We've been talking about it for years too, right? It seems like that news story never went away, and I'm glad it didn't. That headline of how bad this is under Biden versus what it was like under President Trump. By the way, a three-peat winner, of course, for the official nomination of the President of the United States. So that will happen, of course, at the convention. We'll get that confirmation there for the three-peat there. In the meantime, the Tax Network USA, another great sponsor here, going through any filing issues, or maybe you've kind of ignored it over the past couple of years. Maybe you said, I only made a few bucks and I only owe a little bit. And anyway, all you got to do is reach out to these guys. They'll help you. They'll come right alongside you. They'll organize everything you need. They'll help you with back taxes. So Tax Network USA, you see the number there on your screen. And of course, you can use that with the .com/RSBN. You'll get some sort of a promo code there when it comes to RSBN for any discounts, but 800-357-1415 is the number. Any back taxes or any filing issues, I know we're past April and we're into the second quarter now on the financial end of things, but getting some help will be always good when it comes to the finances for some peace of mind. So that's Tax Network USA. All right, so RSBN, if you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN or RSBN Network on X and other outlets out there. A lot of social media platforms, from Locals to Telegram to Getter to Truth Social, X, and also the newsletter. This is awesome to get when there are rallies or other announcements made. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and you can get that into your email inbox. So stay up to date on all of the stories that we're seeing out there, and also stories that we're writing for you, the American people, as we, again, are on the same team. You, the viewer, and us, we're together because we desire the same things that I believe most of you that are watching right now believe in. Freedom, our love for God, our love for family, friends, right? The American way, the American dream, and also standing number one in the world for people to look to throughout the world for freedom. You know, a lot of people that love freedom throughout the globe want America to win in the sense of for being that shining light on a hill, to be free. So that's what I'm hearing, at least from the Portuguese-speaking people down in Brazil. I remember I was in Vegas at the Trump International Hotel there, and outside at the pool, there's a bunch of people from Brazil there that love President Trump. They had their Brazilian flags, they had MAGA hats, they love Bolsonaro, they love Trump, right? And through some broken English and just we understood what we were saying to each other, even though we didn't speak the same language, was that we want Trump to win, and they're not even citizens of this country. So I do the same kind of thing when I talk to them. I'm like, well, yeah, I want Bolsonaro to win. I want anybody that wants freedom, right? Anybody that has common sense. And that, of course, President Trump has led the way for the world, for our country. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. I know that's why you guys like him. I know that's why I like him. But we're here to cover it. We're here to cover it all. And I said it earlier in the broadcast when it started at 11:30. It's from the people to the president. Right Side Broadcasting Network, that's what we're doing. It's from the people to the president, covering we the people at the events before President Trump speaks and before the pre-program starts. And then we, of course, have the people's takes and their thoughts and about the country, about what it was like under President Trump versus under Biden. And then also, we go right into the pre-program. Awesome speakers, of course, always at every event. Awesome to see. And you know what's interesting? Nobody there needs a teleprompter. President Trump obviously doesn't need a teleprompter. It's good to have one up there because there is a script to follow, and he does that when he wants to, but he's from the mind and the heart of common sense. So you really don't need a teleprompter, to be honest. I'm not reading one right now. But the point is, it seems like on conservative media and also on these speeches that you see with pre-programs and the president, it's more real and you resonate with the person when you're just speaking directly into the camera about what you're thinking and feeling about the country. You know, on the left, when I used to work in so-called mainstream, lamestream media, there would always be the scripts. There would also be fine-tuning the scripts, the producer, then the executive producer, then the news director, then even maybe the GM or the boss above him, whatever, all these stupid scripts. And they were all anti-Trump, and they were all pro-woke garbage and Biden, right? Of course they need those scripts, because what else are they going to say? They're going to just lie. And that's exactly what Joe Biden does. He can't even read the prompter. And then you see what he does when he goes off script. It's not very good. Anyway, so you see on conservative media, I guarantee you, and I know some that work at our network and other networks that in general, and podcasters, think about it. We're not there with a teleprompter reading like word for word what's going on, right? Or on the screen. We are just sharing our heart and mind with you because we resonate with you. We are a voice for those of you that don't have one, right? And we're on the same team. So when you guys do post on Rumble or on Truth Social, whether it's at RSBN or if you're talking to Vanessa Broussard or Nikki Stanzione or Bobby McNeely or myself, Matthew Alvarez, on Truth Social or wherever you do, we read that stuff. And I know President Trump and his campaign, they look at a lot of this stuff too. So this is all a one unit moving forward for freedom. I'm going to get off the monologue soapbox here for you. We're going to get back out there to our live coverage in Butler, Pennsylvania, as soon as the producers let me know that the cameras are set up and Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard are ready to go there, interviewing the great people of Pennsylvania, the great state that started it all in some ways, right? The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence and Independence Hall in 1776. I just checked that building out not too long ago. It was pretty awesome to be in the same room where George Washington and Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and others were there. That was pretty awesome to see. The Liberty Bell as well. And then not too long ago, used to live 30 minutes from Gettysburg. And then went to college out in the Pittsburgh area. So Pennsylvania is close to my heart, and friends and family might be watching from there, so hello today to you guys. And also those of you in the Pittsburgh area, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for whoever else has tuned into this one throughout the country. If you'd like, on Rumble or on Truth Social, or even on X, on the RSBN pages, go ahead and say what state you're watching from right now, because we see you, we hear you, and we're with you. I don't know how many more times I can really stress that, but it's really 100% the truth. This stuff here also, if you love RSBN, is awesome stuff. I want to tell you about this group here. This is, I have to get the name correct on this one. It is the something mule. What is it? Sticker Mule. Stickermule.com/RSBN. You can see a couple of the stickers right there, but there's a lot of cool swag and gear on there as well. You've got t-shirts, black t-shirts, white t-shirts, gray t-shirts. You've got really cool stickers. You've got magnets, so and bumper stickers, buttons, coasters. If you like RSBN, and I don't go this personal, this genuine all the time, but seriously, if you really like this network, obviously it takes the sponsorships, but also we the people. We love to work with you guys. We love to show you all the coverage, but we also desire to have any contributions or donations to be able to keep running things smoothly, right? So some of the percentage, I think it's 10 to 15% if you sign up or shop now on stickermule.com, so stickermule.com/RSBN. Go ahead and buy a bunch of those RSBN stickers or coasters or t-shirts. Maybe wear them at the rallies, sport them at the rallies. And then of course that 10 to 15% does go back to the network. So again, if you like what you're seeing, you're hearing from our great correspondents on the ground here at the studio and all the RNC coverage coming up, go ahead and buy some swag, buy some gear. And also if you'd like, you can text RSBN to 801-801. That's another way to do it. RSBN to 801-801. Once again, looking forward to getting you back out there to live coverage in Butler. We're live here in Auburn, as you see there, but we're going to be going live with the split screen here soon, as you're going to see the crowds, just as many of you, if you've been watching since the top of the broadcast, there's thousands and thousands of people already there. Vanessa and Nikki are going to take over the coverage. We'll be back here in the studio a little bit later, but it's a great day. It's a great rally day, of course, for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We heard from Carla Sands just moments ago, so another interview if you'd like to watch. You just scrub back to that a little bit later, saying some great things about the country. The America First Policy Institute is doing great things for this country. So Carla's part of the Pennsylvania chapter, and then Linda McMahon is the chair of the board of AFPI. We're hearing that she may be able to hop onto a live interview with us or a recorded one next week during our RNC coverage. So that's going to be great. I know Bobby McNeely had a couple great interviews yesterday. I also spoke with anybody from Kerry Lake to Pastor Mark Burns and others coming up next week. So we'll have all these interviews, but also just live coverage to bring it to you, right? We'll always be throwing it to the speakers. I know that's what you want to watch. We're going to have that for you. And again, thank you for watching today. Thank you for watching this upcoming week. And then any other rallies and events or news, we'll be having it here for you at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So let's get back to a couple other items. As soon as I hear from the producers that we're going to go back out to the field, we're going to go right back out there to Vanessa and Nikki, who are live in Butler, Pennsylvania. interviewing a number of great people out there. And also you'll hear from them right inside the venue, which is always cool, as we take that live look right now in Butler. Everyone's sitting there, and a lot of people standing as well. And that you see a little bit of patches of green. Don't be fooled on that one. Trust me, that'll be all filled. I mean, that's a wide shot right now of the whole area there as our cameras are getting geared up. And I could tell just by what was happening, you know, they're not even zooming in and showing anything right there, but it's okay because the wide shot alone shows the thousands of people in Western Pennsylvania there to see President Trump, there to see the pre-program. Of course, only, I don't know, what, 40 miles, maybe less, maybe 25 miles from the Ohio border. Those of you watching in Ohio, OHIO, I used to live in Columbus, and I get the Buckeye fan favorite up there. So thanks again for tuning in here. But I wanted to get to some promises by the GOP platform that is now with, obviously, President Trump, as Laura Trump is one of the RNC co-chairs. I want to get to that here because these are important promises that President Trump and his administration will have for the American people. So let's get to, let's pick a random number. Let's pick number 7. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Number 7 out of the 20 promises. That one, that cracks it out of the park. That one's amazing. How about number 6? Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. That one's fresh off the presses, right? I mean, we've been seeing those photos on X or on Truth Social or Getter or others out there, and on conservative media, where it says vote for President Trump for no tax on tips, and then you see the tip amount and that kind of thing. So that's pretty awesome to see. How about, let's go to number 8. It's prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. Why not, right? You know, the strength through peace, or the peace through strength, is exactly the policy that Ronald Reagan ran under, and then President Trump ran under for 4 years, didn't start any wars. Everybody shook his hand, right? Everybody, you know, because he was a strong, and he is a strong individual. He is the alpha male. He is the dude, right? And I get, well, there's plenty of alpha males, all of whatever out there. My point is for him to be in politics, though, being the strong leader, you got to have someone like that. And so the bar obviously has been raised. We desire as American people now. And when I speak about this, guys, I'm not just saying this is my opinion. I've interviewed a number of you out there on the ground, in the field, over the past 2 years. I started working here in September 3rd of 2022. And it was in Pennsylvania, was the first rally. But anyway, so from then until now and then into the future, all of those interviews that have happened, I know that we want someone that is a strong leader, and that I've been told that the bar has been set now for what a president is supposed to look like in this country. And that what is awesome is to see other countries falling in line with that, with electing people that are those kind of strong leaders. We had Jair Bolsonaro, then we saw what happened there in Brazil, right? We have Milei in Argentina. We have the El Salvadorian president, right? You have Nigel Farage. Can you believe it? The guy that did Brexit has a spot in Parliament in the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, the new prime minister there for the next several years until 2029, I guess that's the next vote out there across the pond, is some guy that I researched and is an atheist or is this and that and is socialist. And really, that's what the English people wanted. I don't think so. Let's be real. I'm not going to get into maybe what happened there, but at the end of the day, that's the new prime minister of the UK. And that can go on, in France, the same thing. So we want someone that has that bar that's been set, and that's what President Trump did, not only for this country, but for the entire globe. Isn't that awesome? I think it's great. And I think it's awesome also that he has coined that phrase, fake news, the fake news media. No president, guys, has ever done what he has done when it comes to calling out the fake news from the speeches, right? No president usually would stop his speech, right? Go off prompter or even off the cuff and look back and say, look at all that fake news media back there. Like, who does that? Trump does that. And we like that, right? Because it is fake news. It's garbage news. It's lies and propaganda. So it's really cool to see someone do that. And he did it. And now fake news is a real term. Should be added to the dictionary, let's be honest, right? Should have President Trump's face right next to it. You know, who coined the term fake news? President Donald J. Trump did, right? All right, let's go at number 20. Out of the 20 promises, we'll go back and forth with this. And if you want to look them up, I'm sure they're on the Trump campaign's website or on our website as well. That's rsbnetwork.com. Number 20 is unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. So obviously some great information there. We'll be sharing more of that with you. I did want to get to some stats real quick. As soon as I hear that Vanessa and Nikki are ready to go, we'll be sending it back to them here live. But there were some stats that I saw for Pennsylvania when it comes to the percentage of how much the prices have gone up under Joe Biden. And what I'm reading, especially under the Consumer Price Index, is that the prices in the Keystone State have risen, get this, 17.5% since Biden so-called took office. 17% the prices have increased in the state of Pennsylvania. There's also this huge comprehensive list with the Consumer Price Index. Motor fuel has risen 48.3%. Gasoline, it says 47.9%. Eggs, 38.9%. Apparel services other than laundry and dry cleaning, 34%. Salad dressing, 30.7%. Utility bills, 30.3%. On and on and on. We see what's happened. You know, you don't need me to tell you. We know what it's like when we're out there, getting gas or going to the grocery store. We understand making the economy great again is what we need and what we had under President Trump. I remember hearing from Laura Trump the other day on another network. She was saying that the average price of unleaded fuel per gallon under President Trump was $1.87 as a national average. $1.87. Just imagine how cheap that gas tank would be now to fill it up. If we went up, say you went up to your corner spot, right? Go fill the tank up, $1.87. How much is it going to be? What, 22 bucks? Wow, $24? So, that's just proof in the pudding again with President Trump, how he was saying in 2020 with the election, he was saying, prior to the election, he was saying, under Joe Biden, you're going to have this happen, higher gas prices. And then it did happen, right? Then he was saying before the whole border situation has occurred, which is obviously still ongoing, just because the mainstream news doesn't feel like having that as the flavor of the month and they don't cover it as much, doesn't mean it's not still happening. There's obviously a crisis at the border and we need to have things done right now there, obviously. But my point is, President Trump was saying, watch, basically he was saying this, I'm paraphrasing out of speeches here. He was saying, down at the southern border, you're going to have more crime and fentanyl and millions of people coming across and all these things happening. This was before the terrible things that have happened to a number of women in America and also other crimes that have happened. And then the fentanyl poisoning that, people that might be struggling with drugs and that kind of thing, and they take a drug and then there's fentanyl in it and then they OD. I remember this happening in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I was living up there and I heard a news report, and the press conference, a mayor had to have a press conference on a Saturday. It's not something that usually happens in Harrisburg, PA. It's a press conference on a Saturday, and it's not DC, it's not Philly, it's not New York, it's Harrisburg. It's still the capital. But they were talking about this huge, watch out, that fentanyl was in some of the drugs, and that's why 4 people just died. 4 people died over the weekend. This was last summer. And the left-wing media, they called it some substance in narcotics caused them to die. No, they were hiding the fact that it was fentanyl. Whew. Anyway, a lot of things going on, of course, with our country. So what we're looking for is not only for the crime and the fentanyl to stop, but also the illegal immigration, the non-citizens trying to vote in our elections. The SAVE Act needs to be passed. Anyway, all right, so we're looking live there in Butler, Pennsylvania. Matthew Alvarez, it is 2:18 p.m. So 5 o'clock, President Trump takes to the stage. Then at 3 o'clock will be the pre-program, so we're not too far from there. And as soon as I hear from our producers, we will be sending it back. You can see Vanessa there on the screen getting ready. It's been a lot of walking and accessing that location there. But I'm sure the music's playing good there, and hopefully we'll be able to, one of these days we're going to be able to get that live audio as well, so we can hear just the background there with our cameras and our great crew out there live. I mean, out there in the heat, whether it's Vegas or Butler or Chesapeake or any location. And then, of course, the crew in Alabama as well, just putting this all together, being able to do this. It's without any of them, obviously none of this is done. And then without our sponsors and without you, the American people, we'd have nothing like this. But thank you for all your help. And God, thank you for being with this network. All right, so only a few seconds until we toss it back out there live to Butler, Pennsylvania. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. This is Pennsylvania Rally Day for President Trump. Exciting times out there. We're looking forward to hearing even the background music and hearing from Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, who are live 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. Let's send it there right now.
Well, we are inside of the venue officially, and Vanessa and I are so excited to be among so many incredibly happy and proud patriots today on this beautiful day in Butler, Pennsylvania, the last rally before the RNC. I'm Nikki Stanzione.
And I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you. To tell you a little bit about where we are in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's about an hour north of Pittsburgh. Small town, rural area. About 13,000 people is the population of this small town. But I think we have more than that here today already for this rally. You can see behind us that the inside is packed, and the overflow crowd is starting to take shape.
Oh, yeah.
And if you've ever seen RSBN, if this is your first time watching, you know that anytime there's a Trump rally, there's an overflow crowd. But
Always.
the people were out very early today.
Yes.
It is hot. We're in the 90s, and they don't care.
And there's very few clouds today. Lots of sunshine every time. I feel like the sun follows Donald J. Trump. The sunshine follows him. And we are thrilled to be here. You know, it's been a very interesting week, Vanessa. You and I talked about it a little. We're going to get to all of that throughout this next couple of hours before we start the program. But if you've been feeling a little overwhelmed by the intensity of everything that's going on, the best place to go is to a Trump rally, because it's where you take all of that aggression and frustration and chaos and say, everybody's happy. It's a peaceful gathering of like-minded people who simply want to make America great again. And that's the messaging that continues to be consistent.
Right, absolutely. You can watch the mainstream media and you can watch what goes on social media, and you start feeling down and depressed. Like,
right?
What is wrong with this country? Yeah. It's not what is wrong with this country, it's what's wrong with our government.
Well
and
said.
The people here restore your faith in the American dream, Americans' hope. They want what our founding fathers wish for our country. And so when you come here, and we hope that we portray that to you, we tried to the best of our ability to show you the crowds, to hear the people on the ground talking about the issues that they're facing that I'm sure are very similar to your issues that you're facing at home. But when you're here and you see all of these people, it restores your faith.
Well said.
And knowing that we're going to be okay.
That is such a beautiful way to say it. I couldn't agree with you more. And I look at all these people. There are some people that are here for the first time, and they're in awe. It's really, as I always say, it's kind of like a concert festival experience. And for those who have been here many times, there's a pride in continuing to show up in loyal support. And for those of you who have been watching us for many years, it is really a pleasure for me to be on board. I feel very grateful to be a part of this. If you are watching for the first time, I know this is the one place that I used to watch Vanessa, literally, I'm not kidding you, ask my mother. Every weekend I say, Mommy, turn on RSBN, because I knew I could watch you and I could see all the coverage from start to finish. I could literally see the real crowd, not just where they want you to see it, but the whole crowd. And I could listen to you talk to the people and talk about the issues that we truly are concerned about. And that's what you'll get here. You'll get the truth, you'll get the facts, you'll get the reality. and you'll enjoy the experience. We kind of like to bring the experience to you if you can't be here live today.
Well, I'm glad you're with us because now we're best gal pals.
Yes.
We talk almost every single day about what's going on.
We text each other late at night because we're the only ones still up.
Yeah, we're night owls, and so if I'm looking for someone to talk to, I know Nikki. Even though she's in a different time zone than me, I know she's still up. Again, we're in Pennsylvania. Trump won this state in 2016.
That's
really
right.
hoping to win this state in 2024. 16 electoral votes are up for grabs in November. It is a swing state.
That's right.
But if you look for interactive polling, that's one that I follow on Truth
Yes.
Social. President Trump posts that link a lot. Interactive polls is a really good one to follow. If you look at Pennsylvania, he's up here. 58% chance of him winning. To me, that's amazing. That's
Yes.
awesome. He's leading in Pennsylvania, but at the same time, we need those numbers to go up. And so, talking to the people here, you heard them all day long, all morning. They said Pennsylvania has a good chance of winning. We just have to worry about Pittsburgh and also Philadelphia. But that's no surprise. That is their two main cities here in Pennsylvania.
You know, I remember the night of the 2020 election, and I don't even like to talk about that night so much because it was such a depressing end to the night, but I remember being up in Pennsylvania. I remember saying, wow, we got Pennsylvania. We got them. And then the toilets flooded and all kinds of madness ensued in the world on that night that we won't even go there. But I know that lead right now can hold. I know it in my gut. I think we all feel it. It's not something that's like, well, I don't know about the polls. You can't always believe the poll. There's a reason he's leading, and we can keep that lead. We can keep that strong lead, but we have to be proactive. We cannot sit back and say, oh, he's leading. We're good. If I can't vote, I can't vote. We'll see what happens. You really have to be proactive and take the initiative to get on board and make sure your voice is heard. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing that America allows us, and that's another thing. We heard a lot about the SAVE Act this week. We have to protect our right as citizens to vote. Non-citizens do not have that right, and we should not allow that to happen. And right now, we're seeing a lot of Democrats are voting for that to happen. So we need to see that not go into effect.
Well, exactly, and that's exactly why the borders are wide open, is because they want these illegal aliens to come in to vote, and so there's a push for that to happen.
Yes.
You have to have an ID when you go get on a plane. You have to have an ID anywhere.
To go to a bar.
To go to a bar.
To get a drink.
Anywhere. But not to vote. So, I mean, the message is clear right there. They're trying to cheat. So we have to make sure that it's too big to rig, that the election is not stolen. Scott Pressler here today. The people are loving him. He's actually registered some people here at the Trump rally to vote that weren't registered. And so it's amazing to me that people are here and not registered yet. But Scott Pressler, he's on it. And he is leaving tomorrow straight from here to go to the RNC. So he will be there.
Yeah, a lot of people there.
Yeah, so he's really excited about that. If you missed that interview with Scott Pressler, we'll have it online for you. You can go back and watch. But he gave some great information about Pennsylvania. He's really had the boots on the ground here in Pennsylvania, working hard, stomping to get people registered to vote. And it makes you wonder, what's it like in other states? So make sure your family and friends, your coworkers, everyone is registered, because you'll be surprised. There are so many people who have the same values as you, but they're not registered to vote.
It's really actually funny how many people you recognize are like you but didn't want to say so. When you start posting things and sharing things, all of a sudden everybody starts to come out of the woodwork. You're like, oh, you are like me. Okay, I was afraid to say something before, but as President Trump always says in every speech, the silent majority will be silent no more. And that's why we need to get our voices heard. Speaking of getting your voices heard, we talk a lot about our healthcare system in America, and truthfully, we don't even really have one. We have what you would really call and refer to as a sick care system. My sister's a health coach. She always says that. It's sick care, not health care. And so with pharmaceutical companies making billions with a B, every single year off sick Americans, it means that Big Pharma needs you to be sick in order to be reliant on them. And we don't want to have to deal with that, right? Just like Big Pharma, big government wants you to feel powerless. And we're trying to make America first and make America great, but we're also trying to be a voice of the people, not the government. That's what this America First agenda is about. So it's all about that. And we need you to be able to feel like you're in control, not like they are. So where do we push back is the big question. For one We just talked about it. We vote, right? That's the first thing we do. We vote the right president into our government, and we do that in November. Also, we become self-reliant, and we take control back of our health, and that's what the wellness company's medical emergency kits will do. And I'm so glad we have those because they're designed by elite doctors, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky. I always love watching Dr. Drew with everybody when he's trying to rehabilitate them into their lives, right? So they basically have created this incredible thing where they're preaching the importance of early intervention and treatment since 2020. So the kit that we have for you, it is prescription only. You cannot find anything like it in a store or at a pharmacy. Every American should have at least one kit in their home. It's so important. And ordering will take less than 2 minutes. It's very, very simple. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code, ready for it? RSBN. Super easy. Use that code and we will allow you to purchase your kit with $45 off and free shipping. And you will want to just go, again, makecaregreatagain.com. Use RSBN. And they're only available in the USA.
And it's just like a doctor's office whenever you order your prescription. That you have to fill out all of the forms that you were if you were a new patient at a doctor's office, what you're allergic to, things of that nature, and they have to look over that before they ship you those medications. So I know I've done it. I have one at my house. So make sure you get that kit because it does come in handy. Okay, we talked a little bit about Pennsylvania. President Trump won this state in 2016. The people here says that the state is in play for November for 2024. And if you're looking at the odds from interactive polls, he has a 58% chance of winning Pennsylvania. Also, according to interactive polls, the latest numbers that just came out, it's showing that if you look at the Electoral College, President Trump, if the election was held today, would earn 307 to Joe Biden's 221.
Okay.
And the chance of President Trump winning the election, 69%.
Ooh, that makes me feel, that gives me chills.
Yes, but
while
you're
don't get
celebrating
too,
at home,
yes.
and if you're acting the same way that Nikki is with that reaction, that's great, but don't get complacent.
That's it. Don't.
That's the
we
fear,
got to
is
make
that
it too big to rig.
People will sit at home thinking, oh, we have this.
Yes.
We don't, because we don't know what kind of shenanigans the left may try to pull. And so, therefore, we need to make sure that we get everyone out.
Yes.
I don't care if President Trump has a 100%
That's it.
chance of winning. Still go vote.
100%. Now, this week also, Nikki Haley released, I believe, her 97 delegates to President Trump. So, although I don't expect them to be teaming up right now for anything in particular, I don't know. I know that President Trump has a real love for loyalty. It's a big, big, big part of his I would say priorities and who he spends his time with. However, I'm really happy to know that she did that. I think it was necessary. We are seeing the Republican Party unite, and that was a big step for her to do that. So now 97 delegates released to President Trump. Again, doesn't matter how good the news is, like Vanessa said. We got to stay vigilant, and we have to stay proactive. It's so important. That being said, the Democratic Party, as we continue to unite, are falling apart. And what we've seen this week has been absolutely unprecedented. Now, I don't know what time Vice President Trump is going to be coming out. Kidding. What in the world did we watch the other night? Let's talk about that a little bit.
You know, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. It just keeps getting worse and worse. And I think that day was so big because Joe Biden is at NATO and mispronounces the president of Ukraine and calls him Putin.
Oh my
instead of
gosh.
Zelensky.
The worst mistake you could possibly make.
And then later on calls President Trump, Vice President Trump under his administration. He doesn't know who's who, what he's talking about. We know this, and we've been knowing this, but the left has done a good job of trying to cover that up for the people who don't really follow along as much as we do. Because let's face it, there are people in America who don't follow politics. They love Trump, but they don't follow politics. You know, they go about their daily lives. They work 8 to 5. They get home. They bring their daughters to dance, their son to baseball, come home, cook dinner, get them in the bathtub and get them ready for bed and do it all again the next day.
Right.
So a lot of Americans don't follow like we do. So as we know, Joe Biden is declining in health, as it seems, and as it is very obvious. it took so many people to watch the debate to say, whoa, that's running our country, because in their defense, they might not be as in tune.
They're not as informed,
we
right?
are.
Right.
And so therefore they're in a defense mode.
They were, they weren't exposed until that
and
night.
Now that eyes are open and more people are awake after the debate, they also see more of what happened the other day at NATO, and then Joe Biden at the press conference the other day. I was very surprised he took questions. However, the questions were prepared for him in advance.
Yes.
He only took questions from a designated list of
That's
reporters.
right.
You
And he
realize
admitted it.
that Peter Ducey from Fox News
was not called
on
Nope.
that list, and there was a reason for that, because he asks the tough questions.
Yes.
He asks the questions that Americans want the answers to.
Exactly. The answers that other press are afraid to ask. And what was interesting was that day he actually said the quiet part out loud when he literally read and said, okay, so these are the people I've been told I can call on. Now, this is what we've all been saying in conservative media for quite some time, and we've been getting bashed over it and told it's cheap fake and stop editing to fake things out and making him look bad. No, we've literally only been showing the truth, because it's important that everybody knows if we want to unite the country, we have to inform the country. That being said, it was exposed, like you said. Everything was shown flat out how it really is. And then the next day, there were more reports out from radio outlets that said not only did that happen where he had the list of who to call on and what the questions would be, but the White House submits the questions to the interviewer of what they can ask him with the answers for him to answer with. So everything has been, quote, a cheap fake, if you will, to this point. And now it's being exposed, and you're seeing loyal donors, loyal supporters turning their back on somebody, which goes to show you that it wasn't that they believed he was anything energetic and zippy and perfect for the job all along. It goes to show you they're all about their party and their own jobs, not about the people. And that's why we are proud to support what we are here to support today, which is a party for the people, putting America first, not the elites, but the American people.
Yes, and you know, and that's exactly what it is the American people, your average, everyday American is tired. They're fed up, and they don't want this good old boy system that's been running the country. You know, Joe Biden said the other day, I just want to finish the job. Joe Biden, you were a senator for decades and did nothing. So what job do you want to finish? Like,
50 years wasn't enough, Vanessa?
Yes, and so people realize this, they know, and they know that the businessman, the man who could be living a luxurious life, he wants to come in and save our country and help these thousands of people who are here today. So that's where we're heading, and they know that the left is doing everything they can to bring down Trump. But it's not working, Nikki.
It's not working.
They can accuse him of this and that, and they can run him down, and they can, you know, throw indictments at him and find him guilty for bogus charges and do all the things. Throw him in jail with a mugshot. But it backfires every time. His numbers continue to go up. And we told you about Pennsylvania. I want to run through the list of some other swing states.
Sure.
If you look at Nevada, up 75%, meaning 75% chance that he will win. He spent some time in Nevada. Nevada loves Trump.
They love it.
That
Listen,
is
he
also
built
Trump.
half of Vegas.
Yes.
This is a man who was such an entrepreneur. So Nevada, for sure. Where else?
Nevada, he has a 75% chance of winning. That is coming from, again, one of my favorites to follow is interactive polls.
Yeah.
If you look at Wisconsin, 58% chance of winning. North Carolina,
that's a big one.
79%
That's a big one.
chance
Yes.
of winning. And he's also has, in Georgia, there's like a 70% chance of winning too, according to interactive polls. But
Incredible.
so far in those swing states, he's looking good, but we can't emphasize enough, don't get complacent.
That's right.
and sit on your bottom whenever November 5th rolls around.
It's a fact. And, you know, I'm from New Jersey. It's interesting because New Jersey is a blue state. I was in Wildwood. In Wildwood, we saw hundreds of thousands of people in the crowd. We know that we could turn, I believe we could turn New Jersey, New York. As last week, I read that New York was gaining major traction.
Oh, yeah.
Major traction. And here's the thing, even if it was tied in New York, that's a win for us because it's never been in play. For a long time, we have not seen anybody in play on this side of the parties. And so we're very excited to see what could be happening right now in the Northeast, as well as the Midwest, as well as the Southeast and the West side as well, because we saw, like you said, Nevada. Areas like New Mexico, I've been told, are also now in play, which was not in play before. So I lived there as well, and I have a lot of friends that support President Trump in New Mexico, and we could see a big change because they've been experiencing a tremendous amount of crime under President Biden.
Oh, absolutely. That's what Americans fear the most. Not only do we have to get a handle of our own crime going on in the country, we have the fear of and the proof of these illegal aliens coming in and committing more crime.
Yes.
And so, we just got to get a handle on America before we let these illegal aliens just come on in. Everybody's welcome. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Let's go over some news of the day.
Yes, let's do it.
Huge news we were discussing on the
Yes, this is a big one, big one.
It is. Elon Musk has really impressed me in the last year or so, and I've always been a fan of his and his business aspect.
As have I, yes.
However, he hasn't always been on the same scale as me when it comes to political views, and that's okay. That's his right. That's my right.
Sure.
But he took over Twitter, now X, and he's really done a great job
Fantastic.
of informing the public and the followers and the people who have accounts on X that this is free speech, but no threats, nothing of that nature.
Yeah.
And he will literally repost a congressman or congresswoman's post and say, this is not Joe Biden's on the screen.
Joe Biden's on the screen. That's where.
This is not the truth, and that's not going to be put up with on my platform.
No,
so he's
he
really
doesn't
gonna
like
handle-
censorship. No censorship.
no. But the news came out today that Elon Musk has donated to a Trump super PAC, looking like he's changed his stance. Now, changed his stance over the years because he seemed to have leaned more left in the past. But if you follow him and his tweets, he has gone to
Very supportive.
Yes, he has met with Trump. He has met with these Republicans.
Yes.
He has gone to the border because he's very vocal about the border and closing down the border and protecting our country. So he has changed his stance to where he's leaning more, in the conservative values. And again, just today, it was announced that Elon Musk has donated to a super PAC for Donald Trump.
Yes.
The amount has not yet
We
been
don't know
disclosed,
we don't know how much, but I can imagine
he has
substantial.
joined that super PAC.
It's we're watching right now Alejandro Mayorkas right now on the screen. You're seeing the leadership on the screen. That's why you're hearing some of the boos, because these are people who have allowed people to infiltrate our borders. And one of the things that Elon Musk has been so vocal about is, like you said, is the borders, because he has been there. And he does not, listen, he's not from America originally.
Correct.
He respects and honors and appreciates all of those of you and those who are here, who came here legally. It is a process that really allows people to feel so much pride, but they work towards that right to vote, to have the right to say, I am a citizen of the United States of America. And so when it happens illegally and people are given rewards for doing something unlawful and not following the laws of our country and getting the opportunities that Americans and veterans and the homeless are not getting and the minorities are not getting, it's maddening to so many people. And I know how President Trump loves a nation of a melting pot. He loves a nation of immigrants. His parents were immigrants. His wife is an immigrant. He absolutely loves the melting pot of this nation. He just also loves law enforcement and honesty and truth as much. And that's why we need to see law and order come back to this country.
Absolutely. And, Elon Musk doing a great job to really get a handle on what was Twitter and now X. He actually reinstated President Trump when President Trump was banned from social media platforms, which encouraged him to create his own platform, Truth Social. He reinstated President Trump. He has posted a few times. Also just announced this morning, Meta, which is Facebook, who now owns Instagram, is reinstating President Trump's social media accounts. Now, President Trump has posted some to Instagram. But that's huge for Meta to make that decision, announcing that today, that his social media page with millions of followers will be reinstated. Donald Trump has said in the past that he still is, a true social fan. That is his
that's
social
his thing.
media account. But it's good to see these platforms, these other platforms,
and he
really
retruthed,
taking a stand and saying, you know what, we need to reinstate him.
And they get it, because censorship is not what America is all about. President Trump actually retruthed some of our posts today. So we saw him posting some of the crowds on RSBN, which we appreciate because we show the crowd from start to finish. That's what we do here at RSBN, and we are thrilled to be able to do so. So many fabulous, fun Patriots, I can't even see the end. I mean, it's, as President Trump always says, I can't even see where it ends, because he can't. It's packed in here, and it's been packed since early this morning, and people are coming out in full force for this support. It's beautiful to see. And, last night there was a rally in Michigan run by somebody else. It was Joe Biden, and he seemed to have a little more vigor, I suppose, than he did the night before. Who knows why? We'll never know. But he said so many things in this loud, angry, booming voice, and that does not reflect strength. He seems to be confusing strength with anger, and saying lies and really angry things does not make you strong. President Trump has one line that I think is one of the most perfect examples of what he gave us as a president, and that line is peace through strength. That's what strength is. It's uniting with peace, and that in turn leads us to being a strong country.
Oh, absolutely. Peace through strength. Joe Biden,
the lies.
Rambling, he's mad. He's angry. He gets mad at the reporters who ask him questions.
It's rough.
That's just his personality and how he is. But not here. We're always excited and happy and hopeful.
Hopeful is a good word.
Trump
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of talk, of course, about who could be President Trump's VP pick.
Top
there was
topic.
a little talk that maybe he could have announced it at Doral last week. He did not. And so now there's the talk that he'll announce next week at the Republican National Convention.
Who knows?
Nikki, it's just my opinion.
Yeah, tell me
I
your
could be definitely wrong, but you never know with President Trump and what he's
Yes,
gonna do.
yes.
So I look at this VP short list, and they're all great people. I love
Agreed.
Ramaswamy. I love, Dr. Ben Carson. I love
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, Tim Scott. The list goes on. If you're on the short list, love you. However, I really don't think it's going to be anyone on the short list.
Me neither. I literally thought this morning, I was listening to all the news channels saying, here's the short list. He said 4 or 5 people are on the short list. He's going to do it kind of apprentice style. And I'm thinking, I don't think he's on that list. The person that they're showing on the names you said.
I think it's going to be a shock. It's going to be a surprise.
I feel like that too.
Where did he come from? That's the President Donald Trump way.
Yes.
We could be wrong. I don't know.
We literally don't
It
know.
could be one of the names I just mentioned, but that's just how I feel. Everyone has their own different opinions. Look, in the media circle, everyone's trying to figure it out, and everyone has different opinions.
Sure.
My opinion only means nothing.
Well, it means something.
Well,
of
it
course.
doesn't mean anything with the decision. It could be someone
Well,
on
the
list. We just don't
decision,
know.
this is the thing is, one thing I know that, because he's very unpredictable and a surpriser and does a lot of really fun things for all of us. But the one thing that is predictable is he always thinks in the best interest of Americans. So I know that whatever he chooses, whoever he chooses, however he chooses to tell us, I truly 100,000% have confidence that he's doing the right thing for America with his choice. That being said, we still all have our opinions. So I know I have a favorite in the back of my mind who I'd like to see. I know you do as well. Let's keep you in suspense, because first we want to tell you a little bit about Birch Gold.
Yes, Birch Gold is a company who is conservative. They care about the American people. Look, whenever the future of the U.S. dollar is unknown, you can never go wrong with gold. Let them help you prepare for the future. Help prepare for your savings, your future for yourself, for your children, your grandchildren. The Birch Gold Group, they're a great group of guys and women as well. They are definitely knowledgeable in their field and will best find a plan for you. So no matter what that is, they are going to figure it out, and they are going to work with you. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump
to 989898. Now, if you weren't following the news, a massive hit to the U.S. dollar just came in June, just last month, when Saudi Arabia did not renew its 50-year petrodollar deal with the U.S. Now, since 1974, Saudi Arabia has sold oil solely in U.S. dollars.
That's
and
it.
that was huge to our global economic dominance. So that's what's going on right now. Ask yourself this. If there is less demand for the dollar, what happens to the dollar?
Good question.
It's reasons like this that the Americans are turning to the Birch Gold Group. They have over 20 years of experience. They have helped tens of thousands of Americans. They are waiting by the phone to help you too. I spoke to them just a couple of weeks ago, and like I said, they're just great to talk to, and they want to help you get on the right path to financial freedom. Americans protect their savings by converting an IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. They'll help you do it. Doesn't have to be a lot. You don't have to start with a lot, because a lot of times when people
Right.
have investment, they kind of get scared. You don't have to. Let you start small and then work your way up. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. They have earned the trust of so many people, and we know that you'll be satisfied as well.
Yes, yes. And by the way, we want to tell everybody, if you're watching us on the broadcast and you're coming out here, make sure you stay hydrated. I need to get a drink of water in just a moment. I know you do too. You have to stay hydrated. It is very, very hot out here. It's so important. Dress appropriately. If you're coming on out, if you live in Pennsylvania, you're like, I'm making my way out there. I don't want to miss this. This is an amazing opportunity. A lot of you watching from home, if you can get out here, I implore you to do so. It's such a blast. It's such a great opportunity, and it's a wonderful way to become a part of American history. But absolutely stay hydrated and dress for the occasion. It's so important, because people have such a good time, and if you're prepared, you're fine. If you're not prepared, you might say, oh, why didn't I do that? So we want to give you the heads up to do so. In the meantime, I'm looking at the crowd building. It's getting busier and busier, and something smells really good, and it's distracting me.
Yes, it's the food booths right over there.
It smells like funnel cake.
The wind blows, and we can get whiffs of that smell good food. It's smelling yummy right now. But look at the crowd already behind us. The overflow crowd, and people are still coming through the gates, going through security, making their way here to the field to see President Trump. The pre-program with speakers should be beginning here any moment here in Butler, Pennsylvania. Where you're watching from, if you're in the chats, if it's Rumble or YouTube, let us know.
Yes.
Let us know. We were just talking about, who we thought may not be on the short list. Trump's pick. We won't tell you our favorites because we just don't know. But
I have a favorite.
Tell us who you think is going to be in the chats. We want to hear who you think it's going to be. Is it going to be Vivek? Is it going to be Dr. Ben Carson, J.D. Vance, Tim Scott? Let us know who you think.
Byron Donalds, maybe?
Let us
Marco
know
Rubio.
who you think that it may be in the chats. We love to hear your thoughts on that as well. Also, we always love to hear where you're watching from. So let us know where you're watching from. We're from Pennsylvania. We want to know. We're from Pennsylvania right now. We're not from Pennsylvania. We're live from Pennsylvania right now. We want to know which state you're in as we speak.
Yes.
More news of the day. There's so much to talk about.
So much.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting, because there's also talk that President Biden needs to step down.
There's a lot of talk about this. We have to discuss it.
He has been denying that that's the case. He doesn't want to step down. He says it's not happening. He wants to finish the job. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting something very interesting, and I want you to pay attention to this, that Joe Biden can't drop out and transfer the $100 million that he has raised for his campaign before he's officially the nominee. So it's looking like he's raised somewhere around $100 million, and he could not transfer that money to another nominee. So say.
Well, there was a freeze, on the $90 million too.
Yes,
That's
yes.
separate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they bring in Kamala, I don't know how that would play with Biden and Kamala on the ticket, since her name is still on there. There's, I'm sure, all kinds of legal issues that they'd have to look at. But if you wanted to bring in Governor Newsom, per se, before Joe Biden's the nominee and drops out, he could not transfer that $100 million raised for himself in his campaign to Newsom's campaign.
It can't be transferred. And
So
there
think
is
about that.
there is a freeze on that $90 million that has been raised, that they put a freeze on until or if he decides what he's going to do. So until they know, they're freezing those funds because they don't want him taking those funds. If he's not running, we don't want him taking the money, right? So that's been an issue. When you talk about what you just said, it just reminds me about democracy, and it reminds me about the legalities of this situation that's happening right now. Granted, he is not fit to be serving for 4 years. I think we all can admit that no matter what side of the parties, what side of the government, what side of the political play you are in. I think we've all seen what his leadership looks like. And even if you agree with his policies, you can see that he's not fit to lead us right now. And I believe the people that are the closest to him are saying that, so we can comfortably say that out loud. That being said, if he drops out, being that he won the primary for the Democratic race as the primary nominee, if he drops out and they install someone, and that is what they're doing, they are installing. This is a democracy, this is a republic. We elect our officials. That person will not have been elected as the primary candidate. And that means that is a threat to democracy, despite the fact that they're running on a campaign promise that if we elect Donald Trump, we lose democracy.
Right.
It's very hypocritical, but that's the fact.
The whole left, everything that they believe in, I believe, is hypocritical. But they want women's rights, and they don't know. They'll say my body, my choice for abortions, but yet they wanted everyone to be stuck with a needle when it came to vaccines for COVID. What happened to my body, my choice then? So that's just one of the many examples of how hypocritical they are. All right, we are nearing the top of the hour here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
We are, top of the hour, on its way. I would like to I'm going to grab a sip of water, if you don't mind, for a quick second.
Ahead.
It's very, very hot. I'm toasting. I'm going to get you a sip as well.
Thank you. I've been actually looking at the crowd here, and I saw just a young boy just a minute ago take a bottle of water and just pour it all over himself because it is scorching hot out here. People are literally melting, but the Trump team and the staff here, volunteers, are doing a great job of passing water around to the crowd, and they're staying shaded for the most part with umbrellas and just finding as much shade as possible. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Nikki Stanzione here in Butler, Pennsylvania. So good to have you joining us. The pre-program should be starting any minute now, and then after that, President Donald J. Trump will be taking the stage, his last appearance at a rally before the RNC next week. He is the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party, but next week they will vote to have him be the official nominee. All of the Trumps will be there. It will be like a Trump family reunion of sorts. So we'll see next week how just exciting it's going to be.
It is really getting busier, but I just looked over your shoulder. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was like, whoa, the crowd has gotten massive, as if it wasn't before. But we are excited to see what happens this week. This is going to be a pivotal week for our government, for our country. And some people actually were saying, if it was up to us and we could really change things, if it wasn't already so well planned and already prepared, some people were saying it would be kind of nice if we could postpone it and let this whole Democratic scenario just continue to play itself out, because it has been the leading talking point in the news over the last 2 weeks. And President Trump hasn't had to do anything except do rallies, because he hasn't had to speak much, because they're doing it to themselves, if you will. Sometimes you don't have to defend anything when they're doing it to themselves. So they were saying, let it just continue to play out, because we don't know what's going to happen. But in the meantime, it's happening. So also happening, chants of USA right now, which we love to hear.
The crowd behind us chanting USA. So good to see. They're happy. They're energetic. Hey, we also have some exciting news we want to tell you about today. We launched our new store on Sticker Mule. It's packed with amazing RSBN merchandise, including stickers, t-shirts, keychains, and more. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. check it out right now. A big portion of sales goes directly to RSBN, ensuring that we can still be here at the rallies and these events as we head into November, bringing you the real news and unfiltered coverage. You see it for yourself. You see the interviews on the ground, what people are saying. We're not saying it. They're telling you. And they have the same views as a lot of you do. They are just unfiltered and telling it like it is. You won't find this type of coverage anywhere else. So whether you want to show your support or just grab some cool gear, please do so right now. We've got you covered. Again, that's stickermule.com/RSBN. Go check it out right now and get yourself some cool merchandise.
I also want to just let everybody know a couple little disclaimers about RSBN. So oftentimes you and I will see that we really love to read the interactive notes. We love to hear what you guys are saying, what you're talking about, what you're asking. And sometimes you'll ask us, can you let us hear the music that's playing and not talk? I always like to let everybody know we love to be able to be seen on so many different platforms. And as you guys probably know, if you watch YouTube and some of these platforms, there are copyright laws. So the soundtrack is fantastic. We'll tell you the songs that are playing, and we can play. You can hear it sometimes in the background. But in order for us to continue to do coverage for you on YouTube without getting a fine or getting in trouble, we do have to sometimes talk over the music. So know that that is an intentional choice based on the fact that we want to continue to bring you the unfiltered coverage, not because we want to deprive you of hearing the songs.
Absolutely. So remember that, it's those copyright issues. We're going to pan to the side. Are we able to get video and sound of what's airing right now on the big screen? So we'll let you listen into this.
All right, guys. I got to unplug one of y'all. We're going to share mine for a little while. We got to figure this out. We got an audio problem.
Do we want to just switch off instead of talking?
And you are now looking live at Butler, Pennsylvania, as our crews are there, of course, getting ready for the pre-program to start. It was slated for 3 o'clock, so we're 18 minutes after the hour. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here in our Auburn, Alabama RSBN studios. Of course, Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione out there. We'll be going back out to them here soon. Just wanted to give you a little bit of housekeeping programming here. We know, again, any minute now the pre-program will start. And then, of course, at 5 o'clock, as you see there on your screen, 5 o'clock, President Trump is expected to take the stage. As you can tell, there are thousands of Pennsylvanians there. I'm sure people from right next door, Ohio, as this event is, as mentioned by Vanessa and Nikki, about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, so not too far from the Ohio border. And you can see by the pans of our crew out there, look at all of the people. I mean, they're all out there. It doesn't matter that it's 85 or 88 or almost 90 degrees. Look at the crowd. Look at that. That's the first I'm seeing of it, too. Look at all the way behind the media riser. People are still filing in. This some hour and 41 minutes before President Trump even takes the stage. Once again, this is Matthew Alvarez here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be going back out to Nikki and Vanessa, listening to some good music there. It's always good to hear some patriotic songs and some background music as we take a look at the crowd right there with you. This is what this network's all about, as we love you guys, right? We're with you, the people, and we're going to show the crowds and hear from President Trump and hear from the pre-program speakers as well. So just a couple other stats I'll share with you, and then we'll get back to some more music here and some more commentary there with the boots on the ground. The recent presidential elections, of course, in Pennsylvania, back in 2016, President Trump took 48.2% of the vote. Clinton took 47.5%. In 2020, we know what happened there, so we're not even going to get into the specifics on the percentage breakdown. But, the swing states, all, in 2016 were red, let's be honest, right? So many states went to President Trump, and he was doing a fabulous job. So was the, most of the cabinet there, of course. And then here we are now in 2024. This was going to be, again, the RNC just 2 days away will be awesome because it's going to be a three-peat for Donald Trump being the official nominee of the Republican Party. Right now, the title, to be technical, is the presumptive, right? The presumptive nominee of the Republican Party. Well, that word presumptive is going to go away when President Trump is officially nominated at the RNC. So some great coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. 4 days of great coverage. We're going to have analysis, commentaries, a lot of stats, a lot of breaking down how the RNC works, how the delegates and the states and how this all comes together. Obviously, the nomination for President Trump. And whenever, of course, President Trump makes his announcement about the vice presidential pick, whether that's today at the rally, whether that's tomorrow on Truth Social, whether he puts a video up, whether it's at the RNC, whatever he chooses, we'll be covering, obviously, that next move when it comes to the vice presidential pick. So, once again, it's Matthew Alvarez here at 3:22. We'll be back out to Nikki and Vanessa. Let's go back to some of the music as we await President Trump and the pre-program.
Pastor Jason Sharon to lead us in today's invocation.
Time of crisis in our nation and in our world, that your Holy Spirit will use this crisis to remind us of the need to get right with you, to rid our relationships with each other, that we will repent of anything that's holding us back, that our relationships being made right in your sight, we might make our nation great again through your grace and your goodness, and making our country great again. Our world may be set right through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marine veteran and Mayor of Slippery Rock, John David Longo, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon, Butler County. I thought we were at a Trump rally. Let's make the president hear us from the sky. Good afternoon, Trump country. Come on, let's go. Woo! Nice. Good. My name is John David Longo. I have the privilege of serving as mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, as district chairman for the Butler County Republican Committee, and as a founding member of the United Republicans of Butler County. And let me first say that it feels so good to be back here with you, patriotic, God-fearing American men and women, in support of our president, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Now, the campaign has given me the privilege of leading you all in our most sacred Pledge of Allegiance to our flag and to our republic. But before we get there, I ask, ladies and gentlemen, that as we say these words together, please reflect on the colors of our flag, everything that they represent, and the fact that those colors never, ever run. So at this time, please rise if you are able. Take your hats off. Place your right hand over your hearts. Face our star-spangled banner and say with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. May God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kat Tedder to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Petroleum Engineer Sarah Phillips.
What do you think about when you think about oil and gas? Maybe powering your car or heating your home? It's so much more than that. When I think about oil and gas, I think about two things. First is the time I spent working in the field, waking up at 4:30 in the morning, working outside in North Dakota in negative 30-degree temperatures, carrying 150 pounds worth of equipment to the rig floor, working a fast-paced, labor-intensive 16-hour day with my oil field family. When enduring these types of conditions, spending almost every waking hour with your coworkers, you become family. The second thing that I think about is that unnecessary limiting the abundant supply of hydrocarbons through political restraints jacks up the oil and gas's price, which jacks up the price of every American-made product. Your grocery bill sometimes doubling since 2019 is not a coincidence. It's a direct implication of Joe Biden's war on oil and natural gas. Under President Trump's leadership, our nation was well on its way towards energy independence. Here are just a few things that President Trump did whenever he was in office. For the first time in nearly 70 years, the United States became a net energy exporter. U.S. natural gas exports quadrupled, putting the United States among the top 3 LNG exporters in the world. And he withdrew the United States from the radical, unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Agreement. When he's back in the White House, President Trump will increase energy production across the board, streamline permitting, and end restrictions on oil, natural gas, and coal. Trump will once again make American energy independent and then energy dominant, lowering energy prices even below the record lows achieved during his first term. Finally, he will terminate President Biden's socialist Green New Deal policies on day one. Let me dive in why these policies are so important. Take a journey with me. We're going to take a trip back in time to year 2050. Think of a family that lived 30 miles outside of London. How did they get to London? Probably walking or horse and carriage. What were their homes built of? Stone. How did they heat their homes? Wood or dung? What about year 1350, 1450, 1550, 1650, 1750, even as recently as 1850? The answers to those questions were all the same. What happened between 1850 and 1950? Everything changed. If you're 30 miles outside of London, you can take a car, a bus, a train, a hot air balloon. Our use of hydrocarbons was literally species altering. What hydrocarbons allowed us to do is to perform more work in a given day. If you look at how much work we can do as a species, we're limited to our caloric expenditure. We then created this machine calorie, and we are feeding hydrocarbons to the machines that do a work 100 people can do. I would like to leave you with this. So often, I hear a story of my oil and gas brothers and sisters, the hardest workers in America, who give up birthdays, Christmases, football games, and weddings, who might be lucky enough to have a chance to go to Thanksgiving on their days off. Exhausted, these great Americans will sit down at the dinner table, excited for a little relaxation and reprieve, only to get berated by an uncle or an aunt about how bad my industry is. I have one thing to say to them or anybody who doesn't support my industry. If you know an oil and gas worker, please thank them for putting the clothes on your body, the phone in your hand, and the medical equipment that may just save your life one day. Because without the grueling work my family does, none of this would be possible. Thank you, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Rico Elmore.
Man, it is a pleasure, it is an honor, and it is a privilege to be out here today. But I want to ask you, do you feel that? Do you feel that in the air? The goosebumps, the chills? That's what you call America's patriotism. Woo! And I want to say, look at all these fine people out here tonight. It may be a little hot, but hey, this looks like a Trump rally. My name is Rico Elmore, and I'm the vice chair for the Republican Party of Beaver County. And there are some Beaver County folks out here today, and I want to personally thank each and every one of you for coming out today, because you and your hard work and effort turned Beaver County red. And that has not been done since the beginning of Beaver County. So I thank everyone here from Beaver County for coming out to support our President, Donald J. Trump. So, you know, some people have told me, that the president is the person who is currently sitting in the office. I say you guys say otherwise. But I must ask you this. Because President Trump is our current, because Trump is our former, and because Trump is our future, would you be okay if I refer to him as President Trump? Now, me and the president, we're alike in some ways. We are very much alike. President Trump also says a lot of times about warrior. He quotes warrior a lot of times. And myself being a veteran, serving in the United States Air Force, doing deployments, doing Operation Enduring Freedom, I understand the commitment, the dedication, and the sacrifice it takes to be a warrior for the people and the country that you love. And so does he. Now, both of us have also been unfairly targeted by the Democratic Party. And still, now even though this is on a much larger scale than mine is, we still fight for the people every day. But I ask each and every one of you today, we gotta reach out to the voters. We gotta get out there to the people, and we have to win. Ronald Reagan once said, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they are ignorant, it's just that, hey, they know so much that isn't so. And that's where the news media comes in at and distorts things that are going on right now. And we have to fight against that. So I ask each and every one of you today to go out and become a volunteer for Trump Force. Everyone here today. Trump Force 47 is President Trump's campaign here in Pennsylvania. And to be successful, we need grassroots people like you to come out and vote. Get your friends, your family, and your loved ones and come out and vote, because we need you, and we need you to win this election. So I'll leave you with this. We both know that so many people think small because they're afraid of success. They're afraid of making the ultimate decision. They're afraid of the winning. But President Trump, he is not afraid. And I can tell by all of you here today that you are not afraid. So I challenge you to get to those tables, to sign up, and let's make America great again. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the president of the Oil and Gas Association, Matt Cody.
Thank you. Thank you. There he is. Can everybody hear me? Is anybody out here hot? Me too. I didn't want to have this on, but I felt inappropriate if I didn't have it on. My name's Matt Cody. I'm the president and founder of the Oil and Gas Workers Association. It's not about me. What did you just say? Drill, baby, drill. That's what I love to hear.
Folks, I was always afraid to get up in front of people and say something stupid, and then I remembered we have AOC who once said, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. See, that's the problem in this country, is that we have morons with big followings. And they hurt our jobs. Y'all, I'm just an oil field truck driver. I'm the son of Mike and Debbie Cody of Andrews, Texas. I grew up in Levelland, Texas. My dad's worked in the oil field all his life. My mom's a public school teacher who just finally retired. You know, it's people like me and like you and like my parents and my grandparents and my aunts and uncles and all of yours who built this country. You know, I want to thank some people who flew up here today to be here. Benjamin Day, who's here. Shannon McKeechin out of Midland, Texas. Chad Eden. Well, a whole lot of people. Sid Miller. You know, Miss Phillips was talking about how everything was lower whenever President Trump was in office. Sid Miller, the Texas Ag Commissioner, is here today. And y'all give Sid a big hand. I don't know if y'all saw his bus. It's outside. It says the Gas and Groceries Truth Tour, because we all know Joe Biden isn't telling the truth. Everything was better when President Trump was in office. You know, I told you I'm just an oil field truck driver, and that's true. I started this little grassroots organization in 2015 in response to the Obama-Biden era weaponization of the EPA, because I was sick and tired of watching our federal government sell out our jobs, our families, our states, and our nation to foreign countries propped up with our tax dollars. And if you're tired of it too, I always want you to join us at ogwausa.com/join. Y'all get on the Trump train with us, because the way we save this country, first of all, is to re-elect President Donald J. Trump. You know, a lot of people point to 2020 and they go, oh, well, there weren't a whole lot of rigs going on. I don't know if y'all noticed, but there was COVID. And President Trump did everything he could to save as many American jobs as possible. And my friend, the great governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, he always says drilling equals jobs. And that's what our party and our movement is about. Folks, I want to thank you for the honor to speak in front of you. There's so many people I didn't get to speak. You know, Sabo and Cranford from Deepwell, everybody here from Deepwell and Butch's, Dylan, Caitlin Pierce, a lot of people who couldn't make it. Y'all, this is the honor of a lifetime to get to speak in front of people just like me, because what we're trying to do is save American jobs for American workers. God bless you. God bless the great state of Pennsylvania, and God bless America. Yeah! Wow!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage combat veteran and author Sean Parnell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, my fellow Pennsylvanians. What a beautiful day to be an American. I know many of you all know me, but for those who do not, my name's Sean Parnell. I'm a combat veteran. I was blessed to lead an infantry platoon at the height of the hunt for Osama bin Laden, 485 days of heavy combat along the Afghan-Pakistan border, 85% casualty rate. Some of my men were wounded twice, some 3 times. I was wounded myself. But Pennsylvania, I am here to tell you that we survived for one reason and one reason only. And that is because we stuck together as Americans. So my question for you all is, can you feel it? Can you feel the tide turning? We are on the verge of taking back our country from the Biden crime family and the rest of the corrupt Democrats who are destroying America. Across this crowd, I see members of my family. I see my friends. I see my grassroots army who led the way on both of my campaigns here in the great state of Pennsylvania. I see business leaders. I see political leaders. And I have to say, it is so good to see you all. But you know what else I see? I see Americans who are hurting because of the reckless policies of the Biden administration, not just here, but all over the great state of Pennsylvania. I see Americans who are struggling to get by. Every single day I hear from Pennsylvanians who are struggling to put food on the table for their family. My two oldest children work at a grocery store not far from here, and almost every day they come home and they tell me of people struggling to pay for groceries at the grocery store. These last 3 years have been so tough. You know, hell, I know, believe me, I'm a paycheck to paycheck guy just like many of you. The Biden administration has made our lives worse by every statistical measure. Inflation has skyrocketed under the Biden administration. He caused it. Young Americans are being priced out of the American dream. I saw a stat that the average salary in America was $60,000 a year. Well, the average cost and salary needed to buy a home is $106,000. Biden's Department of Education is pushing critical race theory on our kids. Our open southern border. Our open southern border is a tidal wave of human suffering. 85,000 children have gone missing, sold into some form of horrifying slavery. Here we are in the year 2024, and the Democrat Party, the party of slavery, somehow managed to bring back slavery. It's completely unacceptable. Our media totally ignores it. No cries about children in cages. You don't see AOC dressed in white crying at the southern border over a parking lot, do you? Over 10.5 million illegal aliens have come into our country, some of whom are gang members, over 400 members of ISIS. Despite what the Biden crime family says, crime in America has skyrocketed. They'll tell you it's at an historic low. But it's an amazing thing what will happen when Democrat-run cities like LA, Chicago, New York, Miami, and Memphis don't report their crime statistics. Here are the facts. Our community is less safe because of Soros-funded prosecutors made possible by the Biden crime family. America's standing in the world has suffered greatly. The disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, we surrendered there. 13 brave Americans dead. And what did Joe Biden do? He went to the dignified transfer of remains and checked his watch. Shortly after the withdrawal and surrender in Afghanistan, Putin invaded Ukraine. Under Joe Biden, Hamas invaded Israel, made possible by our funding Iran. And did you know that Americans are still held hostage by Hamas? It's totally unacceptable. It's a sickening betrayal of our values. Here in Pennsylvania, we have Mark Fogel, a teacher being held in a Russian prison. And the Biden administration has totally ignored that family. This is a sickening betrayal of our values. And all of this is happening under the Biden administration. What is crazy is that 3 short years ago, none of this was happening. Under Donald Trump, America was thriving. Our economy was booming. Inflation and unemployment were at rock bottom. We had a president who was respected all around the world. Maybe they didn't all like him, but they sure as hell respected him. Donald Trump gave us the Abraham Accords, the closest thing to peace in the Middle East in my lifetime. Criminals were prosecuted. Our law enforcement was celebrated. Trump loved our military. Our military loved Donald Trump. We didn't have have a recruiting crisis under President Trump now, did we? And how did the Biden family, the Biden crime family, thank President Trump? They viciously went after him with hoaxes and lies. From the moment he came down the golden escalator in 2015, it was relentless. They spied on his campaign. After Trump was elected in 2016, every single Democrat in Congress called him an illegitimate president and questioned his victory. Then came the Russia hoax, brought to you by Hillary Clinton and Adam Schiff. That hoax was pushed by the media relentlessly with no evidence. Bogus impeachment 1, fake charges elevated by the media. Bogus impeachment 2, fake charges elevated by the media. 51 high-ranking members of our intelligence community lied and signed a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. They provided zero proof. Yet the media regurgitated these lies during the 2020 election. Now the Biden administration is using the Department of Justice to engage with lawfare against President Trump. Pennsylvania, they are trying to destroy his name. They are trying to use the power of government to steal his businesses. They're trying to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And for what? All completely made up crimes. To be sure, they are attacking President Trump because they know they cannot beat him in any other way. And now that lawfare is failing, they're trying to remove their candidate from the ballot because he's getting destroyed in this election. Think about that. Millions of their own voters already cast ballots for Biden. They don't care, and they're rigging their own elections. Quick side note. When I was the target of lawfare during my Senate run, the Trump family did not abandon me. The left will do anything to keep conservatives who will actually fight, who will push back folks like Donald Trump from ever running. They collude with their allies in the media to make an example of anyone who stands up. They came after me. They came after my family. And it wasn't just to stop me. It was to send a message to every other person out there who's willing to step up. And that message is, don't do it. It's not worth it. We'll destroy you. When I was at my lowest point, the Trump family stood by me. We should judge the quality of our relationships in our lives by whether or not people stand by you through the tough times. It's easy to be there when times are good. When the going gets tough, that's when it matters. There are a lot of people in politics who don't do that. The Trumps stood by me. And now finally, my family is through the hell. 2 years of hell were better and stronger than ever, and Donald Trump and his family stood by me. I'm not going to abandon them, and all of us as voters need to do the same in this fight. Never give up. Never surrender. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, is that one man that's refusing to back down is contagious. Just like my troops in Afghanistan, I'm not backing down. My family's not backing down. You're not backing down. This is our country, and we are taking it back. So God bless you all. And God bless this amazing country that we call home. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dan Muser.
Yeah, let's go! Hello, Pennsylvania! Hello, Butler County! I've said it before and I will say it again, there is nothing like a Trump rally. How are all you patriots doing today? Is Butler County Trump country? Hell yeah, it is! My fellow Americans, are you ready to save America? Are you ready to make America great again? Are you ready to elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America? Have you had enough of Joe Biden, Bidenomics, America last diplomacy, and weakness on the world stage? In order for the U.S., our great country, to be strong, we must have a strong president. We need Donald J. Trump. This is the most important election of our lifetime, perhaps the most important for the direction of our country, maybe ever. And it really comes down to some common sense choices, right? Let's ask ourselves a few questions all Americans should. Do we want a border that is secure? Yes, then we must elect Trump. Do we want energy dominance and lower energy costs? Of course, then we must elect Trump. Do we want to eliminate inflation? We must elect Trump. Do you want our military focused on strength and not political correctness? Then we must elect Donald Trump. Speaking of our military, let's honor our veterans. Will our veterans please stand so we can thank you for your service? We love you. Thank you. USA. USA, USA, hey, USA, USA, USA. Hey, we elect Donald J. Trump, we'll replace Let's Go Brandon with USA. Do we want a crime-fighting president to make our streets safe? Of course we do. We must elect Donald Trump. And do we want America to be respected around the world again? Yes, we do. We need to elect Donald Trump. All Americans need to know this and believe it and follow it and save America. Donald Trump will deliver on his promises. Our border will be secure. He will end the gas-backwards energy policy of the Biden administration. Pennsylvania natural gas will flow again. We will make U.S. manufacturing great again by being the most competitive place in the world to build things. There are so many positive things, folks, happening in the campaign, but nothing is going to replace you and the get out the vote efforts, and of course protecting our vote. Trump is up in the polls. He's up with all sectors, all demographics. And as well, we have some great Republicans on the statewide ticket that are going to help us quite a bit. You're going to be, hey, is Rob McCurry here? All right, well, Rob's running in the 17th for the U.S. House. We got to keep the House. We got Dave McCormick coming up soon for U.S. Senate. Great patriot, combat veteran. He's going to do a great job for us. Stacey Garrity for treasurer. Tim DeFore. All right? And of course, Dave Sunday for Attorney General. All right. You gonna vote for Trump? If he's gonna vote for Trump, he can stay. So, you know, everybody knows the statement Benjamin Franklin made when he walked out when we signed the Constitution. He said he was asked, "What kind of government have you formed, Mr. Franklin?" And he said, "It's a republic if you can keep it,
My fellow Pennsylvanians, it's up to us to keep our constitutional republic once again. We have all got to be registered. We all need to vote. And if there's a 1% chance that you may not be able to vote on November 5th, mail in your ballot. Folks, this election is about saving our country and keeping the American dream alive. Can we do it? Are we going to do it? Thank you, Patriots. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Mike Kelly.
Ain't America beautiful? This place that we call home. Give us your tide, your woe, your yearning to be free forevermore. Ain't America beautiful? Ain't America beautiful?
Good to see you all. Wow. So a week ago, I got a phone call, and they said, Congressman Kelly, we're going to come to Butler. And I said, you're going to come to Butler? That's great. Where's the event going to take place? They said, the Butler Farm Showgrounds. And I said, okay, how many people are you expecting? They said 6,000 to 7,000. I said, you've never been to Butler. The last time the president was here, 55,000 people, 55,000 patriots. Listen, we've got to talk now as Americans, not just Republicans, not just as independents, and the true Democrats from the old days that were the blue-collar people that were fighting for everything they could fight for, not this social group, socialists, they call themselves Democrats, socialists. Drop the Democrat and just start saying the right thing. You're socialist. And your goal is to destroy the greatest nation the world has ever known and put instead something in place that we will not recognize. Look, you all know, first of all, how many veterans are here? Veterans, where are you all? Where are you all? Right? 1.5 million men in uniform have died to give us the opportunity to gather like this today. They gave their lives never to come home again. No more Thanksgivings, no more Memorial Days, no more Veterans Days, no more Christmas, no more baptism, no more weddings in the family. They died to make sure you could do what you're doing today. And I want to know is at the end of the day, we understand that there was a debate a couple, 10 days ago or so, and everybody said, it's over. It's over. We now know that the media has been lying to us, and now the shield is down, and the fake news turned out to be worse than the fake news. They were anti-American in what they were doing. Now, I'm just going to leave you with this thought. Almost every one of us has been in some kind of a competition in our lives. Did you ever heard the term of playing it through the whistle? Playing it through the whistle means you keep on playing, you keep on doing what you have to do to win, you keep on doing to make sure you don't lose, but I want to give you a different version. We've got to play it through the echo of the whistle. Playing it through the whistle isn't enough, not with this crew that we're fighting against right now. The President of the United States, number 45, is going to be here in not too long. We need to make him number 47. I can't wait till the president sees this crowd. And he's going to know at that point that he didn't win it with a debate. He won it with policy that makes sense for the United States of America. He says, you're not shutting down our energy. You're not shutting down our houses. You're not shutting down our future. You're not taking the future away from not only today's children, but our grandchildren and those to come after. There is only one man who can stand what's going on. I've often asked myself, in 2016, I watched a man come down an escalator who had the greatest life in the world. Beautiful wife, beautiful family, beautiful life. He came down that escalator to get into the swamp because he said, this is not who we are as Americans. Think about what he gave up to save America. Nobody else in history has done that. There's only one Trump. This election is about America's last chance. Last chance. We cannot endure another 4 years of what we've gone through. The Hate America group has got to go into retirement. The Love America group has got to come up. I don't care how you vote as long as it's for President Trump. You don't have to be a registered Republican, but you have to be a registered American and take care of what it is you. This is your last chance to save America. I'm asking you to please do the same thing for what 1.5 million men in uniform died to give you the opportunity to do. Let's not forget that when President Trump comes here, let him know that he is America's last stand. He is America's last chance. This crowd is a crowd that's going to propel him to a victory in November. God bless you all. Thanks for being here. God bless you. God bless you. Let's go, Trump. Let's go, Trump. Let's go. Let's go.
Ain't America beautiful? This place that we call home. Give us your time, your poor, your yearning to be free forevermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome candidate for United States Senate, Dave McCormick.
I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes.
All right, there's a crowd. All right, Pennsylvania, all right, Butler County, it's great to see you all. Thanks for coming out, all you patriots, to save our country. Thank you for being here today. You know, the reason I'm here... Oh, yeah, we got to fix that flag. We got to fix that flag somehow. I don't know, I think I need somebody to climb up there. Who's volunteering? You can't climb it if you've had 3 drinks or more. All right. I'm going to let them work on the flag. And we got to fix that before the president gets here. And you're all here for the same reason I'm here. I know you are. Because if you believe America is the greatest country in the world, and I do, I believe that, and you believe you've been blessed by everything America has to offer, you've been blessed to be here in this great country, which I do, and you believe America is in deep, deep trouble. We're in trouble, my friends, and you believe you can do something about it, you gotta be here, you gotta fight. That's why I'm running.
That's why President Trump's running. That's why Mike Kelly and Dan Muser. That's why all of you are here today to save our country and get it moving in the right direction again. You know, I was born in Washington County, not too far from here. We got some Washington County people. My dad was born in Indiana County. My mom was born in Punxsutawney, Jefferson County. I like to say Punxsutawney because it reminds me of Punxsutawney Bob. Bob Casey, that is, who only comes out of his hole once every 6 years. And I have had the American dream. I grew up in rural Pennsylvania. I wrestled, I played football. I got to go to West Point. I got to serve our great country in the 82nd Airborne Division in Iraq. I got to come back and I ran a company in Pittsburgh for years that helped create lots of great jobs in Western Pennsylvania. So I've been blessed. And my wife's an immigrant from Egypt, a legal immigrant from Egypt. And she came to America as a Christian so she could practice her faith. Only is this the country where people come to be able to have religious freedom. And she got to work for a guy named President Trump and help work on these Abraham Accords you've heard about. So we've been blessed, she and I. And we're worried that our kids aren't going to have that same American dream we've had. We're worried your kids aren't going to have that, and we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Think about it spiritually. Who watches those kids on these college campuses? They don't know the difference between right and wrong. They don't know the difference between good and evil. The majority of those young people don't believe America's exceptional. And you say, my God, how could that happen? And then you watch those college presidents testify and you say, that's how it happened, right? The lack of leadership, the lack of moral clarity. An economy where 60% of Pennsylvanians are living paycheck to paycheck. And prices are up by more than 20%. And it's the result of the terrible, flawed policies of Joe Biden, the spending Bob Casey supported at every step of the way, the war on fossil fuels. It's driven up our prices. It's destroying our economy. You know, I thought the economy was bad, but think about the border, right? The border, who would have thought? I went to the border about 2 months ago, Yuma, Arizona. And I was in the middle of the night, 2 in the morning with the Border Patrol. 50 people walked across the border right in front of me. 5 illegal migrants from Syria, military-age men. 5 Chinese nationals. We have a huge national security risk across our economy. I'm a father of 6 daughters. We have young women being raped and murdered by illegal migrants. We have a fentanyl crisis. You all know about fentanyl here in Butler County, right? We have a fentanyl crisis. 4,000 people died last year in Pennsylvania from fentanyl. 4,000. Almost 100,000 nationally. We got to close the border. That's the first thing we got to do. But 100,000 fentanyl deaths in America. For those of you who are Vietnam vets, we lost 53,000 veterans in 8 years of war. We had 2 Vietnams last year in the United States from fentanyl. This is a war against us. It fits in with the lawlessness coming out of our cities. Thanks, Joe Biden. Thanks, Joe Biden. That's right. And the weakness, my friends, the weakness on the world stage. Our adversaries in Iran, in Russia, in China think we're weak. They think our military's weak. And they're testing us and challenging us every day. And my opponent, you guys may have heard of him, a guy named Bob Casey, every step of the way. 98% of the time, he votes with Joe Biden, 98% of the time. But do you know what's most disgraceful? Did anybody see that debate? Anybody see that debate? So what Bob Casey says, this is how much he wants to stay in office. He says that his best buddy, Joe Biden, is just fine, and he's confident he's ready to be commander-in-chief for 4 more years. That's not leadership. That's dishonesty. He's lying to us. He's lying to Pennsylvania. We need a new commander-in-chief. We need new leadership in the White House. We need to take our country back. We need leadership that's going to grow our economy for working class families, that's deregulate and make sure the Trump tax cuts stay in place. We need that kind of leadership in the White House with President Trump. We need leadership to secure the border, to go after these cartels, to stop the flow of fentanyl, and to stop this flow of illegal migrants into our country that's putting such a huge burden on our economy, on our safety. We need a president who's going to support law and order and get rid of this spiraling crime in our cities and our towns. We need a leader, and we need a majority in the Senate that's going to fight for energy dominance and energy leadership from right here in Pennsylvania, the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world, right here in Pennsylvania. And we need leadership that's going to keep our military strong. All you veterans know it. If you don't have a commander-in-chief you trust, it's hard to go into battle. We need a leader who's going to strike fear in the hearts of our adversaries. And we need a leader who's going to protect every single American. We need a leader who's going to fight to bring home those eight hostages, American citizens in Gaza. To bring home Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who's been held in Russia for more than a year. And we need leadership that's going to stand up and bring Pennsylvanian Mark Fogel home to Pennsylvania, home to America. That's what leaders do. That's what a commander-in-chief does. Now, Dan Muser said, he said, this might be the most important election of your lifetime, and I think it is, all of our lifetimes. This is the point where we get our country back on track, or we watch it decline in a way that'll make us all sick to our stomachs. And so all of you need to treat this election like your life depends on it, because it does. Thank you. God bless the Keystone State. God bless all of you. God bless America.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
That's the overflow. That's not all of the crowd. That's just the overflow. It's massive. I've never seen anything like it. It is so exciting. Everybody's out here ready to have a good time. And it is a day for the record books, Vanessa. I'm Nikki Stanzione. I'm here with the beautiful Vanessa Broussard. And we are here to bring you all the coverage before President Trump speaks live at 5 p.m. Eastern. The flag is fixed. The flag was twisted.
That's how you know you're at a Trump rally, and these are American-loving patriots, because they were not going to stop until that flag was fixed, and now they celebrate. So take a look. They are making sure this flag is fixed.
That's amazing. Listen,
all glory. She's beautiful.
All good to the glory of the beautiful American flag. It's just not a Trump rally without that flag flying. Now, I want to make sure everybody's following RSBN. We had a really cool truth from President Trump himself. He posted from the plane, from Trump Force One, that he was watching all of us. So if you're in the crowd right now, we want you to know that President Trump is watching you. So you got to show him your love. We'll have everybody show some love, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. The crowd, amazing. I've never seen anything like it. And in this type of weather, the heat, we're at over 90 degrees right now, no clouds, the sun is bearing down, and these people have been out here for hours, and that's okay. They're dancing to Pitbull right now. So, yes, it's going to be a wonderful night. President Trump, his last rally before he goes into the RNC next week. A week full of making America great again. Each day is themed, and we're going to be there, and we're going to have live coverage throughout the week. On Monday, it is Make America Wealthy Again. Tuesday is Make America Safe Again. Wednesday is Make America Strong Again. And, of course, Thursday, the final day, is Make America Great Again. So that's the theme every day. A lot of great speakers, candidates from all over America, and just your everyday Americans have been chosen to speak as well. So it's going to be a beautiful event. I'm really excited for the RNC.
I am so excited. I'm so glad we're covering it. By the way, there it is. That flag, they are determined. So if you missed it, the flag was twisted. The whole crowd is yelling, fix the flag, as we should. And it's fixed because that's what American patriots do. We have so much fun here at a Trump rally. If you've never been to one, make it a priority on your list before November 5th to come to a Trump rally and celebrate the beauty of America. It's been a chaotic time in our country, and we need to get the union, if you will, back on track. You can follow both of us. We love to hear from all of you. Find us on Instagram, on TikTok, on X, which was Twitter, and of course on True Social. I'm Nikki Stanzione. You can find me at Nick Stanz, Nikstanz, Nikstanz, and Vanessa. And actually, it's Nikki Stanzione on Twitter and on TikTok.
Yes, I'm on TikTok now, only because President Trump's on TikTok. So since he joined, I had to join as well. You can find me there, Vanessa B News. I always post TikToks from the crowds and from the rallies. I'm also on Instagram at Vanessa Broussard News. And on Truth Social, it's just my first name, at Vanessa. And then if you're on Twitter, which is now X, I'm there as well. And big news coming from Elon Musk today that he has donated to a super PAC for President Trump to help him get elected. We don't know how much just yet. As of news time, I hadn't seen that amount revealed. But yeah, big news coming out today. Elon Musk changing his stance over the years. He is all about freedom of speech. He's all about big tech not censoring our speech. He has visited the border recently, does not like the illegal aliens coming into our country. So he's been very vocal on X about this. So it really wasn't a big surprise, even though he hasn't publicly come out and endorsed a candidate. It was revealed today that he has donated to a super PAC to put President Trump in office. On that note of social media, Nikki, it was released this morning that Meta is reinstating President Trump's social media account.
So now, no more censorship. No more censorship of President Trump. We need to hear his voice. We need to hear your voice loud and clear. And we're hearing everyone's voice. The screams that you might be hearing are because the flag has now lifted. It's flying. It's back to its position, and we are thrilled to be here with all of you. This is a massive crowd, a massive event. I can't see the end of the sea of people, and that's what President Trump likes to see, and he is watching, and we love to know that. You know, President Trump's family has been announced as being at the RNC. Of course, speculation that Don Jr. will be announcing the VP. That's one thing we've heard. Melania Trump, Ivanka Trump are all scheduled to be there. I'm not sure if they will be speaking, but as of now, we know they will be there. And that's exciting because everyone loves America's first family, and we're excited to see them there representing and celebrating Donald J. Trump that entire week. It's going to be so phenomenal.
What an amazing show of support for Barron in Doral. His first time into the political arena. I was at the inauguration for the 2016 election, so in 2017, and Barron was little. I remember him in the parade driving by, and all of a sudden you have this grown man now who is so tall and so intelligent, and stands up when his father called for him to stand up, and the crowd went crazy. They just remembered this little boy who they've watched grown up, and the Trump family has protected him so well. He's a tremendous human being, and everyone keeps saying, this is our future.
I was standing on the risers, and he said, and then there's this 18-year-old, as soon as he said it, and everybody got up, I was like, oh, and everyone's like, where is he? And you could see him because he's so tall, and he stood up, and it was like, this is amazing to see, because we all watched that first day when he accepted the win that night, and when we saw him, and he was this little boy, like you said, and then seeing him taller than any of us standing there, and he was like, he did the Trump, he did that thing that President Trump does, and I was like, oh, he's definitely a chip off the old block. It's amazing how Trump's boys, as he calls them, they all look so much like him, but in different ways, and they've all acquired so many incredible attributes that he has. He's such a wonderful parent. He has raised such exceptional children. I always say Ivanka was always been like a role model. I think she's just the most unbelievable human being. All of his kids are so special, and they're so smart. They're classy. They're raised by a family that taught them how to work for their money, how to build a business, and how to treat people with class and respect. And that is why I'd love to see them back in the White House. And his grandchildren as well. I love the posts about his grandchildren.
Absolutely. And speaking of the Trump family, it was just announced who will be speaking at the RNC. The Trump campaign and the RNC has just announced the Republican convention headliners. Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Laura Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle. They'll also have a lineup of entertainers, celebrities, industry leaders. Tucker Carlson will be there.
Tucker is going to be there?
Tucker Carlson, Franklin.
News.
Lee Greenwood, Alina Habba, the attorney, of course. Vivek Ramaswamy. Dana White, CEO at UFC. He will be there. Some of your RNC leadership, GOP officials, and candidates as well. The list is long. So we have governors, we have senators, we have state reps, and members of Congress who will be there. So it's going to be a wonderful lineup starting on Monday, going through Thursday. Stay with RSBN. We'll be there covering all of the speakers. I'll be in the studios, RSBN studios on Wednesday and Thursday with you. So make sure you follow us for full coverage from the RNC.
I am so excited. That lineup is amazing. I don't know if there's any way we can turn the camera around, but I would love to see if there's a way we could do that. Is there a way we could show everybody, Petrie? Because I want everybody to know.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Okay, I want to get everybody because let's hear your love for President Trump. He was watching us from Trump Force One. So we want him to see the love. Yes, this is what it's all about.
As we wait on President Trump, who should be here any minute now, we want to remind you that if you are behind on your taxes, if you have back taxes, that's okay. There are experts at Tax Network USA who can definitely help you out. They have helped their customers save $1 billion, that's billion with a B, in savings from taxes. Don't let the IRS scare you. That's actually what these experts do. They coordinate and negotiate with the IRS to make sure they get the best deal for you. So contact the Tax Network USA experts. They are licensed in every state, so no matter where that you live, they can help you. They are prepared. They have been here working for Americans for over 14 years. Go to tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that website is tnusa.com/RSBN. The phone number to call is on your screen. 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Tax Network USA. Don't lose sleep at night knowing that you have money to owe the IRS. Get ahead of the IRS and let the professionals do all of the work for you. That's why they are there, and they definitely want to help you. On that note, don't forget about the little ones, freetrumpbook.com. This is an excellent book from Mike Huckabee and his crew to teach all about President Trump and his accomplishments in the White House. You probably won't learn it in a public school system, but you can learn it here with Free Trump Book. That's freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Learn about what this country is all about. Start teaching them young. That's freetrumpbook.com. Look at this crowd. It is amazing. They are fired up. They are pumped up. The sun is shining on us, but that's okay. They are excited knowing that President Trump will be taking the stage any minute now. And they're excited about the newest numbers that are out as well. The polling looks great for President Trump. Looking at interactive polls, which is one of my favorite polling locations to check, which is also on True Social. President Trump, sitting fairly well. Taking a look at the swing state of Pennsylvania, where we are right now, 16 electoral votes are up for grabs in November, and he has a chance of winning Pennsylvania by 58. So he's winning 58% chance of taking this state. Now, looking at interactive polls, looking at the Electoral College, as of today, interactive polls is saying that President Trump will win with 307 Electoral College votes, and that Joe Biden will have just 221. So those numbers looking really good. The chances of winning the entire election, according to interactive polls, President Trump, 69%. Now, we've really been watching these swing states, and we're in one right now. Again, I told you that the chance of him taking home Pennsylvania right now is 58%. Looking at this crowd today and talking to the people here, they're, of course, worried about Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, but they came out and they're showing a lot of support today. So I think that we have a really good chance to take Pennsylvania come November. Right now, again, 58% chance according to interactive polls. Looking at some of the other swing states that we're following, Arizona, big races there, along with the Senate race. Kari Lake, we're watching closely. Make sure you vote red all the way down when you head out to the polls in November. President Trump has a 73% chance of winning the state of Arizona. Of course, again, we're following the Senate race there with Kari Lake as well. In Nevada, just a little north of Arizona, President Trump has a 75% chance of winning Nevada. He was just there recently in Las Vegas, and he promised the people there that he'll be back soon. So Las Vegas and Nevada, President Trump may be coming to visit you again soon. Again, 75% chance of winning Nevada. North Carolina, where he has spent some time, he has a 79% chance of winning that state. Georgia, 76% chance of winning that state. So the numbers are looking good according to interactive polls, but we cannot get complacent. We want President Trump to have a 100% chance of winning. And even if he does, we still need you to get out and vote. Make this too big to rig on November 5th. And the people here, if this is any indication of what the polls are going to look like on November 5th, let's do it. Let's go. We want to see long lines and stay out there until you are the last man standing. Let's keep those votes coming on November 5th, no matter how long you have to stand in line. Please do it. And again, if these rallies are any indication, we spent a lot of time in Iowa before the Iowa caucus, and it was complete opposite of today. It was actually in the negatives. So we had -17, -19, blizzards, snowstorms, and the people stood out in that weather to see President Trump. The weather conditions here are not favorable. It is hot. People are sweating. They're pouring bottles of water over their head. They have umbrellas. They have wet towels around their neck, but that's okay. They are here for President Trump. Complete opposite of what we saw during the Iowa caucus. So it is very hot out here today, and the people here, they're ready. That's okay. So no matter what the weather conditions are on November 5th, make sure you stand in line and you let your voices be heard. Again, Butler, Pennsylvania. So good to see you here in this, we like to call it a town, 13,000 people. That's the population, and I think that everyone's here today, plus some. There is a huge crowd. The overflow crowd is so packed, I can't even see all the way to where the crowd ends. There's so many people here, and I love it. I love it for America. I love it for President Trump. I love it for our future, that these people are ready to get out and vote and save this country. Again, the RNC is next week. RSBN will have coverage beginning Monday. Then we'll have it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'll be in studio on Wednesday and Thursday. I hope you can join us then. The theme goes with the Make America Great Again theme. On Monday, it's about making America wealthy again. On Tuesday, it's about making America safe again. On Wednesday, it's about making America strong again. And on Thursday, it's about making America great
again. So those are the themes, and it's going to be a wonderful, historic convention. Make sure you're watching. Don't miss it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, your children. Just make sure everyone is watching next week. All right, so we talked a little bit about Elon Musk making a donation to the super PAC in support of President Trump, and we also talked about some social media changes that have taken place to really reinforce President Trump and give him that freedom of speech that he was stripped of back in the last election when he was banned from Twitter and also Facebook. So it's good to see him reinstated. Elon Musk reinstated him on X when he took over Twitter, and now Meta is saying that they are reinstating President Trump on Facebook. Now, will he use those accounts as much as he does Truth Social? He has said before that Truth Social is his #1 go-to. So if you have not downloaded the social media app Truth Social, please do so. That is President Trump's special platform where you can let your voice be heard. And there's a lot of like-minded people on that platform. So make sure you're a member of Truth Social. You can follow me there as well at Vanessa, just my first name, thanks to the wonderful crew at Truth Social. And they made sure that it was easy for you to find me. So it's at Vanessa on Truth Social. Now, let's talk about NATO last week. What an embarrassment for not just Joe Biden, but for America. We are being laughed at the NATO conference. Whenever Joe Biden, he went to introduce President Zelensky and called him President Putin. President Zelensky just looked at him, wasn't going to make a move to the podium to come speak because that's who he's at war against. So why would he walk up to the podium? And so then Joe Biden corrects himself and says, no, I meant President Zelensky. We're trying to beat President Putin. And of course, they kind of joke it off. But that's nothing to joke about. There's nothing funny about it. He's clearly not in his right state of mind. And if that wasn't enough, he goes on later on to say that President Trump was his vice president, calling him Vice President Trump. So then, of course, social media loves that, and they explode with memes. But the truth of the matter is this is really sad. This is really unfortunate. This is elder abuse. This is a man who has been serving for over 40 years as a senator and now president. He served as vice president under Obama. He has done nothing, and he refuses to step down because he says he wants to finish the last 4 years. And so finish what is the question, because he has done nothing since he has been in office but destroy our country. Our borders are wide open. It was just reported last week that 50 members of ISIS are now in our country. That's one person in every state. They could be in your neighborhood. These are terrorists, known terrorists, who are in our country. At least 50 who have escaped and who are now in our country. 50 ISIS extremists in our country. Very scary. Borders are wide open. People are being raped. People are being murdered. We have Laken Riley in Georgia, plus so many other beautiful lives who have been lost at the hands of these criminal, illegal aliens that Joe Biden has let in. It is also disturbing that Americans are suffering the price of rent, the price of electricity, the price of groceries have gone up in the 20s and 30%. But the wages that people are making have gone down. So people just can't afford to live. And when you talk to all of these people at the rally, they tell you the same thing. We are living paycheck to paycheck. I talked to 2 nurses earlier who work in the hospital system, and typically they said that they would have great salaries and could live a comfortable life, but not in the last 3.5 years. They tell me that they've struggled and they have to wait on their next paycheck to make ends meet. They have wonderful careers, wonderful educations, but they just can't make ends meet. And that is Joe Biden's America, and that is what the people are saying all over the country. People are already also tired of the medical care, not being able to get the care that they need, or giving free care to illegal aliens who are coming in. Like in California, Governor Newsom, that is, he is providing free health care to these illegal aliens.
Gavin Newsom destroying that beautiful state of California and putting the people of California last and putting these illegal aliens first. Speaking of healthcare and why, it is so important to make sure that you are protected, we want to remind you that MakeCareGreatAgain.com is a wonderful website where you can protect yourself and your family members. They have amoxicillin, they have a Z-Pack, they have all the necessities that you'll need in case disaster strikes. Disaster can be another bout with COVID. Disaster can be just a bug that affects your family, but please make sure that you are protected. This is Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Zinsky, all of these people who have preached the importance of big pharma and how they are making billions of dollars off you being sick every single year. Don't let that happen anymore. Have these medications on hand so you don't have to wait to go to see a doctor. You don't have to wait for the pharmacy. You don't have to wait. These drugs will be at your disposal. So that is MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Type in the RSBN code at checkout and receive about $45 off of your order. $45, we all need that right now. Who doesn't? That'll help you buy some groceries or some gasoline to get to work. So save $45 and make sure that your family is protected. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Type in the RSBN code at checkout for a savings. All right, we're going to step to the side and let you continue to see these massive crowds here in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard, awaiting President Donald J. Trump, who should be here within minutes to see these thousands of people. It's exciting. They're happy. They're hot, but that's okay. This is an important election, and they know that President Trump is supporting them, so they are here to support Donald Trump. Chanting now, too big to rig. They say, get out the vote in November. We're ready. We're fired up. They say Donald Trump is our man. We're going to continue to pan the crowds and let you watch as we await the 45th President of the United States on his way to becoming number 47.
getting a little funky now. It's always a good time. Now, we're just minutes away. President Trump is expected to speak at 5 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes he gets stuck in the back. Everybody wants to talk to him. So he gets stuck because he's so kind and talks to everybody. And then we have to wait a little extra long. But it will be sooner than later. I promise you that. And as we stand here listening to the Beatles now, I can tell you that this crowd is pumped up. This crowd is ready to see change. And what we saw this week on the world stage with NATO and President Biden was very different than the strong strength through peace, peace through strength aspect that we often see with President Trump. And what we need to see come back to this country is the union, the united front, right? That's what I'm talking about. And this week was very divisive on the left, extremely divisive on every level. In fact, the hypocrisy was a little shocking to see people who just weeks ago threw fundraisers for President Biden now telling him they think he should resign or not run. That's a big deal. All right, I think we're going to go to the crowds for a few, yeah? Let's go to the crowds. Let's do it.
are so glad you are joining us right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm watching the same pictures and videos that you are at home or wherever you're watching this broadcast. Can you believe it? I kept saying to the director and the producer here, I'm just look at that sea of people right there. You know, what's running through my mind is Pennsylvania is a red state. Look at that sea of people. There's unbelievable numbers there in Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler's a very small town, about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, but look at all of the patriots there from all walks of life. I've seen a number of people from everywhere there. This reminds me a little bit, a slice of this, a good chunk of this was the same way in the Bronx, right? Whether it's Philly or Detroit, and of course, rural America, the suburbs. People are tired of the Joe Biden policies. They know what's up. They're going to see President Trump here speak at any minute. We're awaiting the president. You can see, look at that. You know, we got people just enjoying the time there. It's a rally atmosphere on this rally Saturday, July 13th. I'm Matthew Alvarez. You've been watching this awesome coverage with Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. They're live down there on the ground. Thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, of course, for this entire cause. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a freedom conservative movement that is all about the Constitution of this United States. So we're looking forward to seeing more of the same as we continue to cover these rallies. And of course, the RNC coverage this week is going to be fantastic starting on Monday, just 48 hours from now. The 4 themes, of course, with that are as follows. We've got Make America Wealthy once again on Monday. On Tuesday is Make America Safe once again. On Wednesday, it's Make America Strong once again. And then, of course, on Thursday, Make America Great once again. So we're going to hear, obviously, from President Trump today, and then it'll be great for that presumptive title of presumptive nominee when he's at the RNC. It's going to be taken away, and he's going to be the official nominee, a three-peat for President Trump. So that's awesome to see. And then, of course, we're also keeping an ear out and an eye out for the vice presidential pick by Donald J. Trump. So we'll see what happens. As soon as we'll hear that news, of course, it'll be not only local, but national, if not international. Of course, it'll be international news as well. The country is watching everything. The globe is watching. They were watching everything from Biden's weak press conference the other day to speeches like today's in Butler, PA. Before we throw it back out there to Butler, Pennsylvania, about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, I want to tell you about stickermule.com/RSBN. If you're a fan of the network, you want to get some of this stuff here. You got coasters and stickers, magnets, t-shirts, all kinds of swag, all kinds of gear. Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are obviously supported and partner with our great sponsorships, and also we the people. We're all in this together. If you like this network, I'm sure a lot of you do. Of course, a lot of you do. We see the amount of people that watch and all the comments and all the love for Right Side. It's because it's about we the people and the president, right? We cover everything from the people to the president when it comes to all of the events and the rallies. So go to stickermule.com/RSBN, get some gear. Why don't you sport some of this stuff at some of the rallies, at some of the events, whether it's a t-shirt or a bumper sticker, that kind of thing. Thank you so much for doing that too. That'll also give 10 to 15% back to the network. So obviously to keep everything moving, obviously it takes some cash to do it, but thank you guys that have donated. If you can't donate right now, no worries. We understand what's going on. As we take a look back in there at Pennsylvania, I mean, $1.87 a gallon was the national price of gas for a gallon of gas back in the Trump administration. Now we're seeing all these wild numbers. I know it peaked a while ago and so-called went down for a minute. Biden might have tried to take some credit for that, but why? It was already low before. So anyway, so we're here again, Butler, Pennsylvania, a great part of the country, Western Pennsylvania, beautiful area, 88 degrees there today. You can see thousands of people there awaiting the president. 10 minutes after 5 on the East Coast. If you'd like to let people know about the broadcast, go ahead and send this link out, text or just email or just let somebody know that, hey, President Trump will be about to take the stage here. The pre-program was quite awesome at 3 o'clock. We heard from a number of great speakers there. And then the interviews by Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard on the ground there with a number of people. See, I mean, this is what it's all about. You know, that earlier when Vanessa was talking, and also Nikki at different times, when the crowd was getting a pan from our camera, right? And Vanessa was talking, everybody was loud and excited, and they just love their country. They love freedom. They love President Trump. So that's a group of lovely, happy people, and I'd be there just as they are if I could be, but I'm here right now, of course. We do want to thank you as well, Birch Gold Group, for sponsoring with us, because at the end of the day, we know that the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, all these other countries too are trying to use their local currencies instead of the US dollar, which is causing obviously some concern there. So enter the Birch Gold Group. All you got to do is text Trump to 9998 and you can get this info kit. This will be mailed to your mailbox. All the information you need on gold, precious metals, and silver, the tax-sheltered IRA, 401k. This is some good financial planning right there and some peace of mind. All you have to do is text Trump to that number you see there on your screen, 989898. So we know that there are 19 electoral votes up for stake in the Keystone State there in Pennsylvania. Went to college right outside of Pittsburgh out there. So some fun facts that I started the broadcast. We'll keep it fun for just a second here. Let's say they call soda in Pittsburgh pop. Sneakers are tennis shoes and rubber bands are gum bands, for those of you that are familiar with the Pittsburgh area. But they also love their sports, and the Pirates, Penguins, the Steelers. At the end of the day, the Bridge of Cities, the city of bridges as well. I mean, it's a gorgeous area, but look at all the people there. Obviously, no football game today, no nothing. Even if there was, this is what's wild about this. I know it's not football season yet, but the people show up, whether it's in Pennsylvania, whether it's in Ohio or Georgia or Arizona, whatever state, name it. People, they'll watch the game later. I mean, because they realize how serious of a time this is for our country. And you'll see crowds just like this, regardless if there's a sporting event on or not. But the people of Pittsburgh and the people in that region of Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio love President Trump. I mean, that line right there, Ohio and Pennsylvania, they're only about, I think, 20, 25 miles from Youngstown, Ohio. So I'm sure there's some Ohioans there as well with the Pennsylvanians joining. You know, usually that would be Ohio State versus Penn State in football, but no, these guys, everybody's joining there in the same chorus of freedom for our country. We just want, simple. I mean, it's a repeat of a fact. It is the Constitution. It is the First and Second Amendment that the people are there for, and for President Trump, who is leading the way for those two great amendments, along with the entire Constitution. So there are some statistics as well. That's awesome. Okay, I have to stop for a second. Trump towel. All right, so those of you that know the Pittsburgh Steelers yellow terrible towel, they're usually yellow, and it has the terrible towel that they wave at the Pittsburgh Steelers games. I have not ever seen a Trump towel like that. That's really cool. I get excited about that kind of stuff because I love sports too. But anyway, I wanted to read just some of the statistics real quick before we toss it back out there live as we await President Trump to take the stage. And of course, we'll get back to Vanessa and Nikki there. Some of the statistics that I saw that our Pennsylvanians have actually suffered greatly thanks to Biden's failed policies. Now, prices in the Keystone State, we're told, are up 17.5% since Biden took office. Pennsylvanians are now spending $914 per month under Joe Biden, more per month under Joe Biden. Pennsylvania has been ravaged by the monumental surges in violent crime as a direct result of Biden's and the Democrats' pro-criminal policies. Here are some sobering statistics. Pittsburgh reported the highest number of murders in more than a decade. In Philadelphia, retail theft has increased by 84%. These upticks are incomprehensible and devastating, and more importantly, preventable. because under President Trump, we know that there is a law and order candidate right there awaiting to just finish the job that he started back in 2016. And there is the yellow towel. Usually it says terrible towel, but it says Trump towel. That's really cool stuff. Being from the Pennsylvania area and going to college out there, it's great to see that. Fellow Pennsylvanians out there watching, and all of you guys that are watching at home, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can follow us on Truth Social if you'd like, at RSBN, or on Telegram, on Locals. Follow our channel on Rumble. We're also airing and broadcasting live on YouTube right now. And as you see, the pictures are speaking right now in the sense of the amount of people that are there. You really don't have to say anything about it. You can just look at the visuals and see the reality of the situation. The fact that there are thousands of people there for President Trump. I know there was a rally in the Butler area maybe a couple of years ago, and it was I heard there was around 55,000 people. That's some huge numbers, of course. So we're going to send it back to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, who are live in Butler. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a bit.
Well, the energy is palpable as we continue to wait for the guest of honor himself, President Donald J. Trump, expected to be out here any minute now. We are live here. RSBN is the place to be today, I tell you that much. Everybody's out here ready, energized, and excited. So many fabulous Patriots and so many exciting things going on. We've had some incredible speakers earlier, and in just moments, President Donald J. Trump will take the stage, and I can't even imagine his reaction when he sees this crowd. You cannot see the end of the crowd. It is that deep. We are super crowded today, but nobody's letting the heat stop them from having an incredible day. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And with the RNC in just a couple of days, we're all energized to see what this week will bring. It's going to be about making America wealthy, safe, strong, and great again. And that's what we all need to see. That's what we all want to see. No matter where you're from, no matter who you are, no matter how old you are, and no matter what party you followed over the years, those are collective, common interests and hopes for all of us. Also, I want to let everybody know some exciting news. This is good news. We launched our new store on Sticker Mule. It's packed with awesome RSBN merch. So you can see things like stickers, t-shirts, hats, keychains, more. You'll love it. You just have to go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Stickermule.com/RSBN. Check it out now, and a big portion of the sales will go directly to RSBN, ensuring that we can continue to bring you the real news and the unfiltered coverage you won't find anywhere else. Go and check us out, whether you want to show your support or if you just want to grab some cool gear. We got you covered. You just go to stickermule.com/RSBN. You know, all of us who work here really appreciate your donations. It's a chance for us to be able to continue to bring you this nonstop coverage that nobody else is doing. You're not seeing it from any other network from start of the day to the end of the day, all the way up until after President Trump speaks. And after the big RNC this week, it can be interesting to see what's next on the pit stop for President Trump. Where will he be next? Where will he be going? Where will he be visiting? And how many of these incredible patriots will follow him along the way? When we asked a lot of people today what they thought about what they saw on the stage this week, specifically with Joe Biden and calling his Vice President Kamala Harris Vice President Trump, we saw him refer and introduce Zelensky as Putin. And these mistakes are not small mistakes. Yesterday in the rally, President Biden said, you know, sometimes I mistake a name, Charlie for Bill. Charlie and Bill. No. There's a big difference between mistaking Charlie and Bill for Zelensky and Putin and Harris and Trump. Very different things. So let's get that clear first and foremost. Very big difference. And listen, this is a party of compassionate, caring, loving people. Nobody wants to see somebody that's older in decline. Nobody wants to be negative or hurtful. But when we see the government weaponizing the justice system, and when we hear stories where narratives are shifting perspective to things that are not truth, it's very frustrating, and it's hard to have compassion and sympathy. And yet, Everyone I've spoken to has that compassion. They've all said they're sad to see a demise of somebody or to see somebody losing their cognitive abilities. It's not fun for anybody to see that. But when we speak of somebody who's consistently telling lies and shifting the narrative to things that are not factual, it's very hard to watch and feel sympathy for that. So, on that note, we're going to also turn it around to hope and faith and the pursuit of happiness, really, which is what this country was built on. It's what our Constitution was built on. And I'm so proud to be here with all of you. Vanessa and I love being here at RSBN, where we can bring you the kind of coverage nobody else is bringing you. Thank you all so much. All of our patriots, thank you for following us, for being a part of the America First agenda. The America First agenda is all-inclusive for all Americans. That includes conservatives and Democrats. It includes Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, and everything else around the world. It includes whatever your love preference is, whether you're a heterosexual or homosexual. We want everyone to love who they want to love, but we want to do things within boundaries, within barriers, making sure that our children are getting the information that they need to know, but not the information that's not appropriate. We want to see women playing sports without men coming in and taking over for the women's sports and not allowing them the opportunities to win. We want to see a country where our borders are closed to people who come here illegally and wide open for those who come here the legal way. That's what it's about. And all of these issues that you may have questions about or concerns about, I implore you to get educated, to get informed, to read about the agenda that's coming our way. The agenda for the 47th president is what you should be paying attention to, not the fake narratives that we've been hearing about that have the number 25. That is something that has nothing to do with President Trump. He's been very clear that that is not his agenda and that he is not involved in that. So let's get that very clear today. I want to make sure that you are clear that President Trump has an agenda that is open and fair and all about bringing us together and making America great. That's what it is. And you can see the crowds, they're starting to get hot. Well, they've been hot all day, who are we kidding? But now they're getting to the point where they're like, okay, we're ready. It's coming in just moments. I know it's happening in just moments. We're hearing It's a Wonderful World. All these songs are the lead up to the moment. So Vanessa, as we stand here today, we listen to this soundtrack. It still gives me chills every time. I feel every single time I come to a Trump rally the same way. I feel moved. I feel touched. I feel proud of my country and proud of the people in this country and proud to represent our country for RSBN.
Absolutely. Being here is such an honor. And it's just an experience of a lifetime. This is history in the making. You know, when will you ever see another MAGA movement of this sort? When will you ever see a movement in politics of this sort? You know, I've asked people who are older than me, have you ever in your life seen anything like this? They have lived through so many presidents and they say, no, we have never seen anything like this. And I'm not sure if we ever will again, because this is a movement that the political parties have never seen. And that's what's scaring the left. That's why they're so concerned. They see this powerful movement taking place and sweeping the country and the world for that matter. And they just don't know what to do. They don't know how to react. So what do? They start throwing, bombs on President Trump. We're going to indict you for this. We're going to charge you with this. We're going to throw you in jail for this. We're going to give you a mugshot. We're going to find you guilty for this. We're going to sentence you on this date. We're going to try to put you in jail. We're going to run on the slogans, "We'll get Trump if you vote for us." But it doesn't work. The MAGA people are really well aware of what's going on. And the people who have been on the fence, the independent voters, the voters who were undecided, they are very intelligent people and they can see what's going on as well. So that's why his numbers keep going up. And so this movement is so powerful. It's a pretty sight. It's a beautiful sight. I'm looking at the crowd right now and I just can't.
I want to cry, literally.
I can't get over it. And no matter how many different camera shots I've taken behind our camera, it just doesn't do it justice. And so I'll post all this in a little bit on social media. and get that out there. So make sure you're following me. But it just really doesn't do it justice.
No, and I've told all of our friends here that I'm going to absolutely post everything on Truth Social and on Instagram, on Twitter. We will absolutely post. So the reason we haven't done it yet is because we're not getting great internet access out here. Everyone loves this song, by the way. But we are going to definitely post. So you can follow me on Truth and Instagram at Nick Stanz, NIKSTANZ, and Nikki Stanzione on Twitter.
Oh my gosh, Twitter up again on Truth Social, which is President Trump's platform. I'm at Vanessa, just my first name, VANESSA. Instagram at Vanessa Broussard News. And then on Twitter and TikTok, I'm at Vanessa B News. Vanessa B as in boy. It's my last name, Broussard, Vanessa B News. So make sure you give me a follow. I'd love to connect with you and chat, and you can see some of our pictures. Hey, look, I just posted a little bit ago. If you missed it earlier, we interviewed a little boy. What was he, 7 years old? He had President Trump's hair, a full suit on, and he says, I'm here because I want to be President Trump's vice president. And I said, well, you would be the first 7-year-old ever as vice president, but I thought it was so cute.
He was adorable. You posted a photo of the two of you on Instagram, right?
Yes, and he's an entrepreneur, so I'll post more about that later. He has a little brother with autism. So businessman already at 7 years old, he has created some gumball machines. And so I'll post all that information in a little bit. All the money he raised goes to autism awareness. But this is what it's all about, no matter their age. Even a 7-year-old out here who says, I love President Trump, I want to be his vice president. I'm an entrepreneur as well.
I'm voting for him. This is, everybody's singing the words to the songs. It's just, it's so special. It's like being at a concert, really. And, you know, when you were saying about MAGA, you know, I have to say it every time, but this week I was watching so much press from the Democrats and talking about, you know, the extreme MAGA Republicans. It's like this word, they use it like it's some narrative of a phrase. The extreme MAGA Republicans. What are the extreme MAGA Republicans? They are the people who want to make their country great again. There's literally nothing negative at all. So we have to start remembering that. If you listen to people say that, remind them, tell them, MAGA means make America great. This is my country. Of course I want it to be great. There's nothing negative about that. And you know what? If you saw the crowd, there are tens of thousands of people. Everyone is smiling. There's no negativity. There's no fighting. There's no protesting. It's just beautiful. And it makes me want to cry every time.
You know, and President Trump talks about that as well all the time, that Joe Biden will say we have to stop this MAGA movement. And President Trump reiterates what MAGA stands for, Make America Great Again. So what do you want to stop about making America great? And so, but what he's meaning is Joe Biden and the Democrats, they want to stop this movement of patriotism from the American people because they are more concerned about other countries and their people. But I'm going to tell you right now, if that American flag was flying at a Joe Biden rally, they would have left it twisted when the wind blew it in the wrong direction. The people wouldn't have chanted, fix the flag.
We see other flags.
Yeah, you see Ukrainian flags flying everywhere and the LGBTQ ABCDEFG flag flying everywhere. But rarely do you see the American flag flying with the Biden administration.
And I don't get it.
It's not about us.
It's never been about us. It's always been about their own pockets and their own elite governmental decisions for them to fix their own lives. And it's not to fix our lives. And that's what you need to recognize. This is not any kind of abandonment of anybody from other countries. We love seeing all of your flags. We love seeing all of your backgrounds. But when we are in America, our flag is first. This is our country. If you go to France, you see their flag. If you go to Italy, you see their flag. I was in London. There were flags for London and Britain. And this is the thing. We don't resent that. We never resent that. We respect that. And all we ask is that if you come here legally, you respect our laws and our flag as well. There's nothing bad about that. You should want that. You should want people that vote to be its citizens. We should want people who come here to be legal. There's that. It's like common sense at its best, right?
Yeah, common sense tells you that you should love your country, your faith, your freedoms, and your family. and they just love the complete opposite, you think. And so it's just astonishing to see how terrible the left has become. You know, I know a lot of people who grew up Democrat and are now Republican. I know a lot of people who are older who were Democrats their whole life and are now Republican. And it's very important to note, because this Democrat Party isn't your grandfather's Democrat Party. This is a totally different Democrat Party. They are not for the working class. They are not for the middle, income Americans. They are not for the just Americans in general. They're for, the women and men switching up sports, men and women's sports, men and women's bathrooms, illegals taking over our country, sending money to Ukraine and other foreign countries, funding these wars when we have veterans at home who are living in the streets and would love to have some housing, but yet we're housing illegals. So it's not your same Democrat Party. You have the, transgender drag queens on the White House lawn twerking with a thong on in front of young kids watching. This is disgusting.
It's inappropriate. It's absolutely inappropriate.
It's not the Democrat Party of the 60s and 70s. This is a new Democrat Party. They're liberals, they're left. They keep going so far left. People are leaving the party, and rightfully so.
No, listen, we want our children in this country to grow up with great values, respect for their country, respect for their bodies, respect for themselves. And of course we want them to have the choices in life. And that's why I always try to tell people who say, oh, that's not the party of choice. Absolutely. We want you to make choices in your life, to be free, to make choices for your own children, not to have the government impose those decisions on you. And remember, I always implore you to really read up on all the messaging from President Trump on abortion, because there are exceptions, number one, and there are term limits that he wants to impose. But he's not looking to do a national federal ban. He's looking to put things back to the states. That's what it's all about. That was the whole point in the first place, was to get it back to the states and have an opportunity for the states to choose what they want and to employ term limits so that somebody is not having an abortion in the 7th, 8th, or 9th month of a pregnancy. Oh boy, the motorcade, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look. Here comes the motorcade. Oh boy, there it is. Oh boy, here they come. These people freaking out. They're getting so excited. We're all excited as we look at the motorcade. Thank you, Petrie, for getting a close-up of this beautiful, beautiful view of the motorcade. Our President Trump is in one of those vehicles. There he is. We don't know which one, but we know he's there. Look at the motorcycles. Our law enforcement, thank you to our law enforcement today. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you to our EMTs and all of the medical professionals keeping everybody safe and hydrated today.
Yes, absolutely. They've done a wonderful, outstanding job passing out waters and keeping everyone safe. Gotta love President Trump. President Trump loves the people so much. It's hilarious because since the sun is shining, how we're angled, I was able to see which car he was in. And he was facing forward with a hat on, just waving at the people. But he just loves it. He enjoys it, and he has a great time out here as well. So what will happen now is he will get out of the motorcade, go meet with some state reps and congressmen and women, and also some of his top donors, some VIP members. And then at that time, once he's finished meeting with them, he will come out and speak to this crowd of thousands of people. But the excitement here is just unbelievable. People are sitting on loved ones' shoulders, so they get, it's almost like a concert, so they can get a great view of President Trump when he comes out. The people standing on chairs, the people sitting on people's necks to get a view. It's just great to see. So welcome to Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump. The party is here, and there's no other place I'd rather be today than with him. And
this really makes it all worth it, Vanessa. We're standing out here sweating. Everybody's hot, and you know what? Everybody's laughing, smiling, so excited, and I cannot wait to see President Trump's face when he sees this crowd. He's going to he'll want to cry when he sees how many people are out here supporting him today.
It's a massive crowd, goes far, far back.
Stadium.
So again, we're in Butler, Pennsylvania. If you're not sure where that is, it's about an hour outside of Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania voted for Trump in 2016, open for a redo in 2024. Butler, Pennsylvania is a town of about 13,000 people, and we have more than that here today. The people here tell us that they are ready for change. Change in their pockets, that is. They're living paycheck to paycheck, and they just need some wiggle room to live comfortably, because they weren't struggling like this when President Trump was in office. Taking a look at the numbers, a new inflation report was just out today. It shows that prices have risen 20.1% since Biden took office. Prices have risen 20.1%. That is awful. Breaking it down, looking at groceries, they're up 21.3%. Rent is up 21.5%. Electricity, that's a whopper, up 31.6%. All the while, weekly earnings are down 3.6%. So here we are paying more for groceries, for rent, for electricity, for gas, for all the things, but our earnings are down 3.6%. Americans are struggling. Hey, Joe Biden, if you're awake right now, Bidenomics isn't working. It's not working. It's time for change. It's time to save this country. The people of this great country who want to live the American dream. They go to college. If you don't go to college, that's okay. If you go to a trade school, if you just get a great job outside of high school, people want to work and be successful. But what is successful now when you can't make ends meet? America needs and wants change. And we're so glad you're joining us here. Again, if you're just now watching us, I think you're a Disney fan.
Can you feel the love tonight, Vanessa?
Yes, we can. Everybody is here loving on President Trump. We're just excited to be here and witness the history and the amazing people that we meet along the way. Scott Pressler is here. He was out with the crowd earlier getting people registered to vote. Believe it or not, there's people here who were not registered to vote, but Scott Pressler, he stopped them at the door and said, come this way. We got to get you registered.
I will say that now that everybody knows he's here, the energy has shifted. It's now palpable. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, he's here. And you know, he might be in the back watching us right now. I know he's always watching the monitors before he comes out. He's probably looking right now at all of these people and saying, I can't believe how much support we have in America and how beautiful this country is. And all the things he's gone through for us, that's what makes it worth it.
Absolutely. You know, we always say, what keeps President Trump going? These people keep him going. You keep him going. Them chanting right now, we want Trump. But on the other side, what keeps us going? What keeps us going is faith in the Lord, first and foremost, but also faith in a man who we know can save this country. So we lean on each other. It's like you scratch your back, I'll scratch, you just scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Same thing here. President Trump feeds off our energy. We feed off his energy. And so it's just a great team.
He teases everybody. Oh, he's here. He's ready. He's coming. And then it's like, oh, another song. Oh, another song. It's just like literally being at a concert and hearing the songs before you get to hear from him. Right now, I believe we're hearing from Kid Rock.
Kid Rock, big fan.
Good friend of President Trump. And you said Dana White is going to be at the RNC.
Dana White will be at the RNC, and I believe he will be speaking on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but I think I heard that he'll be speaking on Thursday. But Dana White, a big fan and friend of President Trump, along with Kid Rock, Tucker Carlson. Hey, when those four walk into the arena, the crowd goes crazy. That's squad goals right there.
Crazy. I mean, there's probably nothing in the world like standing next to him walking in that room. I mean, it has to be the most crowd you've ever felt in your life when you see a crowd erupt and roar for you. And you know what? It doesn't come easy. It's not like people chant for him and applaud for him because he's a nice guy. They chant and applaud for him because they see that he's a selfless, respecting, kind, good man. And for those of you who don't really follow President Trump, I urge you to do that. Don't follow the narratives, follow the truth, and you'll get to see what we see and why there's so much love here tonight.
And we're going to let you see some more of the crowd. This is what you want to see, the people behind us. So we're going to step aside, let you see this massive crowd, and listen to some amazing music that we have back at the studio as we get ready for President Donald J. Trump, who is here, who is behind the stage meeting with supporters, and will soon be coming out to speak to the thousands of people here in Butler, Pennsylvania. Stay with us.
So touched. And I love seeing some of these people that are here for the first time, their faces. It's just, oh, this is it. We're getting very close. The final songs until he comes out. This means we're getting very, very close. We're hearing Dancing Queen. And that's how you know President Trump is getting ready any minute now. We're seeing Secret Service coming out. That's how we also know that we're just minutes away. Again, make sure that you check out RSBN. Go to rsbnnetwork.com and, of course, put the app on your phone. And make sure that you are also always following us with all of our live events. And, of course, following us on both YouTube and Rumble. You can interact in the chat. We love to hear from you. And, of course, you can find both Vanessa Broussard and myself, Nikki Stanzione, on Truth Social as well as RSBN, and on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, otherwise known as X.
Well, you are looking live right now at Butler, Pennsylvania, as we await President Trump. Obviously a packed house there. Thousands of people have been waiting for several hours. We started our broadcast at 11:30 Eastern time this morning. It is now 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 3 o'clock in the Pacific time zone. Of course, 5 o'clock here in the Central time zone. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We've been watching Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione there live interviewing the people on the ground. And of course, we had the pre-program that was at 3 o'clock, and we are awaiting 45 to step up to the stage there. Obviously, I like his hat, by the way, the MAGA hat. It says 45-47. It just speaks volumes of the truth of the situation. So once again, 6 o'clock on the East Coast as we await President Trump. We're in Butler, Pennsylvania there, where that's about 35 miles north of the city of Pittsburgh, this steel city. A lot of people there from Pennsylvania and some from Ohio as well. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes at stake come this election. So we're talking 115 days away from the United States general election. And we'll be with you every step of the way. Obviously, a lot of rallies, events, various news coverage, including the RNC, which we will start 48 hours from now, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll have the speakers as they take the stage in Milwaukee on Monday. But also, of course, any other rallies that are announced, we will cover them. But here in Butler, Pennsylvania, we know that in 2016, great support from the state of Pennsylvania, among other swing states. The same went for 2020 in the sense of support. And then you could just see right there. I mean, you don't need me to tell you. You don't need anyone to really say anything. It's those visuals right there on the left side of your screen. Look at that sea of people. I saw Cat Turd on Truth Social and on X. He simply took a screenshot of our shot there and simply just said, wow. And I think that's exactly what we're all looking at today. Look at all those people. It's just wonderful to see that. I mentioned earlier, of course, everybody, I want to throw it to President Trump.
President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to the American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
This is a big crowd. This is a big, big, beautiful crowd. I wish the fake news back there would show it. I wish they'd spin their cameras and show it, because nobody would believe it. You know, the other day, Biden was saying, I got big crowds, meaning him. He gets big crowds. He doesn't know what a big... And there were like 93 people there. 93, you know what that is? That's where the front row Joes sit, right here, 93. We got more than 93 front row Joes. Hello, Butler, and hello to Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are, and we got to bring our country back to health, because our country is going to hell, if you haven't noticed. Millions and millions of people are pouring in from prisons and from mental institutions. We're going to stop it. We're going to get it stopped. We're going to bring them back. As he said, we're going to bring them back. We're going to deport. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to win Pennsylvania this November. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden and laughing Kamala Harris. And we're going to take back the White House, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. Our country's been stolen from us. You see that? It's the greatest, one of the greatest crimes is what they've done over 4 years and hiding what the obvious facts are, isn't it? Huh? Isn't it a shame? You run for the President of the United States from a basement. All very dishonest stuff, but you know, we're going to have the greatest election. I tell you what, we did fantastically in 2016. We did much better in 2020. You know, we did much better. And it was rigged. It was a rigged deal, but we did much better. But it's nothing compared to the enthusiasm all over, not just in Pennsylvania, all over. It is nothing compared to the enthusiasm that we've seen over the last year, because, I mean, a year, think of it, year and a half ago it started. It really started from immediately after the election, you want to know the truth. But a year and a half ago, we were seeing crowds of people desperate to have rallies, desperate to have anything to take back our country. And we're going to take it back. Next week, the Republican Party will hold its convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And 5 days from now, we will officially accept the Republican nomination for president of the United States. Right? And we're going to get a good senator. I'll tell you, you have a real stiff right now in office. He's a stiff. You know, your current senator, I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him. I was only there 4 years, but I don't think I ever met him. I'll tell you, that's your senator. He votes with Biden or whoever happens to be furthest left. We got to get him elected. McCormick. We got to get McCormick, Press McCormick. He's a good man, too. He's
He's a valiant fighter. He's a great, great gentleman. So we're going to bring him up for can we bring him up for a couple of minutes later? A little bit later. All right. You get ready, McCormick. You get ready. I'll get you up here. The world will see a vibrant Republican Party that is bigger, stronger, more confident, and more united than ever before. And that's what we are. We're the most united party. Now, I'm watching the fake news go crazy because they're saying the Republican Party has not been united since Ronald Reagan like it is right now. It was united under Ronald Reagan the second time. It was very united. And they said there's never been anything like it. They've never seen a movement like this. Make America great again. You know, Joe Biden talks about we have to stop MAGA. MAGA means make America great again, Joe. It means make America great again. That's all we want to do. If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, maybe the Pacific. Thank you. Thank you. Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a senator elected and to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it. And it's not easy because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people, criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened. We had the strongest border ever. In recorded history, we had the best border. In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring, I try and explain that. Oh, there's it. Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. Oh.
Moving to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you.
Ready?
Move.
Up.
Move. Go.
Up. Hawkeyes.
Well, there you go, guys. Unbelievable information right now as we see President Trump being taken away from the podium there in Butler, Pennsylvania. We did hear some shots there. We don't know what it was that happened. You're looking at the same thing we're looking at right now. I was literally without the suit jacket, just watching the coverage. We heard the loud noises. And we are live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we are seeing something that is very concerning at this point. Not sure, again, what happened there. We do know that people got towards the ground. We don't know any details. We're watching this live with you throughout this country and some around the world. The leader of the free world is right there in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania, 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. And we heard a number of pops. That's what I'll call them for now, pops. I mean, there could be firecrackers, or it could be something a little bit worse than that. So I'm not going to speculate. I'm just saying what, general things that would make that kind of noise. I heard about 6 to 7 of those noises. I did hear a loud scream there. I'm not sure specifically what happened there. Maybe producers, if we want to get Vanessa and Nikki maybe live, since they're on the scene right there, if they can get ready, let me know when they're ready. I'll make sure the IFB is up for that. All right, so that's the live look right now at the president's motorcade as they take President Trump to wherever they are going at this point. He did look like, I'll be honest, guys, I was very concerned when he was walking down the steps, not to be dramatic at all, but that's what was happening. Secret Service and other campaign staff were walking with the president down the steps. He was kind of over their shoulders a little bit. They're live right now in Butler, Pennsylvania. So obviously a really tough scene to watch right now. We can probably still get that split screen, guys, as we want to see what's going on in Butler. Again, 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Right Side Broadcasting. Well, you see the lower third right now, so I'll go with what the lower third says as well. Gunfire appears to break out at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. This was about 10 minutes into the speech. The crowd was chanting in a beautiful moment, "Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump." And then moments later, we heard what seemed to be either firecrackers or some sort of shots. And then, of course, we saw Mr. Trump, the leader of the free world, the man that has done great for our country and will continue to do great for our nation, because at the end of the day, we know that he is the leader of the free world. Doesn't technically need to be in that White House to be the leader of the free world. We know who the leader of the free world is, and it was the man you just saw right there on the screen. A great person, a great leader, a legend, and he's going to do great things for our country. So obviously, he's already done great things between 2016 and 2020. Guys, unless we're hearing directive of not to show what's going on, I mean, it'd be great to have a split screen live shot of the venue there in Butler, Pennsylvania. As we, around 6:09, there were some sort of shots fired. I'm not sure any details right now. Listen, there's going to be a lot of speculation at this point. So, and also producers, if you could come turn it off the monitor and hear the volume, it might be echoing. I'm not going to get into speculation, but what I will say is I know that I've been to many of these events several times throughout the country, and there's a huge security presence, whether it's Secret Service, whether it's police, whether it's local, state, county law enforcement, federal agents. It's actually right there if you want to plug it in over there. So I've been at all these events, so it's very secure. Now, the only way anything else could possibly happen is maybe something in the distance that was outside of that perimeter, but usually the perimeter is big enough that you won't have any issue, as we may have just happened there. Also, did someone somehow get something into the venue? Did somebody access through the security? Or did someone, I don't know. I got to stop there because a million questions are going through my mind as they are with you at home. Again, this happened at around 6:09 Eastern Standard Time. I don't have the exact specific time when all this happened because I literally right in front of this monitor was sitting down and watching the president without this jacket on, just watching what you were watching, and heard what we just saw happen. And I know that right now it's time to pray regardless of if you know, he maybe was shaken up a little bit or he, you know, whatever. It's time to pray regardless, because we need Jesus in this country. We need God, we need the Holy Spirit, we need the Bible, we need the Constitution, and we need freedom. And we need that man, Donald J. Trump, as the leader of the free world to take over, because what's been happening has been atrocious, as we know, under the Joe Biden administration. So back to the latest we know is simple. We heard loud pops or noises that happened. I know it says gunfire on the bottom of our lower third, but without hearing from anybody specifically right now, I'm not going to say it was gunfire or firecrackers or what the heck happened there, but we do know that there were some loud noises that happened. And then we saw President Trump being kind of taken with Secret Service down the stair ramp with the security there into the motorcade. Once again, producers, if we have Vanessa or Nikki ready to go, let me know and I'll toss right to them as soon as they are ready. There's Vanessa right there on camera. Guys, should we toss to them? Okay, let's just go ahead and toss to them right now. Vanessa and Nikki, take it away, guys.
Breaking news to report to you from Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Nikki Stanzione. Shots ringing out at the Trump rally here in Butler. A fireman somewhere, somebody firing bullets off at President Trump. He hit the ground, as you could see. With cover from the Secret Service. Yes. No word yet on if he has been shot, but there is a gunman somewhere around here ringing out. Everyone's scattered. We ran for our lives. We just didn't know because we're here on a riser, so we're lifted up on the same level as President Trump, and so we just flew and took cover, and we saw.
He did give us a fist pump.
He did.
So that makes us think he's okay. Please God. He gave a fist pump after he got covered, so we're hoping that it's a sign that he did not get hit. We will find out, obviously. Don't believe everything you hear in speculation until we get absolute facts, but we are here live, and we can tell you that we are okay, our crew is okay, all the people are okay. I don't believe there are any casualties. I believe the Secret Service and the police were quick enough, and the snipers on the buildings were quick enough to handle the situation before it got out of hand, and now people are calmly, I would say, considering the situation, people are being a lot calmer than I would have expected.
Absolutely. You have a lot of veterans here. You have a lot of gun owners here. And I'm going to tell you right now,
we're
not allowed to bring our guns in, but I promise you, they want their guns here. We're going to pan right here.
Yeah.
This is some of our law enforcement
officers.
He is asking us to
leave.
This is Secret Service asking these patriots to leave. Time to clear out. Find safe territory, get to protection, because, you know, we just don't know right now in this fluid situation if there's just one gunman or more. If you pan to the back, you can see ambulances taking off. We don't know if President Trump is in those ambulances. Pray that President Trump is okay. The demons are after him. The devil is after this country. And these American patriots and the good Lord above has to save this country and this man who will help us have a better country. Pray at home. Pray for President Trump. President Trump, we love you.
Yes.
We will fight for you.
We are all being asked to leave the scene. I don't know about the media. I know the media is reporting right now, but I don't know if we all need to leave the scene.
They have not asked the media to leave yet. I believe it's just, I'm looking at the media risers to our right.
Yes.
And people are still reporting this breaking news. They are asking the Patriots to go ahead and go to their vehicles, find safe ground, because we just don't know yet in this fluid situation, this breaking news situation, where the gunmen or gunmen are. We don't know how many there are.
Everything is uncertain right now. We have no facts, so we're not going to speculate. All we can tell you is what we saw. We know that there were shots rang. We heard them. We immediately saw Secret Service jump on top of President Trump, covering him. So he was completely covered. He then came up with a fist bump. We don't know what that means. We just know that we saw that. We pray and pray and pray that not only all of the people here stay safe, and ourselves, of course, but also that President Trump is healthy and okay. This is not something we've ever seen at a rally. This is absolutely unprecedented. We've been to every rally you saw the entire day, nothing but safety and peace. Everybody here is calm. We are protected, but every now and then a perpetrator finds their way into crime.
But let me make a mention of that. This was not the people who love President Trump and love our country. This is the complete opposite. This is an evil demon who was outside the gates. And if you look, if we can look to the to my right, their left, you can see all of these trees along the side. We had snipers before President Trump arrived and into his speech watching these trees with binoculars. Now, that looks to be where possibly the gunfire was coming from.
Okay.
Because when we got to safe ground and I looked up, I saw the snipers with gunfire ringing out. So they were shooting back at something or someone. So as far as I can tell, that's where I believe that it was coming from. Again, we don't know who was in camouflage.
We do not know.
Who was blending in with the trees. Who was outside the gates that didn't have to go through Secret Service security methods to get into the gates. The people here, patriotic, loving, caring Americans. The people outside the gates, demons, evil, trying to take down President Trump. This is a breaking news, historic situation, fluid situation right now.
Somebody
Again,
coming
if you're
after President Trump.
Joining us, shots fired at President Trump. He dropped down. We don't know if he dropped down for cover or if he dropped down because he was shot. Secret Service covered him. They lifted him up. He fist bumped.
He fist bumped us.
Me and Nikki at the same time said, "Oh, thank God."
Yes.
The crowd roared. They cheered. The crowd was on the ground. People ducked. They hit the ground. We went immediately under the risers here.
Yes.
I had my cell phone in my hand. I didn't even bring my cell phone. I just ran for cover, and all I could do was get to where I was.
Okay. So breaking news. They are saying it looked like potentially, possibly, his ear could have been hit. We don't know this as a fact. Again, everything is speculation, but this is something that was told to us as a possibility. We pray that that's not the case. If it is, we pray that he's going to be okay. That would be what we've been told so far. It is a moving situation. It is a hot situation right now. Everything is. Everything is in motion, and we don't know what the next minute will bring. We just know that we're bringing you the straight from the source facts that we have as we have them, and the police are now scanning the area and getting everybody out safely. We will be the next to go, so don't worry to our families and friends. We are safe. We are fine, but we are praying for President Trump and anybody else who could have potentially been affected by those gunshots.
Let me tell you, when I hear the ear hit, possibly, potentially, that scares me because where are they aiming for? They're aiming for the head, and that is disgusting. They're trying to bring this man down. Nikki, we say it all the time. They can't get him in the courtrooms. They can't get him in jail. They can't get him with these hoaxes. So how can they get him? Assassinate him. And shame on them. Shame on the devil. Shame on these demons who are trying to bring down this man who wants to save this country. America, wake up. You pray right now because this is a dangerous time. This was a patriotic, happy event, and this man wasn't on stage for 10 minutes talking about how much he loves this country. And he could be in the Mediterranean, in his words, enjoying this beautiful life, but instead he's getting hit by gunfire.
And he said he was here because he wants to make America great again and save our country. And now we have to save our country by absolutely electing him in November, because these kind of monsters should not be on the loose. We do not know where they come from. We do not know what they're doing here. All we know is that they found their way in to absolutely terrify these people who are here safely, peacefully, calmly, kindly, and lovingly. And what a sin that is. And moreover, what a sin it is to think of what they could be doing to our president.
Correct. And so you see the police still getting everyone out. They're moving the crowd along.
Everybody's being very calm.
Everyone is calm, and that is amazing. I know you've mentioned that, and I'm glad you did, because this has been a very calm situation despite people hit the ground, but they just watched. Everybody was worried about President Trump.
That's it. Everyone was more worried about him than themselves.
Trump. And as you can see, they're mad right now. They're angry. And look, I would save this for later on to talk about what's going on, and I may get in trouble for this, but that's okay. I'm a Texas girl, and I'm going to tell you straight up. Get locked and loaded. Your Second Amendment rights, protect yourself. Those demons are out there. They're coming after him. They're coming after you. Lock and load right now.
We got to
It's
protect ourselves.
self-defense.
We got to protect ourselves. We got to protect our Second Amendment. We've got to protect our president by continuing to stand up for what we believe in, and we have to pray for him. That is so
Right.
important. Prayer matters. And I will say this, it's a scary moment. I'm not going to pretend that we're not scared. It's scary. It's scary. But what's really, to your point, the selflessness in that moment of everybody getting scared and kind of ducking, but moreover checking to make sure he was okay. This is a man who we know can save us and save our country, and what we just saw on that stage was absolutely frightening. Yes, we absolutely need to close the borders. Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, we're watching it now. I believe I can't see the monitor.
I'm so glad we can't, because I was just thinking just now, I'm trying to be as strong as possible.
Me too. I don't want to cry.
But this man is a hero to
He sure
so
is.
many people.
He sure is.
He's a hero. He doesn't have to wear a cape. He had on a hat. Didn't even have a tie on today. And to see this going on, take a look again. It's hard to watch.
I haven't
It's
even seen it yet.
unfathomable.
Yeah.
Think of Barron at home. Think of Melania at home.
All his grandchildren.
His grandchildren who love their papa. And this is what's going on July 13th, a Saturday, July 13th, 2024, just months away from the November election.
And 2 days
They
before the
can't
RNC.
Take him down. So they shoot toward his head, possibly hitting him in the ear. Praise Jesus. Whoever the shooter was
that?
or is,
Okay.
it's a terrible shot, because he was able to lift himself up and give the crowd a fist bump in typical
President Trump fashion.
fashion.
He's, because you know what? He was worried about us, and he wanted us to know he was okay. Whatever happens, this is the strongest man we've ever known. I know he's resilient. I know he's tough. I know he's healthy. He will find his way through whatever battle he has to fight through this. Let's pray to God that he's okay. And whatever happens next, remember the important things in this life are to protect yourself, protect your family, and remember that we're never completely safe, no matter how safe we think we are. We're never safe from those who are crossing our border unlawfully and from those who want to perpetrate criminal activity. We always have to be vigilant. We always have to be aware. And this was a reminder of how important it is. We have not seen an attempt of a shooting on a president since, I believe, was it Reagan was the last one, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, Kennedy, Reagan, yeah.
The heroes of this world.
Yes.
The heroes.
And you know, I don't know. I'm just watching all the people, and people are just walking around almost in shock.
I'm in shock right
Should
now.
I be in shock? No, because we've always said there's a helicopter right there, possibly taking the president, or they're just circling. If we can get the camera to get a shot of the helicopter, we are not sure which hospital they are taking the president
There's a helicopter
to.
right there.
But there's a helicopter. Not sure if that's a medical helicopter. If not, it may just be security combing the scene. That may be what's going on right now. Just overhead, police helicopter making.
What a shame. This was one of the most beautiful rallies I've ever witnessed. One of the
Or
most
it may just be
incredible days.
a news helicopter. I'm trying to see exactly. It looks like a medical helicopter is what it looks like to me. As it's not okay. So we'll see. It may just be security, but that's what's going on here live in Butler, Pennsylvania. We are just 1 hour away from Pittsburgh. July 15th, mark this day down. July 15th, 2024. Shots ring out. And an attempted assassination of President Donald J. Trump.
And we just pray that he will be okay and that all who are here have been safe. Everybody is getting safely exiting the property. And we are really proud that we can bring this information to you, but we also are very sad because this was one of the happiest, I think, one of the most fun, happy rallies I've seen in this entire election cycle, and I know how much that meant to President Trump, and I know how much it means to him to know we're all here to support him, and I pray for all of his family, for him, and for all of us and all of the American patriots out there. Thank you all so much for coming out today. Thank you for watching our coverage. We are going to continue to keep you updated as we know more. At this point, we are just basically speculating on whatever we've seen thus far. We give you the facts, but past that point, we don't know more. There is
okay, the helicopter is landing, so it is possibly a medical helicopter. As it lands, that means that we're going to let you watch. There is a ambulance who is making its way toward that medical helicopter, so we're going to continue to bring you live coverage as we as we are able to wait to see where they are taking President Donald J. Trump. Again, I am Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Butler, Pennsylvania. Hate to bring you this news today, but there was an attempted assassination of President Donald J. Trump here about 30 minutes ago, right after he took the stage. President Trump had just taken the stage and had announced that he could be living a luxurious life, but Joe Biden isn't doing a great job, which makes him feel that he needs to run for president for a third time. So with that said,
I just spoke with the Secret Service. They said they are going to be releasing a statement soon, but we can't release any information until now. But they would recommend and ask that the media does evacuate. They'd like to evacuate the property at this point because they have to scan the property, make sure that everybody is safe.
Yes, and I think that we'll do that as soon as we see the Bearcat and also the medical helicopter behind us. I'm looking at Media Row over there. Everyone's live right now, so we'll stay put until they, yes, but
he did ask me that.
You mentioned the statement that's going to be released, so if the crew back in the station in the studio can be on the lookout for that, so we can get that out to our viewers as well. They will definitely give us more.
They're asking them to evacuate now, I believe.
Yes, they're starting to ask the media to evacuate. We are going to stay here and stay put until we see.
Yeah, we got.
Yes, they're making us leave right now for.
You got it.
We do have to wrap up here because of security reasons.
Yes, but we will keep you all posted as we know more, for sure.
Yes. And the helicopter, medical helicopter.
Okay, we got it.
Behind us. So we're going to start the studio right now. Nikki, any last words?
Prayers and love, and God bless President Trump. God bless America. God bless all of you. Thank you for watching RSBN today. We'll continue the coverage in our studio now live.
Pray for our president. Pray for America. As she just mentioned, all we can do is pray. President Trump, thank you for what you do. Please continue to put up the good fight. You're loved by all of America. Matthew.
All right, Vanessa and Nikki, thank you so much. I mean, wow, unbelievable. 10 after 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That on the left side of your screen happened. Shots were fired. President Trump, being the leader of the free world that he is, pumps his fist after the Secret Service start to bring him down the steps from the stage to most likely to the hospital, but also directly to the motorcade. Remember that. That picture is going to be seen around the entire globe, and it already is right now. But that picture of him pumping his fist after being slightly, possibly hit on his ear in that area, he looked great in the sense of he's okay. He walked down the steps with Secret Service, but he was pumping his fist. And so as a country, we pray for the safety of our president right now. You know, a lot of times you hear that on the mainstream media, they try and get all dramatic. Well, we're going to pray for real right now in the name of Jesus. That's what I believe. I know some of you might not, but that's my faith. So, and I have freedom of religion, right? So we're going to pray right now for President Trump. Those of you that are Christian and believe, we are a Judeo-Christian nation. Those of you that have faith in God, we're going to pray. In the name of Jesus right now, God, we pray for President Donald Trump. We thank you for his awesome power and his greatness, and we pray for his safety, and we pray for him at this time and his family. We thank you so much, Jesus, for Donald Trump. We are with you, God, and we are with him. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. So 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, that's what went down. The shots fired. The president smartly goes to the ground. Secret Service get around him and secure the president. And then they walk with him down the steps of the stage. But President Trump pumped his fist several times on the way down. And there are photos all over the place of this happening. I know this is way far of a shot, but that's President Trump right there. You're going to see it possibly on our screen here, but just pumping his fists. Because at the end of the day, we have to understand, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but now it's time to preach a little bit. The enemy comes to, and I'm talking about the enemy in the Bible here. We're not talking about violence at all, nothing like that. But I am saying the enemy does come to kill, steal, and destroy according to the Bible. But Jesus came so we can have life and have it more abundantly. So we have to understand that the children of darkness are against the children of the light. We know that, right? So just continue to pray for his safety and his health, as we know that it is good versus evil in this land, and not only with President Trump in this situation, but any crimes that are happening, we are needing law and order. We are needing law and order in this country. The details are still slim right now with exactly who did that or how that person was able to bring any kind of firearm into that vicinity. As you know, Secret Service are right there. And the shots being fired, wherever the person was, they obviously had a plan to do something like this. But as you saw, President Trump, strong as ever. That's the president we support. That's the man. That's the leader of the free world. And we're in support of him. So again, we'll be getting details as you get it. Producers, if you can also share with me any details that you hear, please let me know in my earpiece here that if you hear any details, please relay that to me as soon as possible. As we are looking live here in Auburn, Alabama, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We continue to see the same situation there with the shots. You see the people behind the president. We're talking tens of thousands of people there witnessing this event. President Trump, on the way to the SUV, was pumping his fists in the air, held his hand up in the air. Even as he stepped into the SUV, his hand is in the air because he knows that all things work out for the good to those that love God and are called according to his purposes, to God's purposes. He knows that this is the Constitution versus people that want to take the Constitution down. He knows this is faith and truth versus lies from the left. Now, listen, I know that we're obviously very upset. I can understand that, obviously, right? But this is a time for prayer. This is a time for peace through strength. President Trump there himself, putting his fist in the air. There's a great shot out there, too, that it shows the American flag above President Trump as he walked down that stage with Secret Service. And I get peace through strength means still staying strong and tough. But obviously, the person or anybody involved that did this horrific act or horrendous act today will be brought to justice. The person will be found out. God knows who he is or her is, right? So that will be taken care of in due time. We are live right now. It's 6:41 Eastern Time here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump apparently a bullet possibly nicked the side of his right ear, actually. That's where we saw some markings of some blood there. But very strong and good when he was walking down those steps and into that SUV motorcade. So if we hear any information or any details, we will be sharing that with you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. But I really want to talk to you about the fact that we are with you, the American people, as well. I spoke about this earlier at Right Side Broadcasting, from the people to the president. We cover the people and what they say and what the president says, and we show the crowds. And we're with the president. Right Side Broadcasting Network stands with President Donald J. Trump. We stand with the leader of the free world. We stand with truth. We stand with the Constitution. We stand with faith, and we stand with you, the American people. My name is Matthew Alvarez, and I stand with Donald J. Trump, and I stand with Steve Bannon. I stand with Peter Navarro. I stand with the truth. I stand with the Constitution of this great land, and I stand with our great God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, as well. 10 minutes after 6 p.m. Eastern Time is when this all went down. The shots were fired Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. They're reporting live for RSBN. And they heard the shots. We heard the live reporting from them. The reason why we're not there live right now is because Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies told them and other media to evacuate the premises, so that's what happened. I've covered since September of 2022 a number of rallies with President Trump and the Trump campaign and media, the left-wing media being there, and tens of thousands of people watching these events. Secret Service there, law enforcement there. And you have to go through a secure spot, a secure area. They check the bags, they check everything. How did this happen? Those are questions to be answered. But we do know that, again, seeing the visual of President Trump walking with the Secret Service to the motorcade, pumping his fist and still showing the American people that he is the man that he has been since 2016 in the sense of being the president. I remember hearing from one of President Trump's speech, he said all of the things that have happened in his life to this point have led him to this point. In a moment of vulnerability, he doesn't usually, speak like that, but he did at a rally, I believe it was in Iowa or New Hampshire. And he was speaking, saying that this is something that he's preparing his whole life for. And so we know, as Americans, that we love our God, we love our family, we love our country, we love the Constitution, we love Donald Trump. And this makes Milwaukee much more interesting because when he steps on that stage, and he takes the nomination for the third time, he takes the nomination as the President of the United States of America for the Republican Party. And we still look forward to him announcing his vice presidential pick. The thing that's interesting is there are so many conservative leaders that are pro our country, pro MAGA. There are a few in Washington, Matt Gaetz, Eli Crane, MTG, others, Kerry Lake, who's running for Senate, President Donald J. Trump, the vice presidential candidate, whoever that will be, we'll find out soon. But the American people are awake. Every one of you and we're awake now. We know that the left-wing media has been lying. We know the father of lies, Satan himself. See, this isn't conspiracy theory. This is a real thing that's happening. If you don't believe in that, maybe you will someday, because at the end of the day, it is light versus darkness. And so you won't hear this on any mainstream networks. Why? Because a lot of the mainstream networks are controlled by a lot of people that are on the left wing, which is rooted in things that are more on the dark side. But we are with you, President Trump. We are with the staff. We are with the campaign. We are with we the people of this land. And we will be forever. And I thank God that in the end, we know the end of the book. We know the end of the book. And we know who will get the last laugh. But my point is, we're in this together. If you're a left-winger, liberal that hates President Trump, I guarantee a lot of you are saying positive things. Maybe you aren't. I don't know. I haven't looked on X yet. That's why I'm not even on X. Thank you, Elon Musk, for what you did. But there's just a lot. It's a lot of a cesspool kind of thing on there. I don't need to look at that too much. I love Truth Social. But my point is, why not come together as a nation? Why not come together to say, you know what? I want freedom in our land. I want the Constitution to continue. We don't need woke policies and that kind of thing, right? A majority of this country are people that simply love God, love their family, love their friends, love the work that they do. Some working hard to get to the next level. And so I think there's two things that we can do as Americans right now, other than we're going to be praying, obviously. Let me stop for a second. I just want to bring everybody up to speed, those that are just tuning in. Obviously, by now you know what happened. 10 minutes after the 6 o'clock hour, around that time, 6 to 8 shots were fired. President Trump did have some blood on his right ear, a little bit. You can tell, I saw a couple of close-up shots, videos, where President Trump actually put his hand up like this, and then he went to the ground because physically decided, I'm going to go to the ground, there's something happening, obviously. Secret Service came, brought him to the motorcade. He pumped his fist to the American people. There were some other screams that you heard there, probably people just realizing what just happened. See, right there, you could see that he put his hand to the right side of his head there. And he was brought to the motorcade. I don't know if we've got video of that whole moment there, but I'll tell you, what a amazing moment for President Trump to go like this, all the way to the motorcade. So, back to what I was saying. I think there's two things we can do. We can pray, and I believe in meditation as well. You can meditate to calm any fears. There's a lot of fear going on. There's a lot of concern going on. It's a very scary time. I get it. I'm with you. And how I handle these kind of situations, again, is why God wants us to pray and seek Him. It doesn't have to be at a church building. It could be right there in your room. It could be right there. You could pray anywhere you want. But then from there, you can calm down by going through some breathing exercises, right? And meditate a little bit. I know this isn't a therapy session, but hey, you never know what some of us are dealing with out there. I'm sure it's a difficult time. So that's why I encourage people. And I also am not the same old mainstream junk that's out there. I'm somebody that's the real person just like you are. That's one of the things that as a journalist I desire to be, as a genuine person that resonates with you, the American people, because I'm the same as you are. So, prayer and meditation. And then on top of that, voting like you never voted before. Voting for President Trump. Voting for MAGA Republicans. MAGA Republicans are wonderful people. We see it all across the country. A few Antifa people with J6, let's be real, right? And some other involvement. And some people were mad, yes. And I don't condone anything when it comes to violence. I get it. But President Trump said peacefully and patriotically. He said that. So it's 6:51 on the East Coast. It's 3:51 on the West Coast. And producers, in the meantime, if we have any other photos or any other video, and if there's any other information that you could pass my way, please do. I'm monitoring here on this laptop that I've got. But I'm here with you, America, as we watch that moment unfold. Now, this was about 8 minutes into his speech. Good energy from the president, like usual, and still maintained the energy after the situation. Still maintained great energy going over to the motorcade. So that happened at around 6:10. And the people there in Butler, Pennsylvania, some 35 miles north of Pittsburgh, will have this memory etched in their minds forever. But I guarantee it won't scare them from voting for President Trump. This is the free world versus tyrannical situation. This isn't just the United States of America. This is Brazil. This is Israel. This is Iran. This is, name a country. There are people that love freedom in every part of the world, in my opinion. So this is the free world versus the few that want to take the free world and control the masses or scare the masses. But you're talking 7 billion versus 700. I'm going to share this Bible verse because I think it is. Let me look at this Trump campaign statement. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. That, according to Fox News, I was just seeing that right here. I have yet to hear any details yet. Producers, if you could please share with me any information. I see Vanessa trying to reach out a little bit here. I'm going to open up my texts to Vanessa, Nikki, Grace. Anybody else, please text any information. But once again, the President Trump's campaign statement from Stephen Chung, the communications director. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. Of course, Secret Service around President Trump and law enforcement. You know, it's interesting. Law enforcement love President Trump. They are always around the president. When he arrives on Trump Force One to an airport, he gets these photos with so many people, and they're law enforcement. Whether he's in South Carolina or Georgia or Nevada or Arizona or California or New York or New Jersey or Michigan, name a state. Law enforcement of this land like President Trump. They wouldn't take photos with him like they do on Trump Force One, outside of Trump Force One at the tarmac, if they didn't like him and support him. So we need law and order back in our country. We need to make America great again through Agenda 47. We also need the 20 promises that the RNC Platform Committee has adopted for President Trump's 2024 GOP platform to make America great again. So those 20 promises, they go from anything from sealing the border to large tax cuts to strengthening and modernizing our military to keeping men out of women's sports, to securing our elections and to uniting our country. And also, I always love number 7, to defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Our great experiment is not an experiment anymore. It is now what is supposed to be done for every country on earth, let's be real, but definitely here in the United States. The freedoms, the people voting, the people being in charge. So at the end of the day, we know that in 48 hours from now, in Milwaukee, at the Pfizer Forum, there will be about 20,000 people in that arena. It'll be so loud when President Trump takes to the stage. When he receives the nomination as the Republican candidate for president, the 3rd time that's happened. And then we'll hear the vice presidential pick as well. Looking forward to hearing who the VP pick will be. Looking forward to hearing from President Trump at the RNC. Of course, this changes a whole lot of things. 24/7 news cycle. This is going to be a infinity news cycle. I think that's what we're now in. From now until Jesus returns. And thank you, John Rich, for that song. Shout out to John Rich for the song Revelation. If you haven't heard it, take a listen to it. It's a great song. But it is now an infinity news cycle. This is not a 24/7, 365. This is it. So, okay. So, listening to the producers there a little bit, that's why I stopped talking there. But obviously tonight, tomorrow, this changes some things. So we'll be obviously, most likely, I believe, going live tonight, as we are here, for however long until we say goodnight for tonight, whenever that will be. And then tomorrow, I'm sure we'll have some sort of coverage, some sort of live coverage to continue on what has happened. Most likely, we'll be sending a correspondent, since they're already there, Vanessa and Nikki. Hopefully they'll be heading towards where that hospital is to get reports from the Trump campaign. We're going to be on top of everything that happens, every detail that we can get. So Nikki and Vanessa, if you guys get any information, please let us know here at the station. And then, of course, we'll be doing our RNC coverage on Monday. But wow, what a turn of events as we approach the top of the hour here on the East Coast this July 13th, 2024. On the right side of history, in the sense of we're covering this from the constitutional republic point of view. We will always remember this date, but we will always remember the images that are going to be seen by every news outlet out there, including ours, of President Trump, a photo in time of him holding his fist up after he got up and walked with the Secret Service over to that motorcade. Okay, so we've got some information there. And Director, are we looking at the 559 message, 559? Just double checking before I report anything. I just want to make sure I'm not going to report until I know it's confirmed. So you're saying the 559 message, guys? Okay, so Maria Bartiromo from Fox, there's a quote here that I'm going to read. An incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania, as we know. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures, and the former president, I'm going to remove former, I'm going to be honest, he's the president of our country, let's be real. He won in 2020 also. The president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. And then here is the message. Our COO, Grace Saldana, posted this as well from the Trump spokesperson, Stephen Chung. President Trump once again thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. You know, I'm gonna be simply this. I'm kind of okay. I can't hear you guys. I'm gonna be pretty honest about this. I mean, President Trump probably right now, we get that we have to pray for him, right? But we need to do that. But after going to that motorcade. After going to that motorcade, pumping his fist in the air, he's probably sitting there being like, you know, getting checked out by the doctor, being like, come on, let's go. Let's get back and let's do a speech. You know what I mean? That's the kind of guy we're working with here. A guy that has no fear. And it makes me think of the Bible scripture, fear not, for I am with you. Be bold and courageous, right? The righteous are bold and courageous. I can almost picture that right there. Okay. Okay, so Father Frank Pavone joining us right now, live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Can you hear me, sir? Of course. Sir, what are your thoughts right now?
Understanding at all of who did this, but then again, in a sense, it doesn't matter because we know the enemies that are lined up against President Trump. It's an entire movement. It's an entire mindset. I think it's a mental illness. And everything they've tried has failed. In fact, it's backfired. And so, you don't want your mind to go to, an incident like this. But I mean, everybody's been thinking, I mean, what else do they have, except to try something like this? Thank God that we're hearing what you just reported initially here, that he's safe, that he's okay. But my goodness, I think that the reaction of people is rightly one of righteous anger. And I think it's part and parcel of the same anger that we have had for years when we see the unfair way in which this man has been attacked, lawfare, lies, constant persecution of every imaginable kind. And now it culminates with something like this. I think that too, I mean, the attitude of prayer, of course, we take to prayer right now. In fact, I just wrote a prayer for President Trump on this occasion, which, if you like, we can say it. But obviously, this has to lead to an even deeper commitment on the part of all of us to build the kind of America that President Trump has led us to, and that he wants to lead us to again. And it's an America where we don't resort to things like this. But it is the other side, that they're the lovers of violence, not us. And I'm just angry. And, we love President Trump, and, we're going to continue to love him, and we're going to continue to stand with him.
Amen to that, sir. A report from the Atlantic, just into the Right Side Broadcasting newsroom, that a law enforcement official briefed on the Butler shooting said the suspect is down. The suspect is down. This, according to a reporter from the Atlantic, says that law enforcement, an official there, said that the Butler shooting said the suspect is down. Does that mean at this point alive or not? But at the end of the day, they got, it looks like at this early stages, that the suspect is down. That, according to the Atlantic, will be working to confirm that as well. So this information and this situation at 6:10 p.m. Were you watching the speech, and then what was your initial reaction when you heard what happened?
I was not watching it. Excuse me. I usually, of course, I'm either watching it live or watch it shortly thereafter. I'm actually at a pro-life conference right now in Nashville, and so I was interacting with the people here at the conference, and then, of course, I started getting calls and texts from my staff, and heard about it. And my initial reaction was just, I just feel so angry, and I ran right away and came here so that I could come on with you. Yeah, this is there's going to be backlash, and I don't mean violence. It shouldn't be violence, but it should certainly be a reaction that is clear and strong. How President Trump always says, and this line has just been going through my mind ever since I heard this too. They're not coming after me; they're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way. And I think we need, in a sense, we in the MAGA movement, we in the America First movement, we in the RSBN family, have to look at this as an attack on us. We know it's an attack on us, and that needs to just make us all the more resolved and bold. And vocal and united and determined to save this country.
Exactly. And you want to talk a little bit about the good versus evil aspect again. I mean, this is what it is. I mean, we see on the surface, right, the iceberg up here. We see, okay, some bad thing and good things, but what's going on down here is the question.
I've never heard more of our fellow citizens throughout this whole election year that we are in right now say to me, I've come to a simple conclusion. This is not just about Republicans versus Democrats, left versus right. It's about good versus evil. And people who, even I've heard many commentators who are not particularly into, spiritual commentary, but who have been talking about spiritual things because they see the only explanation for how the radical left behaves, especially when you look at what they do to children, the indoctrination of children, the unbridled killing of children in the womb, and just the the lies, the way they love to lie and they love to hate. That's what it is. It's evil. There's no need for any more complicated explanation than that they are evil. When people do things and the only way you can make sense of it, and again, President Trump speaks about this frequently, when the only way you can make sense of it is that these people must hate America, well, then that's the conclusion you should come to, that they do hate America. And it's just born of an evil because it hates life, it hates freedom. America stands for all these things. It hates truth and it hates justice. And therefore, it hates those of us that stand up for these things, starting with Donald J. Trump.
That's exactly right. And so this happened at around 6:10 East Coast time, where there were shots fired towards the president's direction. But again, I want to read this report from the Trump spokesperson, Stephen Chung, who put this on the Team Trump profile on X and most likely on Truth Social. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. Now, of course, in 48 hours, the RNC starts. Obviously, there'll be a lot of coverage going on tonight and through until tomorrow about what happened today in Butler. But also, I can tell you that we're going to be obviously doing some coverage tomorrow. But what are your thoughts of what it's going to be like when President Trump actually gets onto the stage on Monday?
I'm going to be there. I'm going to Milwaukee tomorrow. I'm a guest of the Florida delegation. And without this unfortunate incident of today happening, it was going to be very, very electric. I mean, probably a moment in the history of presidential elections that will be completely unparalleled. Now, with this having happened, it's just going to supercharge everything. I think, in a positive direction. We know. We're biblical people. We know how to overcome evil with the power of good. And I think that the proximity now of this Republican convention it creates an electric moment. There is going to be a showing of support. There is going to be an outpouring of love, unlike anything I think we've ever seen in American history. You remember how this began happening during the 2020 campaign. Usually in a presidential reelection effort, we hear the chant, 4 more years, and we have been hearing that. But with President Trump, a new chant developed. We love you.
Right.
We love you. And that was commented on the last time around, and we've seen it in the 24 cycle as well, that, wow, this is unprecedented in American history. It shows a connection he's been able to make with the people and with the values we have. That the convention next week, I think it's going to be the We Love You convention. This is going to be just supercharged, and we're just going to rally around this man like never before. It's already been intense. It's going to go to the 100th power.
100%. I agree with you, sir. Also, you look at, as we take another look at this terrible, terrible incident that happened around 6:10 Eastern time. I was going to go and ask you a question there, but I just cannot believe that this happened today. I remember I was sitting here watching it, as everybody was here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, when you started hearing what sounded like firecrackers or pops, and then we knew that there were shots. But and then you saw the president being assisted by Secret Service to the motorcade, and him pumping his fist in the air, still showing strength to the people. I mean, isn't that something? Let's just talk about that. That's amazing.
Indomitable spirit. This is what he has always shown. And this is why we love him, right? Because not just that, there's a lot of politicians that have the right ideas, they take the right positions, they implement the right policies. But what they don't do in the way that President Trump does is fight for us and for those policies and for those positions. And it's that indomitable spirit that I think is what most connects us to him. Look at that right there. I mean, it's like nothing's going to stop us. Nothing's going to stop us. We know we rely on God. This man is just the opposite of what the left tries to say when they say he's a Hitler, a dictator, a narcissist. No. They don't get it. They've never have gotten it. They never will get it. He knows that he relies on the Lord. He believes in the power of prayer, which is why I'm sure one of the key things he's going to say the next time he addresses us after this unfortunate thing today is thank you for the prayers. And because he believes in the power of prayer, he believes it was the power of prayer that got him elected in 2016. And it's that indomitable spirit that comes precisely from knowing that we depend on God, not that we don't rely on our own strength. He's not doing that out of his own, of a conviction of his own strength. He's doing that. To me, it conveys two things. Number one, his conviction, like our founding fathers had, we are dependent on God. God is our strength. That's the basis of freedom. And number two, like he said again the other day, it is we as a movement who are running for the 47th president of the United States. We will be reelected. We are the ones who will govern this nation to freedom. And I think that that's what that expresses too. He's saying to us, you be strong. You be committed. You don't be intimidated. Here I am showing the strength that I received from God, but also from you, the people who are the people of America, the people of MAGA, the people who know the difference, unlike the left, who know the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, between truth and falsehood.
Exactly, 100%. You were saying about thanking the president, and before this happened, at around 6:03, 6:04 Eastern time, just north 35 miles of Pittsburgh and Butler, the crowd was chanting, "Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump." And they were being so sincere. And the entire crowd, we're talking more than 20,000 people were there. There was a lot of people, as you saw. And they were just the chorus of that, of "Thank you, Trump." That is a genuine thanks to Donald Trump for what he has done for our country, what he is doing for our country, what he will do for our country. And giving thanks to God for Donald Trump, but giving thanks to God for the Constitution of this great land. This land is still great. It remains to be great. But the problem is, if anything tries to take away our Constitution and take God out of everything, which we already know is happening. I do want to shift over to Oklahoma real quick. I know that they're teaching the Bible in some of the schools down there now. They're putting the 10 Commandments back up in the classrooms. Same thing happened in Louisiana. I want to hear your thoughts on that, but also your words of encouragement and advice for people that are so concerned, that have been watching this broadcast since 11:30 this morning, and now we sit here, we were expecting a wonderful speech, and a nightmare of a movie has just played out in front of our eyes. We know that President Trump is fine. Thank God for that. That according to the Secret Service, that according to his spokesperson. But yeah, your thoughts about the 10 Commandments being put back into some schools, but also words of advice for the people that are watching, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I think that we have turned some significant corners judicially in the last couple of years, even in the last month. The Supreme Court has been issuing some very, very good decisions that have been correcting mistakes of the past 5 decades. We've seen it in the area of religious freedom. We've seen it in the area of pro-life. We saw it recently even in the area of administrative law in the United States, giving less power to federal agencies. What does this have to do with what you were just saying? Because I think that the track we are on right now with our jurisprudence is a track that will eventually then reach to those decisions, which not that long ago really took prayer and the commandments and the Bible reading out of our schools. And we're going to get those back again. There's no, because they've already, the court has already put a big crack in that dam. We saw the Coach Kennedy case. We saw the jettisoning of what's called the Lemon decision. Many of our viewers know what that is, but basically it's the court saying, hey, you can't have too much religion in public life, right? And it's like, well, you take religion out of public life, you take the commandments out of public life, and people are gonna forget. Our young people are not going to be as rooted in some certain basic things like thou shalt not kill. So I think we're going to see the day, maybe sooner than later, where we actually have at a national level a correction of these very serious mistakes that make us think that somehow the Constitution of the United States requires that our schools be devoid of prayer, Bible reading, and the commandments. That's ridiculous. Our founders said the opposite. They said that religion and morality are indispensable aids to this experiment in self-governance. Because if you're going to govern yourselves, it's not enough to have the mechanism to govern yourself. You have to know the difference between going in the right direction, going in the wrong direction. If you don't know that difference, then what good is it to have the mechanism to govern yourself if you don't know where you're going? It's like having a car and you don't have any directions, you don't have any map, you don't have any GPS, you don't even know where you should go. Now, on in terms of advice, all right, we've got to take a moment here now, and we've got to say, look, Lord, we depend on you. We depend completely on you for our protection. Our life at moment to moment is a gift that God gives us. President Trump's life, the life of all those leaders whom we love and whom we support, whom we need, whether it's in civil government or church government. Lord, we rely on you for protection. And the more that, let an event like this bring us back to that deep awareness. In fact, it's my advice whenever anyone experiences any kind of tragedy or loss. I mean, thank God President Trump is okay. He's going to be okay. But this is a jarring thing, and this is a thing that causes us sadness, grief, anger, rage. But let it also cause us to again feel more deeply than ever, Lord, we have nothing but you. We rely on you. This is good versus evil, and how are we going to get the victory, Lord? It's you. And if we can make this cause us to be, take a little reflection, take a little time tonight for reflection and prayer in whatever way you pray, in whatever way you put yourself in the presence of God. I think tonight for us patriots is a night to maybe add a little extra time to our usual prayer time and focus on President Trump, but also focus on, again, what he always says about, this is not about me, it's about us.
That's right.
God forbid if what just happened had hurt him even more than apparently it did. I think what he would want us thinking about above all is, hey, it's really not me ultimately that this is about. It's about you being faithful to the gift God has given us in the United States of America.
Amen, sir. Thank you so much, Father Frank Pavone, for joining us. We'll be in touch soon, of course, and of just all your words of advice and jumping on here. Thank you again.
My pleasure. God bless you all.
God bless you. So up next, we will have another interview lined up. As soon as I get word, I'll let you know who that is. But we do know, of course, that President Trump is fine, according to the Secret Service, and also to Trump spokesperson Stephen Chung, who said, quote, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. And as I mentioned earlier, he's probably sitting there getting checked out, but being like, okay, probably wanting to go do another speech. Like that's our leader, the president, who, if he was such a bad guy, by the way, the left keeps saying he's this and he's that. He would have done that in 2016. He would have done that in 2017. I'll name the rest of them: 2018, 2019, and 2020. All he said at that speech was go peacefully and patriotically. So at the end of the day, we know he's going to be back at it very soon. And we are praying for him and with the team there and with his family as he took on evil today in Butler, Pennsylvania. Once again, over about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. So that speech, we heard the pre-program start at 3 o'clock, and then we had the speech start around 6. And coming up soon, we're going to have Carrie Lake will be joining us. Most likely, I believe she's in Arizona, or she might be in Milwaukee. We'll see here in a second. Producers, please let me know once that's on. And then we might be speaking with someone on the ground, I'm hearing as well. So guys, as soon as you want to put that person up, let me know. It's 7:22 on the East Coast here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If we can use the interview now, let's go to that right now.
Your name and where you're from.
Richard Hine. I'm from Butler, right here, right down over the hill.
What was your first reaction when you saw gunfire ring out?
We thought it was fireworks. We actually think maybe it was fireworks, and that was a distraction. We've heard a lot of stories that there was 2 gunmen. One could have very possibly been down in the seat section. That's what we're hearing from
I don't
two
think so.
different sources.
I think they were somewhere else, but maybe they may have been. We just don't know right now. Now there's word that there is a suspicious package, so they're clearing the crowd. We have to leave.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on President Trump?
I hope he's all right. I hope he's all right. He represents hope. I grew up in the time where everybody represented hope ended up dying. The Kennedys, Martin Luther King, Princess Di even. It seems if somebody represents hope, they've really got a bullseye on them.
You're teary-eyed right now, so this is really hitting your heart right now.
Yeah, I'm a Trump fan, absolutely.
Some good news. He gave a fist bump when the Secret Service raised him up.
I heard that. It's just a bad day. Very bad day for Butler, very bad day for Pennsylvania, very bad day for the United States, bad day for the world.
Sir, you be careful. We have to get to safety. Take care of yourself. Pray for President Trump.
Thank you. I will. I certainly will.
Your name and...
All right, so you heard there live or moments ago a recorded interview with someone that was at the scene, one of many, one of thousands of people who saw and heard what happened there. Some obviously very difficult situation to witness. I feel terrible, of course, for anybody that was a younger person having to witness something like this. But what we're waiting on right now is our next guest will be Carrie Lake, getting ready to join us, I believe, from Arizona or in Milwaukee as we get ready for that interview. Trying to work on some technical things here as well at the studio. But once again, this happened at 6:10 Eastern Time in Pittsburgh. I can tell you that we know that President Trump is doing fine, according to his spokesperson. And that was a message that was put out pretty recently. The reason why you heard a bunch of uhs there is because wires are going all over the place here. This is live TV, so we're just rolling with it. But obviously this happened at 6:10 Eastern Standard Time in Pittsburgh. And we'll be going to Carrie here in just a moment. This is now 19 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. You know, President Trump, of course, was just getting started with his speech there. And it was only 8 minutes into the speech where then we hear these shots being fired. And then, of course, we saw that video. If we could take a look at that again, producers, where we saw President Trump walking back to the motorcade, pumping his fist in the air and showing the American people and showing the world that he is still strong, and he always will be. I mean, that's what you get when you have President Trump. He is peace through strength, right? That's why every world leader respected him the way he during his 4-year tenure as the president. And then, of course, we're looking for another 4 years with President Trump. So again, this whole RNC, boy, everybody's going to watch that. I mean, everybody, from the UK to France to the Middle East to Asia, South America. It's going to be translated by all these languages. I mean, everybody knows now that is involved with social media platforms or local news. You're going to know that this just happened, right? So the eyes of the world are now on President Trump. The eyes of the world are on we the people. The eyes of the world are on the United States of America, as we just celebrated our 248th birth just the other day on July 4th. And to see this happen just days after is obviously a heinous act. But again, President Trump is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. Some great words of advice shared by Father Frank Pavone earlier, just about spirituality, about prayer, and then also within the framework of meditation, just of being able to calm the fears and all the concerns that we have as a country right now with what just happened. Again, it was like a movie scene unfolded right before our eyes. So being here watching that live, just like you guys were watching, we were watching the speech. And this is moments after everybody was saying thank you to President Trump for all that he is doing for our country. So just to bring you up to speed once again, this happened at 6:10 Eastern Time in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, north of Pittsburgh in Butler, 35 minutes north. And then the shots rang out. President Trump, you can see, put his hand up near his right side of his head here towards his ear to check something. But look at that. That is that right there. I'm going to be quiet and let's just look at President Trump right now. That moment in time right there. Walking down the steps with the Secret Service. Pumping his fist with the Secret Service. And then he did the same thing when he was getting into the motorcade. Once again, we're going to be getting Kerry Lake here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And you could see the people there, that reaction in the moment. I'm watching this right here with you. I didn't get to see all this because I was obviously getting ready to get back on the air here. But that happened at 6:10 in Butler, PA. Unbelievable footage, unbelievable situation. But with God, all things are possible. And with God, we know that there is no fear because he says, fear not, for I'm with you. So this is a real turning point, I believe, in our country as well, for our faith to increase in a way maybe it hasn't before. We are all now awake. If we weren't awake to this point, the people that weren't awake, the people that said, oh, that's politics, I don't want to get involved. Well, why did that happen today, right? Who was behind it? Who knows? Per The Atlantic, this according to, and we're looking at a 2-minute warning right now. We've got Kerry Lake in about 2 minutes. A reporter from The Atlantic says that law enforcement, an official briefed on the Butler shooting, said the suspect is down. And now we just received report from the Associated Press, even though sometimes they're super fake Associated Press, but this report here I do trust, reporting that the shooter and a rally goer is dead. Now, rally goer, who does that really mean? But I will say this, that the AP is reporting that the shooter is dead. The person that was shooting towards the American people, the person that, and including President Trump, because he says when we win, he says when he looks, I've been at 35 speeches, probably more, but he said when we win. So he is we the people. President Donald J. Trump is we the people. He is the people's president. And the shooter is dead. That, according to the AP. Kerry Lake will be joining us any moment now as we are live here. Okay, I'm hearing from one of our producers. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. It says the shooter is dead and also a rally goer is dead. Can you guys correct me, please? Okay, that is correct. So there are two people that are dead. The shooter and also a rally goer. So the AP reporting a shooter and a rally goer is dead. So I want to make sure we correct that for the record. Two people dead in Butler, Pennsylvania. This July 13th, 10 minutes after 6 p.m. As I'm seeing Carrie Lake getting ready for an interview right now with us live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 6:33 on the East Coast. And Carrie, do you hear me? Okay, Carrie, your thoughts. Your thoughts right now.
I'm shaken to the core, like every other American. You know, what we saw today was just absolutely horrible. And I'm just happy that President Trump is alive right now. That was an assassination attempt on a man who's been fighting for this country. And I was at an event today. I'd just gotten home when this happened. And I was with the people of Arizona and talking to them after my campaign stop. And one of the things they kept saying is, Carrie, we're praying for you, and we pray for President Trump every day. We pray for President Trump. I hear that constantly on the campaign trail. And I know for certain that it's those prayers from the American people that saved President Trump's life today. You know, the mainstream media has stoked such anger in this country, and it's got to stop. How much further are they willing to let this go? President Trump is trying to help this country. He's trying to bring people together. And what happened tonight, this afternoon in Pennsylvania, I'm just praying for the president for a full recovery. He looked like he was ready to walk off the stage, but I don't know, what the extent of the injuries are, but I'm praying desperately for him tonight. And I'm praying just as much for his family. I can't imagine being Barron, being home watching, or First Lady Melania being home watching, any of the family, and seeing this, how horrifying that must have been. So all I can say is God is watching over us and watching over President Trump, and I hope they catch the perpetrator. I'm hearing some reports, but I don't know if anything's been confirmed to find out who this person is. And I'm just shaken. I'm truly shaken right now.
I am too, and it's kind of, I'm in a system of shock right now. Like I just, watching that unfold at 10 minutes after 6 outside of Pittsburgh. Can you talk to me a little bit about the security detail in general for, people that are high profile, right? The Secret Service did a great job there, got with them, brought them to safety. But at the end of the day, did you see President Trump? He was pumping his fist even after this happened, Carrie.
This man is the greatest fighter I've ever known, the greatest fighter we've ever seen in this country, the strongest man I know. And for him to stand up with his ear bleeding and to think how close it came to him not being able to stand up, and for him to stand up and pump his fist, it looked like he said, fight, fight, fight. I'm just, I'm blown away at this man's spirit and this will to fight and to fight for us. But I'm beside myself, and the Secret Service, I've been around President Trump. He has incredible security. Obviously, he's got Secret Service security, some of the greatest security I've ever seen. I don't know how anybody could have gotten in with a gun, and we need to figure out how that happened, because everybody goes through a metal detector.
Exactly. And, it was out there in a bigger area. We'll see. Of course, as you know, Carrie, the 24/7 news cycle, everybody will be looking at those details. The AP reporting of the shooter and a rally goer is dead. I mean, the fact that one of our people has passed away from this incident, this is not what we want in this country. We want our country to be great again.
Well, and I haven't heard all of those reports. Are you saying 2 people have been shot?
Yes,
I'm not sure with all of that, but what I do want to tell America is, I probably talked to more people than anyone except President Trump. I'm so blessed to be on the campaign trail. We're in the middle of our tour, bus tour around Arizona. I talk to people. I love to be with the people of Arizona. And I will tell you this country is so united. The biggest lie the media, the fake media has been telling us is that we're divided. If they don't keep us divided, if they don't make us think we're divided and at each other's throats, then they can't win. But I am out there, and overwhelmingly people support coming together as a nation, putting America first. People support President Trump. They love him and they believe in him. And so I just want people to know God is good. He protected President Trump tonight. He's got his guiding hand on President Trump. Thank God. His healing hand on President Trump. And I want people to know, I believe, and what I'm seeing on the ground here in Arizona and around this country is that Americans are truly much more united than the media gives us credit for.
I agree 100%. Carrie Lake, we pray in Jesus' name for President Trump's safety and for our country.
Absolutely. My family is praying, has been praying for President Trump, and we always pray for him. But tonight, extra prayers going out to President Trump and his entire staff, everybody at that rally who must be very shaken up by what we've seen tonight. And I also pray that this great republic, that we can come together as Americans. We got a lot of work ahead, and we're just blessed beyond measure to have President Trump ready to lead us. And I just pray that we can start to come together as Americans.
United States candidate for Senate out of Arizona, Carrie Lake, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
So, as you know, Carrie Lake used to work in mainstream media. She was an anchor in Phoenix, and then, of course, from there got out of the lamestream media and doing great things for our country, running for Senate, of course, in Arizona. And she brought up a great point about the left-wing media. They constantly try and pin us all against each other. They constantly try and pin, let's be straight up with the facts, white versus black, black versus white, or whatever background. The truth of the matter is, if you look at the Bronx, when I was there for Right Side Broadcasting Network, I saw people. I saw black, I saw white, I saw Hispanic, I saw Asian, I saw Middle Eastern. I saw everybody from all walks of life there with MAGA gear on. The people want freedom. We know that. So at the end of the day, the left-wing media, who I used to unfortunately work for, but that was part of what I wanted to do in college, right? Working TV, was an intern back at Fox News back in the day. But you know what? Thankfully, I'm not with mainstream media anymore. I left that whole thing to the side and I said, you know what? It's time to work for the right side of history. And so my mind and my heart is for this country and for the Constitution. So therefore, to be able to have conservative media now here is great, to be able to share our heart and our minds with you and resonate with you, because we are you as well. We the people. This is a We the People network, Right Side Broadcasting Network is. And so our conservative media as a whole working in unison for the Constitution of this country. So at the end of the day, we know that today was a heinous act, a terrible situation. Once, to be very transparent with you, once I leave the studio and I think about what happened, and I talk to some friends and kind of realize what happened, I wonder how I'm going to really, really feel, because right now I'm still pretty much in shock. Obviously, he's doing a job here, working and sharing with you the information that we've learned, that the AP is reporting that the shooter is dead, but also a rally goer has died as well. A reporter or a report from Trump's spokesperson, Stephen Chung, says that President Trump is fine and he's being checked at a medical facility. But here's the thing, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but who knows, right? Who knows if God himself, I believe he did protect the president here, but who knows if God himself pushed that bullet to the side. Who knows? I'm not saying that's what happened, but I have a God that, and you have a God, most of you that believe in God of the Bible, the Judeo-Christian principles, that we have a God that is a God of miracles. He created everything out of nothing. He can do what he wants when he wants. He is a great God. So it's time to praise and worship God like never before, especially as we have seen what happened today, 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, just to recap what happened today at that rally. I don't know how many times we want to play the video. Director, producers, if you want to play it, great. If not, I understand, because it's something that is a very traumatic thing to watch. But it is awesome because outside of what happened, President Trump still showed strength, still put his fist in the air. And he did that all the way to the motorcade. Even when he stepped into that motorcade, he stood up and you saw his arm in the air. That, my fellow friends and Americans, is a champion. What a champion, what a legend, what a GOAT. The greatest of all time. You know, I was thinking the other day, I'm going to look up this list real quick, and then we'll be, as soon as I get more information or if we get any more interviews, we will be bringing that to you. But I want to show you this list that I thought up. Now, I was thinking this over the Independence Day break, great Americans who I'm thankful for. And it started with Paul Revere and Patrick Henry, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, and of course, we the people. All of those great human beings right there. Founders of our country, people that are still here with us now. We the people. Donald J. Trump, Eli Crane, Kari Lake, Matt Gaetz, Matt Rosendale, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Laura Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Tucker Carlson. I mean, Charlie Kirk, Vivek, the list goes on. Many people I'm looking at. Now, what I'm reading from is the list of the speakers at the RNC event coming up in Milwaukee. We'll have all that coverage here, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Every speaker, you'll have it here. We'll have analysis. Bobby McNeely will be joining me live here on Monday and Tuesday, and then Vanessa Broussard on Wednesday and Thursday. But before we get to all that, obviously we've got a huge 24/7 news cycle that's gonna, I don't know how anybody's really gonna sleep in the news business right now with what happened today. And then into tomorrow. I haven't heard yet, but I'm sure we'll have maybe some coverage tomorrow with the latest on what happened. And then, of course, we'll gear up for the RNC in Milwaukee, which will be obviously a huge security presence with a perimeter there. Again, the questions of how did someone get close enough to fire any shots towards the 45th, the 46th, and the 47th hopeful president of the United States. Who knows, but that will be investigated. You know, there's a lot of people there, of course, that hold their phones up and are recording, President Trump. So hopefully there's some video of maybe the person. But at the end of the day, we don't care about the person right now in the sense of we just want to know how that person got in. So we'll have a visual, at least of that person, from maybe some of the phone cameras, and then that we can maybe see if there's some other video that maybe showed that person entering into the area there at the Butler event, which was, as we take a look, I just want to show you that photo. I'm sorry I didn't know that photo was up, but what a photo that is. That is the photo right there. You can see the Trump campaign sign just a little bit tilted there, but President Trump with the Secret Service right there still putting his fist up in the air, showing strength in the midst of a near terrible experience. You can scrub back on this broadcast and watch that Kari Lake interview if you'd like. We had Father Frank Pavone as well with us. My name is Matthew Alvarez. I worked in mainstream media for about 16 years, and now working in conservative media since November or September of 2022. Covered a lot of these speeches, a lot of security at the events, and somehow someone was able to get access close enough, or maybe it was outside the perimeter. Who knows how this happened? But those answers will be known hopefully soon. But we can tell you that once again, if you're just joining us, that the AP is reporting that the shooter and a rally goer have lost their lives. The rally goer has lost their life, and the shooter is dead. President Trump's spokesperson, Stephen Chung, I'm going to read that real quick again for you. thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. I will also check out here real quick on Truth Social to hear from Election Wizard, one of the people on Truth Social, saying that George W. Bush says, now I know about George W. Bush in the sense of what he has been involved in the past when it comes to maybe not being a part of We the People, if you know what I mean. But that's not for this broadcast right now. I am going to read a quote from George W. Bush, though. Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response. Let's see what else. I'm just going to go along here and say that anything that is not confirmed, I will say allegedly, of course, to make sure that any news that we get, other than the AP or others, I will make sure that I will let you know if it's confirmed by either law enforcement official or from an outlet like the AP. Usually when it comes to breaking news, the AP will have the truth when it comes to at least breaking news. We know that other reporting by the AP isn't always the truth, let's be honest, right? I'm reading some other quotes here from Viktor Orban, the great, strong Prime Minister of Hungary. My thoughts and prayers are with President at Real Donald Trump in these dark hours. Doug Billings, a great guy as well, says this is a time to band together behind decency, the divine providence of God, and the intent of this republic has given to us by our founders. Greg Phillips says, God bless you, President Trump. Conor McGregor, I'm just going in order here, says a 78-year-old multiple billionaire, he should be on a yacht on the Med touring golf courses, but he is not. He is in Pennsylvania. And I'll let you guys read the rest of that one. But running for the love of his country, Godspeed, Donald. God bless the United States. Dan Scavino puts 3 hearts, a red heart, a white heart, and a blue heart, an American flag, and an eagle, showing President Trump right now with his fist in the air and the American flag above him there. Kash Patel says, now is not the time to attack the media, the other side, or anyone else. Now is a time to band together for our nation. Let law enforcement and Secret Service do their jobs. Anyone putting out speculation and false information does not deserve our attention and has shown you what their priorities are. Our priority is simple, the United States of America. Amen to that from Kash Patel 16 minutes ago. Real Toria Brooke says that there was some unconfirmed footage, shows the possible shooter at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania laying dead on the roof of a nearby building. This is from Raw's Alerts. This is alleged information in the sense of I'm not confirming this, so I'm just reporting to you what I'm seeing on Truth Social. This, as we are now getting close to, let's see, yeah, it's been obviously more than 2 hours since the incident. Actually, less than just shy of 2 hours. There's other information here. I'm just reading through some of these reports here. Wesley Hunt, the great congressman from Texas, says America is unified in prayer around our leader. I'm going to retruth that one right now on live TV. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, guys. This is the people's president. This is the leader of the free world. And you know what's awesome is that he was able to show and is still able to show the world what it's like to be a real, genuine person out there in the mainstream in the sense of the high-profile way of being a president. You know, Viktor Orban, or the president of El Salvador, or Jair Bolsonaro, the former president of Brazil, France, we were hoping for the prime minister there to win. But also, you know, we see Nigel Farage as well, you know, did great things with Brexit, and then gets a spot in Parliament in the UK. So it really, what President Trump has done and is continuing to do is to show the leaders that are about freedom, right, the free world, that this is how you do it. And then that's exactly what we've seen since. Since 2016, he showed everybody how it was done. He walked into North Korea. Donald J. Trump walks into North Korea, shakes the hand of Kim Jong-un, right? He understands that you have to be a certain way with these certain leaders. This guy is obviously something we haven't really seen as a president. Obviously, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and others, the great founders of our time, Abraham Lincoln, and President Donald J. Trump, Ronald Reagan, you know, great things for our nation and more to come to save this country and to keep it going as the United States of America. And as we band together today, Wesley Hunt also says, God bless our president. So Butler police, this according to Michelle Backus, Butler police have identified the Trump shooter as Mark Violets, a member of Antifa, according to reports by OAN. So we're getting all reports from all different areas right now that this may have been an Antifa thing. Now, alleged Antifa, I'm not confirming that. So if you're taking everything in context, you can't take things out of context. It's in context. I'm sharing with you what I'm seeing here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, InfoWars posted a picture, simple picture with no caption, a picture of President Trump standing there with his fist in the air under the American flag. Charlie Kirk posting as well. Great photos of the strength of President Trump through this horrible time. We are hearing that another person is in serious condition. This, according to the Butler County DA, Richard Goldinger. This, according to Charlie Kirk as well. So we're getting a lot of information from all areas, and of course from our network as well. The information from the Trump spokesperson Stephen Chung saying that, quote, President Trump is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. So we will be following every detail as we get it here at this point. Now, looking for some more information here. Vanessa Broussard, of course, and Nikki Stanzione live out there as well. As we work, our producers are working hard right now, and they're working hard to get some people lined up with us. And also, if we can right now, let's see if we can get Vanessa Broussard or Nikki Stanzione or both of them on a Zoom, on a kind of a call to talk about what they saw there on the scene. So again, if you guys hear me, please, Vanessa Broussard or Nikki Stanzione, if we could send them our link so they can, if they're not on camera, that's fine, but so we can at least hear them as we can talk to them about being there and what it was like and what they heard, what they saw, and the moments before and leading up to the incident, and then after the incident, and also their heartfelt thoughts and prayers, of course, for President Trump. So we will be getting that hopefully soon. But I can tell you that it's now 7 o'clock or almost 8 o'clock, top of the hour on the East Coast. About an hour and 50 minutes ago, there were shots fired towards President Trump in the Butler, Pennsylvania area. So we're talking about a very small town, about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. And then from there, you saw the Secret Service taking we saw the Secret Service take President Trump to the motorcade, and we also heard from somebody that was at the actual event. So let's take a listen to what this person had to say.
What was your thought when you first saw or heard gunfire ring out?
Thought it was fireworks, wasn't sure. There was a water cannon like behind him that they were spraying, I think, for like just to cool people off. I thought that was it, and then my husband and son grabbed me and we just ran.
Yeah, I heard the pops and like 5 or 6 pops, and then I saw the water cannon shooting off from the right side of the stage.
It's a somber moment right now. People are in shock.
Very, very crazy. Can't believe it happened here.
Of all places, Butler County.
It can happen anywhere.
It can, but it's just when you're there and it happens, it's very scary.
You look very scared. We need to clear the premises because there is a suspicious package that we're hearing from Secret Service, so they're moving everyone out. So I want you to come walk with me as we continue to move forward. I don't want you to leave anyone. So when you
have to get to our cars and
yes,
leave?
They're making us get to our cars and leave.
We have a booth.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but there is a suspicious package that they're investigating right now. Let me ask you one more question.
I need to tell them.
One more question.
Yeah.
When you saw President Trump give a fist bump, the crowd went crazy. What were your thoughts?
I did not see it. We were far back. We were supposed to be right up there close. We had VIP seats, but there was too packed in there, so we went way back. So we did not see anything. I just heard the pops, the water cannon, and everyone started running.
Anything you want to say to President Trump tonight?
We got your back.
Thank you, sir. What was your thought?
So there you go. Some more of the information from some of the rally goers there. Also, we're hearing from the Associated Press that this shooting is now being investigated, quote, as an assassination attempt. That, according to the Associated Press. So that is being investigated. So we know right now that our country is in shock, that we are praying for President Trump and his family, that the president is doing fine, according to his spokesperson, Stephen Chung, saying, quote, that he is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. And of course, the photo that's going to be seen around the world. It already is being seen at this hour, but it's going to be seen on every newspaper, news publication, broadcast, cable, in every language across the planet that has the ability to put out anything on social media or on television or on live streaming. You're going to see the photo of President Trump with his fist in the air, with the American flag in the background, or this one right here with the Trump campaign sign just slightly tilted there. This being, again, the AP reporting that the shooter is dead and also being investigated as an attempted assassination, that according to the Associated Press. So as we are getting more information and more interviews, we will bring that to you here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead and follow us on Truth Social as we put out any reports that we get or any information, as our producers and Vanessa and Nikki and others are working hard right now to get as much information as we can get it to bring it to you live. Also working on any interviews. So we'll see if we can get Vanessa and Nikki on the line with a video or an audio kind of talkback situation where we can hear more about the situation that they witnessed there. I want to ask them what exactly they heard, where they heard it, what direction, all those type of questions, and also I'm sure plenty of heartfelt thoughts and prayers. We also have another eyewitness right now, so we're going to throw to that, as it is a sad time in America as we are to come together instead of divide at this point. So let's go to that eyewitness from earlier today.
I know you guys want to talk, but you got to move. What I say is, whoever did this, death penalty, immediately, now. Just take them out and hang them, and that's it. All this cruel and unusual punishment bullshit is going to be the end of our country. It's going to be the end of our country with this cruel and unusual punishment, bullshit. Someone does crazy something like this, they're done. That's the end of their life.
So let me ask you this. They have tried to take Trump down by accusation after accusation, hoax after hoax, tried to throw him in jail, mugshot, now an assassination attempt, and you witnessed it. What's your first thoughts?
Oh, it's just like we were part of history. I said we were part of history, and then, I mean, this is just, is this going to change our country? Is this going to mean no one can have a rally anymore because of some idiot? You have, what, 50, 60,000 people that were behaving well and minding their own business, going to a rally, and then there's always some idiot like Oswald, when Oswald shot Kennedy. That changed everything in our country. So what I say is, take them out, hang them.
President Trump was watching RSBN on Trump Force One on his way in. Very well could be watching this when we post it. Anything you want to say to him in his recovery effort?
Just hang in there, buddy. God bless you. Hang in there. Don't give up. This is why we need you. This is why we need you.
Hang in there, President Trump. Hang in there.
And we got to get tough on crime.
We love you. We're rooting for you. I'm so sorry that happened to you. They're so evil. They're just evil. We gotta stop them, Trump.
You're heartbroken right now. Tears coming down.
And I think also, Vanessa, is that this stuff about just letting the probation and everybody getting on, you know, you commit a crime and you have to be put, you know, let out because you can't have bail. It's all just ruining our country. And we had to get back to crime and punishment.
We got to pray for the president. Any words you can say if President Trump's
President Trump, I love you so much. And I know that you're God's chosen. I know that you are. I don't care what anybody says. And I'm praying for you, okay? We love you.
We love you, President Trump. We're praying for you.
Your hat over your heart.
Yes, ma'am.
Shows respect to the president.
Yes.
Trump, God will take care of you.
Guys, thank you. Let's get to safety.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so obviously some eyewitness accounts there in Butler, Pennsylvania. There's some other sources, according to Fox News. I know that Fox News is still mainstream media, and I don't agree with them not covering President Trump to the way they should. But they are reporting that, of course, the shooter is dead and 2 hurt at the Trump PA rally. So we're hearing different reports right now. The Associated Press saying that the shooter is dead. That's confirmed through a number of sources. And then a rally goer, according to the AP, has lost their life. But we're not. Again, I'm attributing these to each of the other news outlets at this point. We're not confirming anything. We're just reporting what we're hearing as well. But we do know that this is being investigated as an assassination attempt, as you see there on your screen. The rally, I mean, he just got to the stage. It was about 8 or 9 minutes into his speech, and it was a beautiful moment prior to this heinous act where the people of Pennsylvania were chanting, "Thank you to Trump." And so they just chanted, "Thank you to Trump." And it's just quite shocking to see what happened today. As we heard the shots ring out there in Butler, and then obviously went live here. Been on the air since the whole time, actually, since 11:30 this morning. We've covered the people out there at the event, and then we've seen the president take to the stage, and then, of course, the heinous act that occurred at around 6:10 Eastern Standard Time. So at the end of the day, what we're looking to do here is pray as a nation and see President Trump back on the stage at the RNC in Milwaukee. Maybe he'll hold a news conference tomorrow. Who knows? This is going to be a lot of coverage, of course. We'll be covering every step of it. We'll have our correspondents, no matter where this takes us, if it's outside of a hospital or at a press conference somewhere. I'm sure we'll be sending our crews to where they need to be. This, of course, is the largest news story of the year right now, where someone makes a terrible decision to shoot towards President Trump. And now, according to reports, the rally goer is, or I'm sorry, the shooter is dead. So we'll be following every detail as we get it. Now, the AP, again, says the shooter is dead and a Trump rally attendee has also been killed. So this being reported, now I said that earlier, but this is now being reported on various media outlets. So we're here with you guys. We're praying with you. We believe with you. Yes, we're reporting the news, but at the end of the day, we're human just like you are. We love you and thank you for the prayers. We pray with you during this time. I know it's a difficult time for our country, but we know that all things will work out for the good to those that love God. And we know that God says, "Fear not, for I am with you." So I spoke with Pastor Mark Burns. I'm going to see if I could try and get Pastor Mark Burns on the line here as well to join us. I was going to text him right now. But he is in touch with the president on a daily basis, at least on a weekly basis, has been with President Trump on Trump Force One, and was endorsed in a congressional run by President Trump. So let me just reach out to him real quick here. As we heard from Carrie Lake earlier on the broadcast, obviously her thoughts and prayers are with the family, and we're all still obviously in shock as to what happened. But again, you know, God, we know that God is with the United States. God is with a number of countries throughout the world. God is definitely with the people that love freedom. And that is a number of people around this globe, regardless of the kind of presidency or prime minister or dictator. We know that there are great people in every country that want freedom, that are believing in Judeo-Christian, faith systems, and so that's also for another broadcast. But let me see if I can get Pastor Mark Burns on the line here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, we'll see if we can get him on the line. Of course, we're trying to get Vanessa Broussard as well, and Nikki Stanzione, who are live at the scene there in Butler, Pennsylvania, when this heinous act took place. So this is going to be wall-to-wall coverage, I'm sure, throughout the news media. But you got to remember that some of the news media that has hated on President Trump so much, so at the end of the day, right now, I would hope is in support of the president and his safety and his health. And we here at Right Side Broadcasting Network stand in unison with you, the people, and we pray for President Trump, and we pray for the family, and we pray for the country right now as we deal with what happened today. And obviously, everybody will be talking about this. Everybody's affected by this in one way or another. But we know that during this process, there is an anchor for our soul, and that is God above, and it's the Holy Bible. So I know there'll be a lot of prayers and reading going on, and especially at church services throughout our country tomorrow, and at the synagogues as well, and just for our country to be protected during this time. And I just want to see if we're getting anybody else on. Now, we are hearing that Biden is to deliver some remarks, and we'll see what Joe Biden has to say. Go ahead, guys, in the control room. Okay, I'm not sure if they heard me. Guys, if you can repeat what you just said in my ear there. We're trying to get a lot of interviews. This is live TV, right? So we're just working on getting interviews and information here into the RSBN studios here in Auburn right now as we get ready for our next interview live with hopefully Vanessa or Nikki. At this point, I don't see anyone there available at this point, but I do know, of course, that This rally was scheduled for at least 2 weeks now. We know that President Trump spoke pretty recently in Chesapeake, Virginia, and some other events. And then we know that he will be at the RNC on Monday. We'll see. Tomorrow will be a press conference for President Trump, and I'm sure he'll be ready to go to get on with the campaign as well. I know this is a lot for us to take right now, me included. So once again, this happened right at 6:10. And producers, if you guys can let me know if we've got anybody for interviews or any confirmations on any news. Okay. We'll have someone in about 7 minutes here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm not sure if that's going to be another eyewitness or if that's going to be Vanessa or Nikki, who are on the scene there in Butler. Again, if you want to know my personal account of it, I was here in the studio. There's a chair right in front of the news desk that I sometimes watch the speech. And President Trump, man, the strength and the power and the delivery in good spirits, and the crowd was awesome. I mean, you're talking at least 20,000 people there. In previous times, there was 55,000 people that spoke or that watched President Trump speak at an event there in Butler. And then again, about 8-9 minutes into the whole thing is when you heard those shots being fired. We're hearing all kinds of reports about who this person may have been. So at this point, what I'm going to do to play it safe is wait for confirmed reports from any law enforcement and others in regards to maybe the ID of the suspect. We do know, though, that the AP is reporting the shooter is dead and that there may be a rally goer that has lost their life as well. So we will be getting more information as we get it here at the studio. And so after that, those shots were fired. Of course, President Trump then, put his fist in the air, walked down towards the motorcade, and was taken to a local medical facility where his spokesperson says that he is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. One of the most liked Truth social posts that are about to happen is when President Donald J. Trump posts on Truth Social, whether that's in the next 10 minutes or in the next couple hours. When he posts something on Truth Social, it's going to be the most retruthed and liked post in history on Truth Social. And then that post will be screenshotted and put over on the X website there. X, of course, formerly known as Twitter. And that will also be receiving a lot of love, support, prayer, and all of the details that people are going to say on those posts are going to be mostly great and positive for President Trump. His polls, he was already leading Joe Biden by a whole lot. And of course, now those polls will continue to skyrocket for President Donald Trump. Now, I'm not sure, producers, if we can get, I don't know if we want to get this or not, but Joe Biden is apparently speaking right now live with a statement. So I'm not sure if we'll get that or not, if we want to air that. But I'll be curious to see what Sleepy Joe, Crooked Joe has to say on this terrible day for our country. He is now actually walking off stage. So let's disregard that. No need to go and watch this anywhere else because he just did a speech in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. I just looked down and Biden said everyone must condemn it. So that's what Joe Biden said. Of course, interesting to hear from Joe Biden on this topic of what happened today. But we do know, of course, that we need to come together as a nation. That is preaching to the choir. We know that our country is hurting right now. And what does that mean for our future is what is the next question. What does that mean for this nation? What we hope is that this country will be made great again. What we hope is that the RNC is going to be so awesome in Milwaukee at Pfizer Forum, where we're going to have live coverage here at the studio and analysis and commentary, and the speakers will obviously be speaking about President Trump there. And I just thought about this, that maybe they'll postpone it by a couple days. I don't think so. I think President Trump obviously will be at the RNC on Monday to receive the nomination, to be the third time receiving the official nomination of the Republican Party. So Eric Trump on Truth Social says, quote, "The fighter America needs," showing a shot, kind of a lower shot of where President Trump has his fist in the air and the American flag that's above it. That from Eric Trump. Again, Kash Patel saying, "Now is not the time to attack the media, the other side, or anyone else. Now is the time to band together for our nation." That from Kash Patel on Truth Social. The Trump official, of course, we know provided that statement for us, saying that President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this whole event. And then we know that as well, we have got a number of other reports here. And we've got a live interview coming up with a Representative Keith Self, Republican from Texas. And then we'll have that interview here live as soon as he hears me. Sir, do you hear me? Hello, Representative Keith Self from Texas. Your thoughts, sir, about what transpired earlier today?
Dramatic event and for our country. But my thoughts on what transpired today is, first of all, that shooter should not have been that close to President Trump at a rally. Second, I call on President Biden to lower the temperature in this nation. It's ugly.
Exactly. I mean, you gotta, the divisiveness that has been happening has to be turned down. You know, the left wing, they like to pin everybody against each other, but that's not really what's happening in this country. We see people, sir, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, from all walks of life that are out there at these rallies that are in support of a Republican candidate. It's not really what the left wing is trying to tell us. So we need to come together as a country.
We've got to lower the temperature, because if we do not, this will become reprisal after reprisal. We do not want that. I call on President Biden to do that. He must do this. He is the one. He's the one that can do this and should do this. 5 days ago, he said, put a bullseye on President Trump. And 5 days later, somebody shoots at President Trump. He must lower the political temperature if we're going to get through this election without violence.
It's trying to stop the killing. So it's like the choice is pretty obvious with what needs to be done here. Our country needs, I believe, needs Jesus, but also needs a candidate that's going to bring peace.
Absolutely. We do need a spiritual revival in this country. And frankly, you're exactly right. That's the only thing that's going to lead us back to a civic conscience, so that we have a self-governing within ourselves, so that we don't do the violence that we've seen in so many of our cities. So that's exactly right. But right now, in the immediate term, again, I call on President Biden to turn down the temperature of his supporters.
Exactly. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. This is not a time to be angry. This is not a time to be yelling at each other and throwing threats at each other. This is a time to take a seat and just calm down and have this country come together. But also, this is still such a shocking event. So tell me, sir, when you were watching the event earlier, or if you just tuned in, what were you doing, or what were you thinking when you heard what was happening?
Well, there have been speculation that this would happen to Donald Trump, and very sadly, it came to pass today. But I thought he reacted very well. As soon as he realized that there was blood on his ear, he ducked down, and then the fist pump in the air, that was brilliant. That was a fighter. That's what the people are looking for. And I got to tell you, that's the kind of man that leads people into a better life. And I look forward to him doing that after November.
Exactly. That's what we want. We want our country to be saved. We want our country to be restored. We want peace through strength. We want safety, right? You know, one of the themes at the RNC is to make America safe once again. Can you talk a little bit about that when it comes to law and order, when it comes to the temperature of the nation right now? Just calm down.
Well, what the violence that we see is in the major cities, in the large cities, and I have to tell you, the large cities are where a lot of the violence is, and I just call on the governors of those states, the mayors of those cities, to do something to protect their middle class, to protect their citizens. They're reporting dozens of people every night and every weekend in Chicago are being shot. 2 people died at this Trump rally. This has got to stop. We have got to get back to some sort of civil debate. And I know it's going to be hard right now. People are going to say, wait a minute, we've got to do something. Well, what we need to do is get back to civil debate, disagreement. 2 worldviews are in full view here. The worldview of the left and the worldview of the right. I believe that the worldview of the right, peace, prosperity, national security, peace through strength is the right way. But we've got to get back to some sort of civil debate.
Exactly. We have to do that. That's the way. You know, at the end of the day, our founding fathers wanted our country to be strong but safe as well. And so that, of course, is what President Trump's part of his Agenda 47 and those 20 promises from the GOP platform, right, coming up at the RNC, is not only to make America wealthy once again, make America strong once again, and then make America safe once again. And of course, on the Thursday, make America great once again. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Representative Keith Self, a Republican from Texas, thank you for your words.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. So I was talking with Pastor Mark Burns, as you guys know earlier. I was saying I would like to try and get him on. He obviously has been in touch with President Trump over the past years. I'm not sure if he's spoken to the president at all right now, but I know that he is trying to get on to the Zoom right now. So producers, if you could please let me know when that happens. But in the meantime, just to recap, it's now 8:24 Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast. And we will be heading towards Pastor Mark Burns in just a little bit as I see someone else. Okay, as we might be getting Pastor Burns actually. What I was saying was it's 8:25 Eastern. Of course, at around 6:10 Eastern time, the shots were fired in the direction of President Trump, and then there was someone got clipped. Of course, President Trump got clipped on the right side of his ear in that area, but he obviously stood strong still, and that's the thing. That's what everybody will remember about today, is that President Trump, literally in the line of fire, was able to stand up, walk strongly, put his fists in the air, and encourage the American people even during that time. That is powerful. In front of 20,000 people there live, in front of millions literally watching his speech, several 100,000 throughout Right Side Broadcasting Network, if not millions at this point. But he was able to move on and be strong. I do see Paul Ingracia as well, possibly joining us live. That'll be great to get Paul and his words about what happened today. Pastor Mark Burns also might be joining us as well. Until I hear anything from the producers, I will continue the commentary now, and any information that we receive from any of the reports that are out there right now. Now, President Trump, of course, they are saying that he was injured as shots fired at the rally. I'm seeing that from some reports out there. We also did see by our video some of the blood near the right side of his ear. But again, as soon as that happened, he decided to get down, and then the Secret Service obviously covered him and walked him to the motorcade. Again, President Trump's spokesperson says that he is, quote, fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. We are obviously in prayer as a nation right now for the safety of our leader, the leader of the free world. And also as a nation, hopefully we can, from this point, bring more peace to this country instead of a climate that is at the point that it is now. So, looking at the 20 promises from the RNC, and that they adopted the 20 promises from basically Agenda 47, and that kind of meshed together with a lot of great information and a great statistics. And some of those I will get back to right here are, sealing the border and large tax cuts, defending our Constitution, preventing World War III. Of course, we know that President Trump is about peace through strength. To secure our elections with same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship, that kind of thing. And then number 20, I want to, for those of you watching right now, if we can just listen to this part of it. Number 20 says, unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. The last promise there, 20 promises to the American people, is to unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Just receiving reports from FNC right now, 2 attendees hurt at the rally. We're getting a number of different reports. I would love to get Vanessa Broussard or Nikki Stanzione to share with us their thoughts as well. I do see Paul possibly joining us. And then we're looking for Pastor Mark Burns. And Pastor Mark Burns, if you hear us, I am texting you here. If you want to jump on that link, we are ready to interview you live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Recording in progress.
And as soon as you are on, sir, we will take you live here. And it'll be great to hear from Pastor Mark Burns as well. Obviously, has flown on Trump Force 1, has been with the president at various events, and is in touch with President Trump. He says, Pastor Mark Burns says he is ready. So hopefully we can jump on that here as soon as we see that happen. Obviously, some words from President Trump, of course, earlier in the day today at the rally. He was talking about how he could, interesting. He was saying he could be out there enjoying a beautiful ocean or out there enjoying his life, but he's doing it for the country. And that's when the people of America were saying, thank you to President Trump. They chanted, thank you, Trump, thank you, Trump, thank you, Trump, from behind the podium there. So that was quite awesome to hear that. It was a very genuine thanks to President Trump for all that he's doing for our nation. And then it was a few minutes later that the shots were fired. And now the AP reporting that this is an investigation into an attempted assassination. I've seen various reports, not confirmed yet, but confirmed at least by some other outlets at least, saying something about an Antifa member, not confirmed yet. We'll wait for the law enforcement to have a press conference, which producers, if we can get that ready as well, I'm sure there will be a press conference in Butler, Pennsylvania. The Butler police, I'm sure, are gearing up for that to discuss what happened today in Butler, Pennsylvania. That press conference could be within the hour. That could be in 3 hours from now. We haven't had word yet, but having worked in the news business for several years, upwards of 2 decades now, usually this is something, of course, that'll be a live press conference, so we'll hopefully have that on as well. So we're looking for Pastor Mark Burns and also Paul Ingrassia to join us live as we continue our live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let me discuss with you just a few more of the RNC statements that will be discussed at the Republican National Convention on Monday through Thursday. I could say that the RNC Platform Committee, they have adopted President Trump's 2024 GOP platform to make America great again. So those 20 promises, I actually posted on my Truth Social, but actually it's on President Trump's Truth Social as well, as I'm getting some more reports here. Senator Josh Hawley is calling on the Senate to investigate the assassination attempt on President Trump. So that's from Senator Josh Hawley out of Missouri, calling on the Senate to investigate this assassination attempt on President Trump. So we'll see where this may lead. Was this one person that decided to do this heinous act, or was this person connected to anyone else? We obviously don't have those answers at this point. That's what law enforcement, I'm sure, is already started on that process. As we learn more about the shooter, we'll be getting the name hopefully soon here of who committed this terrible crime. But also we do know, according to the AP, that the shooter is dead, and that we're receiving various reports about either two rally members being injured at the event. We're also hearing another report that there may be one person that has died from their injuries there in Butler, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, obviously a huge swing state, and President Trump being there in Butler today, just 48 hours away from the RNC happening in just 2 days in Milwaukee at the Pfizer Forum, where some 20,000 people will be there to cheer on President Trump as he receives the nomination the third time for the Republican Party to be the leader of the party, but also to be the nominee for president of our country. And hopefully, come 115 days from now, the U.S. general election, we will see him win that, and then on the inauguration day in January, have him sworn back into what is rightfully his, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, at the Oval Office there in Washington, D.C. So we will be getting some more interviews here shortly and some more statistics, or at least confirmation on reporting out there. A lot of reports coming in. Again, Senator Josh Hawley calling on the Senate to investigate the assassination attempt on President Trump. The spokesperson, Stephen Chung from the Trump team, says that President Trump is, quote, fine. So that's always good news, of course. The last thing that President Trump posted before his speech was the 20 core promises to make America great again. So that's what I was just touching on here live in Auburn, Alabama. So Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, we had our crew there in Butler, and I'm sure Vanessa and Nikki are gaining as much information as possible. They were the correspondents on the ground, whether they're going towards the hospital or towards the police department for a possible press conference. We shall see. So we will be bringing that all to you live as we get it. Also, I can tell you there will be we're seeing that I'm just receiving the report now. I have to get my monitor back to see what you guys are seeing at home, but I'm hearing that we're showing the video of the shooter on top, wearing cargo pants, black shoes, dark t-shirt with an American flag on the right sleeve. So I want to get into that programming, so you guys are watching the same thing, or I'm watching the same thing that you guys are right now. But that is... Okay, you already showed it. Okay, that's what I'm being told right now. But as we see there, the president with his fist in the air, awesome to see him being strong through that moment. And this is the fact that it came so close is wild. Pastor Mark Burns is actually calling me right now. I'm going to put him on the air live right here real quick. Pastor Mark Burns, you're on live right now with Right Side Broadcasting Network. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. Obviously, a very difficult, sad time for America.
Yes, it is, sir. Have you been able to be in touch with the president? I know that you guys talk a lot. What are your thoughts of what happened, but also what's some advice or encouragement you would give to the people that are very concerned right now?
Well, first of all, our thoughts or prayers with the president and his family, and as reports are coming in, as the bystander that also lost their life. I did leave the president a voicemail, and I reminded him of Isaiah 54. No weapon formed against him shall prosper, and that the hand of God is upon his life. I know I'll call him a little bit later because it literally just happened when I left him this voicemail. But I'm to remind all of the people, those patriots and believers now, to not resort to violence, to not take up violence. That's exactly what Satan wants to be done. But to get on our knees like never before, begin to pray for our president, begin to pray for those that surround him, begin to pray for the leaders that's going to be close to him. Pray for people like myself who is close to him, out in the public's eye. If they can do this to Donald Trump, the former and soon-to-be 47th president of the United States of America, then I believe they will try to attack all of us in some form or fashion. But we will not fear. Those that are watching, don't fear. Know that the love of Jesus is with us right now, and the Holy Spirit is with us right now. And I believe that this, what Satan meant for evil, God will use it for good. They just elected Donald Trump as the 47th. As you can see, Democrats are all coming for President Trump. Independents are now coming out praying for President Trump. This has united a nation. While there's loud cries for Joe Biden and a division amongst the Democrats for Joe Biden to step aside, the gap even between he and former President Barack Obama, who's also asking for him for Biden to step aside. The whole world now is united around Donald Trump and the Make America Great Again movement.
Exactly right. Pastor Mark Burns joining us live right now via telephone, as you can see here. Pastor Mark Burns, we've interviewed him before. We have more interviews with him coming up next week. But, sir, I know it's a very difficult time right now, and I agree with everything you just said there. What else should we do when it comes to the church and at synagogue and the country when it comes to spirituality? Because at this point, we know that it is good versus evil, and it's light versus darkness.
Well, the Bible's just very clear in Isaiah 40, and one of my favorite scriptures, and wonderful shout out to my dear friend Dakota and the wonderful people of Greenville, South Carolina. The Bible makes it clear that the youth will not faint, nor be weary, and the young will fall exhausted. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings of eagles. They shall run and not weary. They shall walk and not faint. In Isaiah chapter 40, verse 29. I just believe that without a shadow of a doubt, we, the church, the Jewish community, the Christian community, coming together like never before, and all people that believe that violence is never the answer. Violence is never the key. It always ends in turmoil. My prayer is that the faith of all believers that are listening to this and watching this broadcast will stand firm in their faith. They will spend more time with the Holy Spirit. How do I do that? I get in my secret closet and I close my ears, I close my eyes, I close my mouth, and I listen to what the voice of the Lord is telling me to do. And what we do as a nation in the next several days will define us for the next 100 years. Because we either are going to come together like what happened in 9/11 and surround Donald Trump, whether you agree with him or not, to know that this is never a good thing. When it happened to Ronald Reagan, it was not a good thing. The nation surrounded him and came together. Even his enemies came together. And I believe you've seen the very same thing happen today after the assassination attempt of Donald J. Trump, the 45th and soon to be 47th president of the United States of America. I will talk with him a little bit later because I know it's very chaotic. I called him right when it happened, a couple about 15, 20 minutes after they were looking at him. But I got 100% word that he's okay and he's safe. Before the reports came out, because remember when Ronald Reagan was shot, he played like he was in a good position, but he actually almost died, as we know now. But that's not the case of President Trump. He is safe. God has covered him. But just think how the hand of God is over his life. Just think, had he just turned just a little bit further, just a half an inch, we would have witnessed the death of Donald Trump on national television. But the hand of God, my Lord, I give God praise for this. We should be in a nation of gratitude right now.
Amen.
He's grateful, shouting to God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that Donald Trump is alive and he's not dead. And we will not take to violence of the streets. We will not take out to burning up our communities because we're not like Democrats and others who do that. No, we love God. We love our nation. But this is not a time to be focusing on Democrats or even Republicans. A man's life was attempted on national television for his political beliefs. And that should never, ever happen in America. Like it did in the 60s, like it did in the 80s with Ronald Reagan, and now who we are in 2024 with Donald Trump.
And this is Pastor Mark Burns, of course, in touch with President Trump on a weekly basis, has flown with him on Trump Force One. They have a friendship. And Pastor Mark Burns, I want to thank you so much for joining us. But before you go, Pastor, let's seek God together as a nation. Let's seek God on live TV right now. And let's thank God for the protection of the president and pray in Jesus' name, and then we'll wrap it up.
Father, we thank you in the name of Jesus. You are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. I thank you, Lord, for Matthew. I thank you, Lord, for RSBN, for willing to declare the name of Jesus on national television for the whole world to see and to hear. That this is a nation founded with Judeo-Christian principles. This nation honors you, God. And Father, we thank you now. We will not be sad, but we will have a spirit of gratitude that, Father, you spared the life of Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Jesus, for sparing his life and showing the whole world that even now, that no weapon formed against him shall prosper. Every tongue raised against him shall be thwarted down. Father, touch not my anointed, neither do my prophet no harm. And we thank you now that a miracle took place. He's supposed to be dead, but the hand of God moved in. He's supposed to have been shot in the back of the ear, but Father, you guided that bullet away from him, just enough to nick his ear. Father, we thank you that it could have been worse. But we now will look to you like never before as a nation, as one people under one God, the living God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, through his son, Jesus. Father, we will not fear, we will not take to violence, but we will know that the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. And we turn to you, Master Jesus, that those who believe in you, John chapter 3:16, shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Thank you as we celebrate and praise you, God, for the life of Donald Trump. He is alive because your hand has guided him. My friend, my dear friend, thank you, Lord, for all the hell that he's been through. You spared him and you give him strength. And as we saw for the whole world to see, he's not backing down. For he knows that if God be for him, he knows, as I said to him many times, who can be against him. God bless America. And God bless the President, Donald J. Trump.
Amen.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Pastor Mark Burns, thank you so much for joining us. I'm about to read a Truth Social post, and then we're going to get to Sebastian Gorka here live on Right Side Broadcasting. Pastor, I'll talk to you later. If you get anything from the president, please text me and let me know.
God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. All right, so let's look at that real quick there. It says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. As it is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. That from President Donald J. Trump on Truth Social. I thought he would be posting something later tonight, but my oh my, he posted something just now. If we have Sebastian Gorka on the line, guys, just let me know. I'm ready to go. If there's anybody else that we are going to interview, please keep me posted on that as well. That post from President Donald J. Trump being retruthed by everybody. I mean, everybody's going to retruth that right now and like it, of course. Okay, I'm going to have to call Sebastian Gorka over the phone right now. So let's see if we can get that. I need that cell to me, just like we did Pastor Mark Burns. So Micah, if you can send that, please. And then I'll look for it here on my cell. Okay, calling here in a second. Yep. All right, so we're going to get Sebastian Gorka on the line here.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gorka.
You got me?
Yes, sir. You're on live right now. This is Matthew Alvarez with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Sir, your thoughts about what you saw earlier today?
Well, can I just react to what Pastor Burns said?
Whatever you'd like, sir.
I love Mark, and God bless him for his prayer, but he's so utterly wrong about why today happened. His idea that we're going to come together. A good friend of mine texted me within minutes of the assassination attempt of my former boss. One word: unbelievable. My response to my friend was, no, not unbelievable, utterly expected. For 8 years, they called the man I worked for the white supremacist, the Nazi, the fascist, and a threat to democracy. This was going to happen because of the Democrats. There's one party in America that has normalized violence. From Kamala Harris raising money to bail out BLM arsonists, to Maxine Waters standing at a public event saying, if you see someone from the Trump cabinet in public, you surround them, you harass them, all the way up to the most senior senator in America, who said what? On the steps of the Supreme Court. Chuck Schumer said, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, you will reap the whirlwind. Threatening Supreme Court Associate Justices simply because they were nominated by President Trump. The left is the party of violence in America. Let's not forget what happened to Steve Scalise, a Republican leader in the House, almost shot to death. By who? By a Bernie Sanders campaign volunteer during a charity baseball game within miles of my radio studio. This was going to happen. But God bless President Trump. He made the assassination attempt on Teddy Roosevelt look like a small incident. The fact that he's bleeding and the Secret Service are on top of him and want to whisk him into the armored SUV. And he says, what? Hey, guys, do you mind if I put my shoes back on first? And then he raises his fist and he says, fight, fight, fight. The man is indomitable. Pray for him. Pray for his family. Pray for the family of the innocent bystander who was allegedly killed by the assassin as well. And just remember what Joe Biden said an hour ago. He couldn't even say the phrase assassination attempt on President Trump. That's the state of America.
Okay, so Sebastian Gorka joining us live here on the phone at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, sir, I'm looking just at Kash Patel's Truth Social 1 hour ago. This is what he said, and I want you, if you'd like, to respond to what Kash Patel said. He said, quote, "Now is not the time to attack the media, the other side, or anyone else. Now is the time to band together for our nation. Let law enforcement and Secret Service do their jobs. Anyone putting out speculation and false information does not deserve our attention and has shown you what their priorities are." He says, "Our priority is simple, USA." So I get what everybody's saying here. I understand fully what you're saying, sir, about the fact that the left has been a lot of negativity and hate towards the president. But then I understand where Pastor Burns and also Kash is saying, "Hey, well, let's not attack right now," in the sense of, verbally back and forth. So I'm a host, sir. I'm a host here at Right Side. I just want to hear what you have to say in regards to what Kash Patel said on Truth.
I love Kash Patel. He's a friend of mine, and he's one of the great MAGA voices and leaders out there. But nothing I've said is speculation to you. You can play the cuts. I know who you guys are. I know what you've got on the evergreen cut sheet. Play the cuts of Chuck Schumer. Play the cuts of Maxine Waters. Show the headlines of Kamala Harris raising money for BLM rioters to bail them out of prison. I'm doing what I'm paid to do. I served in the British Army in an intelligence unit. I worked for the Defense Department of the United States for 5 years, teaching irregular warfare and counterterrorism. I was the chair of military theory at Marine Corps University for 2.5 years before I joined the White House as Deputy Assistant to the President for Strategy. My job is threat assessment and ice cold national security assessments. And I just gave it to you. What I've said is a statement of fact.
Yes, and I agree 100% with what you're saying when it comes to all of the rhetoric from the left, and I get it. I get the reaction would be of anger. Of course, we have someone, they've been talking about certain things for a while, and then now something happens today. So I'm picking up what you're putting down, sir. And also, I do agree with Kash Patel and Pastor Mark Burns. I see all the different angles with this. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us just moving forward? What do you think this is going to look like over the next, actually, for our country right now? I mean, this is a huge turning point. What do you think is going to happen, sir?
Impossible to tell. I think the President Trump will continue to comport himself in the incredibly dignified manner he has, even in the recent weeks and days, as we have had unearthed the shocking news in front of our eyes that the current incumbent in the White House is mentally compromised, and that the Parkinson's disease doctor visited the White House 8 times. We know why that is, and President Trump didn't exploit that. He didn't jump on that because he is made of a tougher material, and he understands that his love for country is more important. So that's what I expect from President Trump. I have no idea what the Democrats are going to do. The Democrat, look, you don't have to like Bill Clinton, from exploiting his position with a 21-year-old intern in the Oval Office. But the likes of Bill Clinton don't exist anymore, because Bill Clinton actually reined in the crazies. He was a relatively normal Democrat politically. Give me the name of one Democrat leader today who's reined in the crazies. They don't exist. I just told you what Maxine Waters, I just told you what Chuck Schumer said in public, how they have inflamed hatred and encouraged violence. So when you're dealing with a party that has lost any rational control and surrendered themselves to the radicals, to the extremists, to those who are pro-violence, I cannot predict what they will do unless they suddenly grow a conscience, and that is highly unlikely.
Sebastian Gorka, thank you so much for your time here with us. I do want to share one more thing with you. According to the Associated Press, this just came down. The shooter was killed by a counter sniper team. You're in, I know you've got some military experience, that kind of thing. Your thoughts about that a counter sniper team was there, of course, and took out the shooter.
Yeah, so I don't want to get into tactics. The president is protected by plainclothes Secret Service agents for his personal security detail. In addition to that, they have SWAT-like elements. You saw them, two of them, on the stage as soon as the president was hit, who are wearing full body armor and carrying long rifles or carrying long weapons with suppressors. And then there is also a counter sniper team. It's very disturbing. I cannot confirm this, but it is very disturbing that there are already reports, aerial photographs, a witness who gave an interview to BBC, that the sniper was within 150 yards of the president on the roof of a low-level building. If that's the case, the Secret Service, they failed today. The idea that somebody with a long arm could be within a mile of President Trump, that should never have happened. The current female director of the Secret Service is already a very problematic figure. So let me just leave it at that.
I understand what you're saying, sir, and I guess there is some photos or videos of someone on the roof there. Who knows if that person was. I mean, this is mere speculation. I'm not confirmed at all. I'm just, we're just talking here. But who knows if that person accessed that building at a different time? Who knows what happened there?
Well, it doesn't matter. Any building with advantage of the principal has to be secured. It doesn't matter when they access that building. If we learned anything about Dealey Plaza in November 1963, we don't leave buildings within the principal's line of sight accessible to people who shouldn't be there. So I'm sorry. I mean, no, there is no excuse. If the report is confirmed that the shooter was using a rifle from a building, a couple of hundred yards away from the president, that is an utter and complete failure for the Secret Service. Let's see if the initial reports are confirmed tomorrow or this week.
Okay, Sebastian Gorka, thank you, sir, for taking the time to join us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Okay, so Sebastian Gorka there live. That report just down that the shooter was killed by a counter sniper team. I've seen the snipers on the roofs in the sense of the Secret Service or law enforcement at various speeches that I've covered. So we know, of course, that it is a well-protected area. So we're going to go next to Representative Andy Biggs, joining us live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Sir, thank you for joining us. Also, I'm not sure if you got a chance to read or see President Trump. He actually posted on Truth Social a very long message at 7:42, so 8:42 Eastern time, just thanking the Secret Service and also extending his condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and to the other people that were injured. Sir, your thoughts about today's very terrible events?
Safe and will be able to heal from his injury. I feel terrible for the person who and the loved ones of the individual who died, the others that were injured. I'm grateful the Secret Service was able to take out the shooter. And I think we need to investigate and see how this all happened, why this happened. We don't know much about the shooter. I'm also ticked off at the rhetoric that has been nonstop since Donald Trump came down the escalator, where his own government was spying on his campaign, where it's all been weaponized against him. They brought lawsuits against him. They tried to put him in jail, and now someone's tried to assassinate him. I look at the language from Benny Thompson, a piece of legislation that he introduced in April of this year to remove the Secret Service protection of Donald J. That's what his resolution did. And then there's one of his staffers, or someone who purports to be one of his staffers, claims to on her social media site today that she has worked for Benny Thompson since April of 2023. Says that's what your hate speech got you, and please get some shooting lessons so you don't miss next time. That's the type of rhetoric that the left foments, and they have the audacity to project their hatred and their violence on everybody else in this country. And I'm just absolutely outraged at the left. And I think that we need to somehow, it's going to have to be dialed back. But I mean, the reality is you have a member of Congress who wanted to take away the Secret Service protection of Donald J. Trump. And that's so dangerous. That is so incredibly dangerous, and actually it actually is inflammatory as well, and provides some kind of almost license, because people say, well, yeah, see, they don't even care, but we do care, and we want everybody to stop it with the violence. You know, I'm okay with great debate, vigorous debate, but some of the stuff I hear, this race, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, the things they said about Donald Trump, and they say about those who support him.
Exactly, 100% in line with what you're saying there, sir. You know, it seems like everything from the left, whether it is, it comes to the rhetoric or them voting against the SAVE Act. I mean, 198 Democrats for you in Arizona there on the border. I mean, everything, it seems like they're just trying to take down the country one bite at a time. But, you know, at the end of the day, we know who's going to be the nominee for our Republican Party next week, sir.
That's correct. And President Trump, you know, I mean, he's going to be the nominee. He's going to go forward. I mean, he's raising his fist, you know, people are there and they see this guy. He is resilient. He is tough. He's courageous. He's fearless, and he's undaunted and unbending.
Exactly. Okay, so this from Politico on July 8th, 2024. I want to read you this statement here from Joe Biden. He said, "I have one job, and that's to beat Donald Trump. I'm absolutely certain I'm the best person to be able to do that. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye." That, according to Politico, I just received this report from our producers here. So yeah, we're hearing. It's interesting right now, you know, in the moment, live right now, sir, where I'm hearing from, you know, Kash Patel or Sebastian Gorka or Pastor Mark Burns, who's in touch with the president, and then yourself. And I'm hearing a chorus of, hey, let's keep it, you know, let's still do peace through strength. You know, now's not the time to go after it in the sense of, you know, verbally or whatever, with anger. But then I'm hearing on the other side of it too, no, this is what's going on. This is the reality of it. So what do you think?
Well, look, the type of rhetoric that Joe Biden had put out there, and by the way, I had read that piece. I just hadn't had it confirmed yet. I mean, I'd seen it from several reports. I just hadn't had it confirmed until you just confirmed it. That kind of rhetoric has always been condemned. You remember Sarah Palin said something like that, and the left came unglued about that and went after Sarah Palin. But when Joe Biden says stuff like that, or the left says things on that, there's not even a blink of an eye from the left-wing media. They don't even suppress it. They don't even question it. They don't even say, well, you know, hey, maybe that's not the rhetoric you should use. That is part of our problem, is that the left-wing media, they've been gaslighting the American public now for years about Joe Biden's health, and they also gaslighted the public about these calls for violence that are out there, whether it's Antifa, BLM. They do not recognize their own hypocrisy, and they need to tone it down. And you know, we are polarized. I get that we're polarized, but we should not be violent in any way. And you know, it took them years, and Joe Biden still said it in the debate after that, for them to actually do the fact check and debunk and say, well, he wasn't talking about the rioters and the neo-Nazis that were at the Charlottesville when he said there are good people on both sides. It took them years before they debunked it, and the Biden administration still won't admit that they've been gaslighting and all that. And that kind of lying to the American public is what actually engenders a greater polarization than there should be.
Breaking news right now, sir. I'm not sure if you can see our feed, but President Trump leaving the Butler Hospital right there with the Secret Service right now. Our cameras are there getting that video of our great leader of the free world, who is doing fine, according to his spokesperson with the Trump campaign. So that their live video leaving Butler Hospital, they're about 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. This has been quite a terrible day, but also the amount of strength that, as you said before, the resilience you were talking about, sir, he was showing it big time, even right as the incident happened. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely right. And is there any other proof that you need that he's vigorous, that he's on top of his game, that he's ready to go, than when he's attacked and there's an assassination attempt made on his life, he's able to stand up and say, hey, USA, fight, fight, fight.
It's just unbelievable. I might be seeing a press statement from the U.S. Secret Service here. Once we get that confirmed, that is a statement there, we will report that. But what a day. We spoke to U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake earlier, who, I mean, just shocked, of course, as we all are. We love you guys out there in Arizona as well. And, you know, I know you're the 6th largest state in the union, and I know there's a lot of Trump love and support throughout that state.
Yeah, he's popular, and the polls show that he's up by 10 points in Arizona. The independents are breaking his way. He's got more Latino support than he's ever had. He's got, the black vote is coming his way. It's remarkable to see. And I think, I'm hoping he has long shirt tails, because we got to win some of these Republican down ticket ballots in Arizona as well.
Exactly. And so a lot of work being done for election integrity there, and a lot of great work done by you, sir, with the border and in Washington as well. What would you like to say, in closing here, to encourage the American people?
Well, I'd say we're still the best country in the history of the world, the strongest country in the world today. We still are there, and we have our problems, but we are resilient, and we've been polarized before. And we've had this type of horrible thing happen in our history, but we've always risen to the occasion. We're going to rise again, and it'll be with the leadership of Donald Trump. And quite frankly, it's going to be the leadership from the right and the Republicans that are going to save this nation. And we will be strong again, and we're going to be proud, free Americans.
Amen. Representative Andy Biggs, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
President Trump, around, let's see what time that was, about 26 minutes ago, President Trump shared a Truth Social post that already has 88.9 thousand likes on Truth Social. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. This from President Trump on Truth Social continues to say, quote, this is all a quote here, but it continues within that quote. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. And he ends with, God bless America. The statement from the greatest president of our lifetime at 7:42 Central, 8:42 on the East Coast. A press statement from the United States Secret Service. Our COO, Grace Adonia, has given this to us here from the Secret Service. The quote is as follows. It might be up on the screen as well, I'm not sure. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So we're looking at one person the shooter has been killed, and then the 2 people injured as well, and then a third rally goer has died. And I'm seeing that we've got Paul Ingrassia, who will be joining us here live right now to continue our coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Producers, will Paul take it over, or we should do a talk back here? Okay, let's go to Paul Ingrassia, who is live right now. Paul, obviously.
Yeah, Matthew, I mean, I think all of us are horrified by what happened. I was watching the rally at home, live streaming it, and, you look away for 1 second, and then I didn't see President Trump at the podium. So as soon as you see that, you begin to kind of, your heart sinks and so I had to obviously replay the footage, and then of course President Trump stood up defiant. He waved his fist in the air. He got up on his own accord. He was mobile, and he wasn't he didn't look as if he needed assistance by Secret Service, although of course they jumped on him in order to protect him. And of course he famously shouted, "Fight, fight," and waved to the crowd as he was being escorted off. So this is something that hasn't happened in this country for many decades. Last time, of course, that there was a hit on a president of the United States was, of course, Ronald Reagan, nearly 40 years ago, or a little over 40 years ago at this point. We live in very polarized times, and of course, this is very reminiscent of the 1960s, when there were many obviously assassinations or assassination attempts against presidents and presidential candidates like Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. at the time. So this is obviously not anything that you'd ever want to see, although, as Dr. Sebastian Gorka said earlier, it's not unexpected. Unfortunately, it's not entirely shocking and novel. I mean, you've had people like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon and others who've predicted that there would potentially be an attempt at political violence, at an assassination attempt against President Trump. I mean, you don't even want to say it, but unfortunately, that nightmare came to pass today in Pennsylvania. Thank God, of course, and it was attributed to God that he came out relatively unscathed. He posted that Truth Social post a few minutes ago, and it seems like he is going to make a full and speedy recovery. I mean, there were even some reports, although all of this is speculation, that he may be attending an event, a UFC event, a fight later tonight. I don't know if that is confirmed or not, but I did see those reports circulating on X. So I will give additional updates as we receive them. He has not posted anything more on Truth Social since that post was made about 33 minutes ago. From what we're seeing, and of course, everything right now is all speculation, so we cannot confirm one way or the other. But, I've seen some photos of a stray bullet on Twitter that's been circulating, a very close-up shot of the bullet before, moments before it grazed President Trump's right ear. It seems like the upper part of his right ear was hit. And, perhaps if it had been an inch or two more to one side, or if he had moved or something, it could have been a lot worse. So thank God for that. It seems also, obviously, we wish to keep in our prayers the person who was at the rally who was reported to have been shot and killed as a result of this incident. And someone else, at least one other person, was reported to have been injured. And of course, also the gunman, the shooter, was reported to have been shot and killed by Secret Service. A video of an eyewitness was circulating that said that he observed the shooter on a rooftop about 50 to 100 yards away, actually a little over 100 yards. I'm seeing 150 yards away, although he was on a rooftop and apparently had a direct line to the stage and to President Trump. So some people are asking, why was that not secured? Obviously, there have been many calls by congressional Democrats to either not give President Trump and his team Secret Service protection. I mean, there have been even calls to withdraw them entirely for a convicted felon led by people like, who were the congressional Democrats we mentioned a little bit earlier. But also there have been calls to not provide President Trump with full protection either, at least based on these reports. Obviously, the message is to tone down the rhetoric, the violent rhetoric. And, a lot of people are very critical right now of Joe Biden for waiting 2 hours to release a statement. Also, statements were released, I saw, by Barack Obama and a few other Democrats. I know Kathy Hochul was among the first to release a statement, but it's very a lot of, there was that Politico report from just a couple of days ago in which Biden said it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. And that rhetoric, of course, is totally unacceptable. That should not be tolerated under any circumstances and under any other time in our history. That would be widely condemned, universally condemned by both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, during the Trump years, during the Trump era, the mainstream media has been very silent about this. You've seen it, leading up all throughout President Trump's political career, but of course, especially during the election, the comparisons to him and Hitler. The New Republic just came out with a cover piece just a couple of days ago with President Trump looking like Hitler with the Hitler mustache. This is totally out of line. This shouldn't obviously be condemned, although the left has been doing this for years now, and is something that unfortunately the rhetoric finally reaches the reality of violence on the stage. You see it also in headlines by the Washington Post and CNN. They said Secret Service covered President Trump after he fell down during his rally today. They made no mention of an assassination attempt. I'll give one example. The Washington Post earlier today said Trump rushed off stage after loud noises heard at Pennsylvania rally. Again, no mention of an assassination attempt against him. CNN also had a very similar headline when they reported on today's incident. But now going forward, the questions remain: how do we secure these rallies? Does President Trump continue doing rallies? I think he will. I think he'll want to. I think he's extremely defiant and would not want to end rallies as a result of today's incident. So then the follow-up question to that is, how do you secure it? Do you cover him with a glass? Do you put him behind bulletproof glass on the stage? That could be a potential option. Do you not have people stand behind him? Now, originally, when the footage was released earlier during the live stream, when we saw all of this unfold in real time, it seems as if he was shot by a .22 rifle. It seems like, based on the sound of the rifle that was aimed at him in his direction, it sounded like a .22 rifle or a pistol of that nature. So if that were the case, then obviously the shooter can't be too far away from the president, because obviously the aim for that gun, you can't you can't be more than 50 or 100 yards in order to miss your target, in order to reach your target. So based on all the factors, it seems like there were 8 gunshots directed towards President Trump, and that it was done by a .22 rifle. Now we're seeing reports that the shooter was 150 yards away from the president on a rooftop, which was unsecured, and as a result, created a vulnerable situation for President Trump to be within the line of fire. Again, thank God that it only hit his ear, and based on what we're seeing, he is not seriously injured, which is obviously a very, very good thing. But, again, this is just within inches away of a much worse situation. There was also a photo that showed a potential bullet hole in his suit jacket. Now, I don't know if that was confirmed or not. We have not seen anything about any other shots other than the one that grazed his ear, the top of his ear. But again, I'm sure we will hear more about what went down in the hours ahead. And of course, President Trump, by releasing that Truth Social post, just hours after the incident occurred, is a very good sign that he will be okay, and that, he will charge forward. Of course, originally we're thinking, well, what does this mean now for the Republican National Convention? Is it going to be postponed? Is he going to still show up? I believe that everything will be on time and being run according to plan. I don't think there's going to be any changes with anything in terms of the scheduling for the Republican National Convention later this week. Of course, President Trump is scheduled to give his keynote address on Thursday, so he will be addressing the Republican National Convention on Thursday, giving his keynote speech for the convention. I don't see anything regarding that being changed. I believe everything with the convention is still scheduled as originally planned. But obviously we're receiving updates here on RSBN kind of on the fly, just like everyone else. All of this news is happening in real time, and thank God for Twitter, for X, for providing sort of the latest updates from the ground. Actually, Elon Musk, who, in the past has kind of been, he voted for Joe Biden in 2020. And again, he's in the past had some differences with President Trump, but today he gave a full-throated endorsement of President Trump on the X platform, just minutes after the news came out that President Trump was hit by a bullet today and was the target of an assassination attempt. So what happened there was with Elon Musk is a very good sign. Again, President Trump is truly one of the toughest warriors we've ever had as a country. I mean, comparisons immediately go to Teddy Roosevelt, who also was shot during a speech, and he had a bullet that was lodged in his pocket. I think he had, partly was because he had a speech. He gave like a very long speech, and I know it was many pages long, and he had it tucked away in his coat pocket. And because he had his speech in the eyeglass case in that coat pocket, that was what prevented an assassination attempt on him from killing him. The bullet went just inches away from his heart. I believe that bullet remained inside him for the remainder of his life. He famously said, not even a bullet could kill a bull moose. I believe this was during his third presidential run. So obviously another New Yorker, a very tough populist type figure. President Trump, similarly, seems like he wanted to carry on and continue his speech. Now, Teddy Roosevelt, again, famously continued that speech before being whisked off stage. I don't think modern Secret Service would give him that option, but it seems like if President Trump, if it were up to him, he may have continued that rally. He was set to bring someone just immediately off the stage. He was set to bring someone on stage in just a few minutes if that bullet did not hit him. But, the fact just to see that image of him saying, fight, 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 as he was escorted off the stage was really such a moving, strong symbol for the country. It's incredible just what this man has gone through. I was there again with him for the 5 weeks that he was in that courthouse in Helvin Bragg and Judge Merchan's courtroom in Lower Manhattan. To have gone through all of this, to have gone through so much. I mean, he's gone through so much for all of us as a country over the past 9 years, but really even just over the past 5, 6 months, this man has endured so much between the trial, between all the indictments and the investigations against him, to today, between an assassination attempt on his life and all the rallies and all the energy. I mean, I was there with him in Miami just a few days ago in Doral, and it was over 100 degrees, and he was able to give a great speech for over an hour, surrounded by family, friends, and over 40,000 attendees. This rally today in Butler County looked like one of his largest rallies of all time. I believe, he had 40,000 in Doral. He probably had at least double, triple that today in Butler. I mean, the crowd sizes there in a critical battleground like Pennsylvania was historic. And obviously, based on all the poll numbers, he's now leading in the state of Pennsylvania by 7, 8, 9, 10 points. In fact, he's leading every battleground state by significant margins. And I expect now, with the breakdown of Biden on the debate stage, now with the mainstream media exposing him and realizing that he has dementia, realizing something that all of us have known for years now, and with this whole narrative about Biden kind of falling to pieces, the emperor being exposed without clothes, and it seems like the Democrats are getting increasingly desperate. They're getting very, very desperate now. So the fact that they made an assassination attempt. Now, I don't want to, again, obviously, we don't know who the shooter was. We're not obviously ascribing blame to any party or any person. We don't know the identity of the shooter. We don't know any of that. So, for all we know, as far as we know, it was a lone wolf gunman. But again, we don't know the details yet. And as soon as we do receive the details, we will report them to you. But we know how. But saying that, we do also know how much the rhetoric on the left has escalated and amplified, especially in recent weeks. And obviously the comparisons between Trump and Hitler, and the New York Times even just the other day running a piece saying President Trump is unfit to serve the presidency. All that stuff, affects the nation psychologically and could definitely impact a mentally disturbed or unstable individual. And unfortunately, you hate to see it, but, for someone to make an assassination attempt on President Trump's life, they do it all the time on social media. There's always attempts on him or threats of an attempt on President Trump. So, to see this unfold in real time, it's horrific, but it is not shocking. It is horrific, but it is not a shock whatsoever. So hopefully, you would hope to see Biden come out and say this type of no violence is ever acceptable of any kind whatsoever. Let's have a rigorous debate, as Congressman Andy Biggs just said, but let's never resort to violence. That's something you would hope that Biden would say. You would also hope for Biden and all the congressional Democrats, including Democratic leadership like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, to also say that they will give President Trump's Secret Service as much additional protection as they need. Enough with the calls to defund the Secret Service for President Trump and take away the Secret Service for President Trump. We will, in fact, give him as much as the campaign requests and then some. That's what the response should be from the Democrats. And honestly, the president needs as much Secret Service as he can possibly get. And he may even want to consider hiring a potential private security team in addition to Secret Service. I mean, there were some reports on Twitter encouraging him to reach out to, billionaire investors like Eric Prince and others who have their own Secret Service company. I saw those reports. Perhaps that's an option President Trump will consider, to hire his own private security team in addition to Secret Service to ensure that his rallies are as fortified as humanly possible, because you don't want to see this happen. Thank God that President Trump was not seriously wounded, but again, it was way, way, way too close to comfort. Thank God President Trump also knew to duck down as soon as that bullet grazed him. He ducked down, and then a few seconds later, Secret Service agents began piling on President Trump, and then they escorted him off the stage once those bullet shots subsided. But it was a almost gut instinct move, it seemed, just from an observer at home watching this unfold on television, that President Trump knew to duck, that President Trump knew to kind of get out of try to get out of the way of anyone. And as a result, that sort of reflexive decision by him was a very good thing. Again, in terms of the bullet shots, the shots themselves, we heard probably about 7 or 8 shots. That was at least what was reported. That's what appears to have been the case by just watching the video. And based on the eyewitnesses on the ground, it seems like at least 7 or 8 shots were fired before the shooter was neutralized. And by neutralized, based on the eyewitness reports that we're seeing, it seems like Secret Service shot him, or the Pennsylvania state troopers, whoever was closest to him, the security there, shot the shooter, and he died immediately. He was immediately shot and killed by security there at the rally. When we first also got these reports, my initial question was, how could this happen? Because usually going through the security check of a Trump rally is extremely, extremely comprehensive. They're very secure. They do, pat downs if necessary. Every single rally attendee has to walk through a metal detector. So if a shooter was able to somehow take a gun into the rally premises, then it would seem like there was some sort of coordination there. Now, based on what we're seeing, and again, this is speculation, he was situated on top of a roof about 150 yards away from the president. I don't believe that rooftop was within the perimeter of the rally itself. So that individual would not have had to presumably go through the metal detectors and go through sort of the Secret Service clearance. But the fact that someone got that close regardless, and the fact that that rooftop was within the line of sight of President Trump, and the fact that obviously something like this happened was it seems like there could have been a potential breach. And obviously, the fact that he was hit by a bullet would suggest that there was some sort of failure with security there. So, again, we will, I'm sure, find out more details as the night goes on, but and as the days go on from today, and expect future Trump rallies to be double, triple the amount of security that they had today, and expect that there will be a request by the Trump campaign to provide the president with security. And by now, you would expect Biden to provide that, or whoever, congressional Democrats, to provide that, given how close the president's life was from being taken from him by just a lone gunman, or by a gunman. I don't want to say lone gunman. We don't know what happened. We don't know even if there was one shooter or multiple shooters. We don't know anything right now. It seems like, based on what we're seeing, that there was one shooter from the rooftop of a rooftop within 150 to 200 yards of where President Trump was speaking. We don't know who this person was. We don't know anything about him right now. So again, horrifying scene, but thank God that President Trump was only it seems like he was only not severely injured. He was only grazed in the ear. We don't know if he was also hit in the vest and if in the chest, and if he was wearing also a bulletproof vest. He usually does wear bulletproof vests when he is speaking. So if that second shot grazed him in the chest area and hit his suit, there seems like there was an image the reason I say that is there was an image circulating on Twitter suggesting that there was a hole in one of his suits, in his suit, while he was on stage. So it hit him in the ear and also on sort of the chest area, a bullet going through the suit. There was no blood there though, and he didn't say anything about being hit in the chest. So as far as we know, he was only grazed on the ear, and nothing serious. No bullet, was lodged in his head, thank God, and it just grazed that ear. So very scary times for the country, very troubling. I mean, horrific to see this happen to him. God was clearly watching President Trump. The fact that he came out relatively unscathed is truly divine intervention, truly divine providence. It is a miracle that God has, it's vindication that God is looking over for President Trump, and God willing, we'll see him to the finish line and hand him with a landslide victory this November 5th. I mean, honestly, I think President Trump should go to the White House today, given all that he's gone through. But, after today, I can't imagine how he wouldn't win 300, 400 electoral votes and win the state of Pennsylvania, win the state of Wisconsin, win the state of Michigan, where he is currently up in every poll, and then add to that lead with states like Virginia and potentially also Minnesota. So, again, we're covering on RSBN, this rally today. Of course, Vanessa and Nikki were there all day long. At the rally, we were doing our coverage. It's a shame that it's obviously a tragedy that this happened. A rally of this size was cut short by such a horrific incident. But the good news, and this is a very good day, and the fact that President Trump, is largely uninjured based on these reports, and that he remained defiant all the way to the end, saying fight, fight, fight. That's the fighting spirit. And of course, he wants us to continue fighting for him. And we have a duty. All Americans really now need to step up and continue to register voters for President Trump, continue to get them to the polls. And we need to do everything in our power. We cannot slack. We cannot be afraid by this image today. We need to continue to stand up as an American people, stand united as a movement. We cannot be bickering and fighting with each other. The right needs to stand strong and stand firmly aligned behind President Trump to carry him to the finish line. So with that, I'm getting reports now, or I'm getting calls now that I'm going to toss it to Vanessa and Nikki, who are there at the scene in Butler, Pennsylvania, and they're going to take over the coverage from here. So on that note, thank you. I'm Paul Ingracia, and we'll toss it over to Vanessa and Nikki now, live from Pennsylvania.
We are outside Butler Hospital in Butler, Pennsylvania, where President Trump was treated and released about 40 minutes ago. We did see the motorcade leave from this hospital. The president being treated here for some time and is back heading into a direction. We do not know where he is heading right now, but he was treated at this hospital right behind us for some time, and also sent out a message that I'll read to you here in just a minute on Truth Social.
I'll tell you, this was
a frightening experience on the level of the uncertainty of what was going on, not knowing what was about to happen. So many of you have asked, is everybody okay? Is everybody safe? Yes, obviously we are safe. We want you to know that it was handled extremely well by law enforcement. They were very aware of making sure that the entire crime scene was evacuated, really, I would say, with peace and with calm as you can be in such a situation. You didn't see any kind of stampedes. People were asking me, were there stampedes? No stampedes, no violence, no, people weren't even running, which I thought was interesting. They just calmly waited to see if President Trump was okay, and then they gradually made their way out. And it was wonderful to see everybody just handling things with such a really smart safety. It's kind of like the rules you learn when you're little, about getting out in an emergency. And of course, the law enforcement, we can't thank them enough. And that leads us, of course, to the post that Vanessa's going to read from President Trump. And just knowing that he's already out there posting, that gives me a lot of relief.
Absolutely. This is a Truth Social post from President Trump saying this, quote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country," he says. "Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shot, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through my skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening." In all caps, he ends it with, "God bless America." And that's exactly what we saw. We heard the popping sounds of guns. I saw President Trump grab his ear and hit the ground. At that time, we immediately, along with all of the people who were there in support of President Trump, hit the ground as well. We were on the media risers. And to give you an idea, the media risers, you have to walk up steps to get to them so we can have a clear shot of President Trump when he is on stage, as well as the speakers beforehand. So we are on the same level as him.
Yeah.
He was maybe, I would say, 50 yards from us, if that, and maybe 30 yards from us. But we're on the same level. We're up above the crowd.
Right.
And so we immediately ran down and took cover
under the risers. And so what all I could see was Secret Service, because everybody's down at that point. Everybody had, hit the ground and they were protecting themselves and their family members. But all I could see from being on the ground was Secret Service hovering over President Trump. Now, your mind is going 90 to nothing. It's going so fast, but at the same time, it was almost like it was in slow motion. I felt that President Trump was on the ground for so long, and all I could do was pray, please get up, please get up, please get up. God, please let him be okay. And then we heard more popping sounds, and then a fist pump.
Yes, and then they lifted him up, and then the fist pump.
And when the fist pump happened, I have to tell you, that to me was a moment I will never forget as long as I live. The crowd it went from kind of yelling and screaming like what's going on in fear to an eruption of applause, just like when he came out earlier, of relief from the crowd, seeing him put his hand up with his classic fist pump, yelling, "Fight, fight, fight." He was not going down without a fight. He was not going to let this take him down or America in any way, shape, or form. And his resilience and his victory type of motion, if you will, in that moment of fear was, I believe, his way of comforting Americans that were afraid.
Absolutely, it was. When I saw, again, this happened so fast, but again, it felt like it was slow motion. It felt like he was on the ground for so long. I didn't know what was going on, and I was just praying he wasn't shot or hurt or anything worse in this assassination attempt. And so when they lifted him up, Secret Service lifted him up, and he gave that fist pump and said, "Fight, fight, fight." I knew at that time immediately that the gunfire had ended.
Yes.
And that they weren't going to bring him up if it wasn't
Great point.
over, if it wasn't over. And so I crawled onto the riser on my stomach, grabbed my phone, because when I ran, I dropped everything.
Yes.
And all I could think about is my family who watches at home and my mother. And I was trying to call her from the ground as they were escorting President Trump away, but the service was terrible.
No, I was trying to text my whole
Nobody could
family.
get us. We couldn't make a phone call out. But it happened so fast and so rapid. It's just we witnessed history. It's an assassination attempt on President Trump. It has been condemned by the left, by so many people as well, because this is America where we have the freedom to believe what we want and to vote for who we want. And you had tens of thousands of people there today who were all there with their American patriotic hats on and shirts on. And,
with their children and their grandparents.
We interviewed earlier a 7-year-old who said, I wish I could be President Trump's vice president. And we were talking earlier, Nikki, this is what they're going to remember.
Yes.
Instead of it being like, this is my first rally, I got to see President Trump.
Yes.
It was happy. It was joyous. It was until about 10, 15 minutes into President Trump's speech when it all unfolded.
And I said to Vanessa, too, that's not the memory they are going to want to take away, but they were a part of American history today. And thank God was watching and they are safe. There were no children hurt in this situation. And I do want to ease the minds of those of you who watch us regularly and you watch rallies, and you may say to yourself, are these moments, in time safe? Would I be fearful? And I'll tell you, we've never been fearful because we do know Secret Service is there. We know there is security. We know there are checkpoints. We know that there are police presence everywhere. And because of that, we've always felt protected, and we were protected. And that's why there were no more casualties than you heard. But that does not minimize in any way, shape, or form what was lost today and what happened. And so knowing that that was possible and that it happened, of course, that is certainly something to be concerned about. But I am sure at this point, whatever President Trump's team is doing to make sure that it never, ever happens again is what he is probably doing at this very moment.
And we've already seen from the government officials that an investigation will go on into the Secret Service into how this happened today. But let me make it clear that this gunman was not inside the gates where you have to go through clearance for Secret Service. There is a strict protocol that takes place. And like Nikki just mentioned, that's why we say we never feel unsafe. We always feel like we're in the most protected place in America when President Trump's around. This gunman was outside the gates and shot at President Trump from outside of security, the checkpoint. So that's how that unfolded. I also want to mention too that social media is there's a lot on there, including his family. Ivanka Trump put this out on social media. Note. She says, quote, "Thank you for your love and prayers for my father and for the other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. I am grateful to the Secret Service and all other law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive actions today. I continue to pray for our country," she says, ending it with this: "I love you, Dad, today and always." And that was the message today. Afterwards, and we want to repeat this too, after the gunfire erupted, that was not the end of this crime scene.
No.
We also had to leave because there was some type of bomb threat. There was a suspicious package that was found on the premises. So Secret Service and the Trump team, they were making sure everyone got to safety immediately, cleared the scene. It is still an active investigation there now. We just left. There was helicopters flying over the scene, and they're there investigating. But we do want to make it clear that there was another find after the shooting, and that was a suspicious package.
And actually, what I saw, and you were talking to some people and doing some interviews at that moment when they were evacuating everybody because of the suspicious package, there was a man on the ground that was sitting with, I believe he had a package next to him, but he was just sitting there. I believe he was absolutely innocent. But in the moment, Secret Service came up, they stood there, they were not playing games. I'll tell you, they were serious.
Everyone's a suspect at this point.
Everyone's a suspect, and they would not let him go till they knew he was safe and that he was of no threat to anybody. But the point is, as Vanessa said, it continued past the point of just the shooting itself. And so they got everybody to safety. It did take us a while to get out of that parking lot. There were a lot of people there, and everybody was a little shaken up, but I will say, more than worried about themselves, more than worried about their own, sadness or worry. They were all just concerned, is President Trump okay?
Yes.
And so we feel relieved seeing these incredible posts from him, from his family, and we are happy that we're able to report that. We do also want to say we don't have facts on the perpetrator. We do not have that information. We do not have an official statement yet. So please when you hear things, you might be hearing rumors on social media. To Vanessa's point, there's a lot going on social media. Be sure that you're informed before you start adding things that might not be true. Don't speculate. Really wait till you get the official information. What we're providing you with right now is what we know officially, and that is the best that we can do in this moment.
Yes, we want to thank you for joining us today, being with us for this breaking news. The Lord was definitely on our side and President Trump's side. Our thoughts and prayers are with the other victims of this senseless act and this assassination attempt of President Trump. God bless them and their family members, and also President Trump. We're live here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll toss it right back to the studio now.
Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, thank you so much for that live report outside. And obviously some great reporting out there. And right now joining me is Paul Ingrassia as well. Paul, just share with us a little bit your initial thoughts about what happened, around 6:10 Eastern time today.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew, it was... it's almost I don't have words for it, because it was a horrific scene. The fact that, all of us kind of have it in the back of our minds that something like this might happen to him, just given how bad the rhetoric has been in this country for so long. And obviously all the comparisons between Trump and Hitler that you see on the left, and calling him every single name in the book. So, I can't say I was shocked or surprised, but it's always just obviously it's surreal to see something like this happen in real time. Now, this is the first time that there's been an assassination attempt on a president since Reagan, and that's, over 4 decades ago. And obviously, sort of the political realities of our country, it's reminiscent almost like the 1960s in many ways, given how polarized we are. But the fact that President Trump stood up defiant, saying fight, 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 and then he was kind of saying, let me grab my shoes. He actually looked almost more like a little more off kilter as a result of Secret Service kind of tackling him. And obviously that takes more wind out of you than he did by the bullet grazing his ear himself, which was a good sign, I thought. So the fact that he was able to stand up, whenever you're hit with a bullet in the head, you're always obviously holding your breath, because you don't want to be hit anywhere, but especially not the head. But the fact that he was able to stand up on his own, and he was able to talk, he was coherent, far more coherent than Joe Biden is, and he had a bullet grazed past his ear. So those were all good signs. And of course, now the statement that we see from President Trump on Truth Social, and the fact that he left the hospital now about a half hour ago, all good signs pointing in the right direction. And I expect him to give an amazing speech on during the Republican National Convention later this week.
Exactly. And speaking of the RNC, before we wrap up our coverage, Paul, we're going to love to hear some more from you on some of your thoughts about moving forward as a country, and of course with the RNC. A statement from the Trump campaign, as was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. Now, President Trump, it says here, looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Sincerely, the Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Senior Advisors Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita. Wow. And then, of course, with some of the RNC people as well. Paul, your thoughts, man. I mean, he just keeps going, doesn't he?
He's indomitable. He's truly a warrior, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen, not just in our generation, but in our country's history. I mean, people forget his age. He's 78 years old. He's standing in 100-degree heat in Doral just a couple of days ago, doing another rally today. I was in Vegas, about a month ago. It was 110 degrees there. He is nonstop. The energy and the stamina of this man is, it's just beyond anyone's ability to comprehend. I mean, he's just built differently as a human being, and that's exactly what I would expect from him. Being able to sort of brush himself off and get right back onto the campaign trail. Obviously, this is not something he never likes to. Whenever there's an incident, obviously there's never been an incident to this magnitude before, but whenever a little something happens, he never likes to dwell on it. He always likes to move forward, look forward, push forward, and keep the message on track that we have to make America great again. So that's totally trademark President Trump. And I just hope he, between now and just, a few days from now, whenever he's set to take the stage, I believe on Thursday it is at the RNC, that he just rests up a bit. He's gone through so much over the past few weeks between the trial, now the assassination attempt, all the rallies, everything else, the debate. He really deserves to just kind of sit back, just rest up a little, heal your ear. I'm sure he's going to experience maybe some headaches and potential buzzing in his ear or whatever it might be. I just want him to rest up and be 100% by the time he takes the stage on Thursday. So that's my wish for him. And of course, we pray for him as always, and for his country, and for this country and his family as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm sure the free world is standing behind Donald J. Trump as well. One of those quotes that you've heard before, Paul, he says, treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and make a real and lasting difference. And Paul, he's been doing it since 2016.
He really has been, and he's honestly been doing it his entire life. He's been consistent in these messages that he's had regarding, how we should, handle trade and the border and our economy and reforming and draining the swamp, which, that's been sort of his life mantra, and he's the embodiment of the American dream. You think of another quote that he always says as well, that they're not after me, they're after you. I'm the only thing in the way. And thank God, he made it out of this one. Way too close for comfort, but thank God he seems to be doing well. So, again, he is an incredible hero. He is the greatest man of our generation by far. And he just, I think after today, if there was any doubt, you need to put his face on Mount Rushmore, because he definitely deserves it.
Wow, Paul, you are so 100,000,000% right about that. He definitely deserves that. He is the greatest of all time, at least the greatest of our lifetime, right? I mean, he is up there definitely with Abraham Lincoln, with Thomas Jefferson, right? And others. I mean, he is legendary, and he has a job to finish. We've got about 30 seconds, Paul. Your thoughts right now going forward as a nation. Do you think, obviously there's a lot of reaction coming up when it comes to being angry and hurt, and also be peaceful and bring the country together. Where do you kind of fit with all that?
Well, obviously, you listen to the man himself about unity. He's making calls for unity. He's been doing that for months and months now. And obviously, he says, and I repeat him here, in terms of retribution, whenever he's asked, well, are you going to wage retribution against your enemies? And he always responds with, the greatest form of retribution is success. I want success for all Americans, and that's the way we make America great again. And that's exactly the message I think we should go by. And that's the winning message in order to get him across the finish line in November. And also, just last piece for the audience, for the listeners, if this hasn't encouraged you or galvanized you to register more voters, to get out there, to register at least one or two more voters more than you would have already done, please do so and get them to the polls and get them to vote, because we need every single vote matters now more than ever. We knew that what the stakes were, but today just puts, a punctuation point on just how high the stakes are for this presidential election.
I agree 100%. Paul Ingrassia, thank you so much. We'll see you soon here, of course, on the network. And for all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I know it's been a very difficult day, but thankfully, President Trump putting his fist in the air and being strong and courageous. And we know the hand of God is on his life and on this country's life. Our country. So for Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrassia, I am Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Keep the faith, keep strong, and keep on going. In Jesus' name.